Yeah.
Smoky Saint, trust Smoky Saint.
You thought silence was surrender?
Now the Smoky Saint was for.
Nah, I was waiting on the king's cue. Now I'm here, let's clean house. Check the roots. Ain't no fruit. Oh. Check the roots. Ain't no fruit. Praise out here saying roots over fruit. Fake Jesus talking like he forgot truth. Judging the saints while you run with the snakes. Twisting up doctrine like it's something to fake. You ignore Christ's word but quote your own. Call belief not a work, you belong to Rome. Got atheists joking on your live stream daily. Talking about rape like it's cool, you crazy. Olive out here drunk in shame. Slandering saints while dodging blame. Kids in the crib but you blacking out. Your Bible speaks louder than your faith, no doubt. Paul dead beat with a Bible quote. Abandoned his kid, now he preaches hope. Conditionalist daughter, you said they damn. So your words hit blood, now you barely stand. Rotten roots, ain't no fruit. Say you real but you pollute. Fake fire, dead in sight. Puffed up pride with no Christ light. You move loud, I move clean. Spirit led, cut through the scene. This ain't hate, this is truth. And I don't play chess with goose. Praise brags on a high school scout letter, but stayed in mama's crib, got no cheddar. Never worked, never walked, never fed the flock. Now we live streams devils like it's TikTok. All bark, no call, just clown move. Can't name a fruit, but preach roots. Got the Bible twisted, spirit resisted. Doctrine so off, even demons missed it. I speak once, you drop 10 replies. Why you twitch every time truth flies? You say you lead, but all y'all follow. Every viz just pride you swallow. You're not bold, you're broken and bitter. Spirit ice cold, dead fruit litter. I'm here to bury, not debate. This is judgment, not from hate. Rotten roots, ain't no fruit. Say you real, but you pollute. Fake fire, dead in sight. Puffed up pride with no Christ light. You move loud, I move clean. Spirit led, cut through the scene. This ain't hate, this is truth. And I don't play chess with goose. You thought you were playing chess? Nah, you sitting on a checkerboard, begging to matter. One word from truth, and your whole timeline shatters. Who's really leading this dance? You respond when I breathe. I don't chase you. You chase me. Yay! Praise, the pride is killing you slow. Your own mouth exposes what you don't know. You defend atheists, trash your kin. Mock the holy, still think you win. All of you weep in the liquor's grip. While saints you slandered and fake a script. The dude just rides, afraid to speak. A servant of flesh, eternally weak. And Paul, you preach like you ain't left your own. But you cast hell on your daughter alone. All of you ran, hid from the light. But Smokey's here now, and I don't bite. I rebuke in fire and full bold grace. You hide behind lies, I stand face to face. Rotten roots, ain't no fruit. Say you real, but you pollute. Fake fire, dead in sight. Puffed up pride with no Christ light. You move loud, I move clean. Spirit led, cut through the scene. This ain't hate, this is truth. And I don't play chess with goose. Yeah, this is Smokey. And when the smoke clears, y'all still gonna be running. Rotten roots, never bear fruit. Checkmate.
Ladies and gents, gather round, let me show you how a man can trip over sound. He got opinions, ego and memes he found, but forgot the spirit, now he just walking around like a clown. Let's go. He a clown without a crown, preaching deep with no depth, trying to cast out demons, but he out of breath. Say God told me while he clearly didn't, quoting half verses, acting like he winning, talking big faith, but allergic to truth. He got theology from a TikTok youth. Clown without a crown, no spirit inside, just loud with pride and a Wi-Fi guy. Oh look, it's the dude with another hot take, saying Jesus wore crystals, bruh. Give me a break. Said the Greek says love mean vibes and peace, but skip repentance like bro, please. Then there's Olive, crying every post. She caught a vibe, now she call it Holy Ghost. Said she felt fire at a hip-hop fest. Girl, that was indigestion, not the spirit's test. Dr. Spider with a doctorate in none, graduated summa cum laude from Google 101. He preaches faith alone, but his works are void. Talks real loud, but the truth he avoid. He quoted Paul, then denied James 2. Said I don't need fruit if my doctrine's true. Tried baptizing folks in a kiddie pool with no Holy Spirit, just playing the fool. He a clown without a crown, preaching deep with no depth, trying to cast out demons, but he out of breath. Say God told me while he clearly didn't, quoting half verses, acting talking like he winning. Talking big faith, but allergic to truth. He got theology from a TikTok youth. Clown without a crown, no spirit inside, just loud with pride and a Wi-Fi guy. Jared TK in the comments with bro, let's chill. But he ghosted accountability like Jonah on a hill. He said, no judgment, but judge me twice, bro. You switch sides more than Old Spice. Said the spirit led me, then changed his view. Like, did the Holy Ghost get hacked by you? You claim you walk by faith, not by sight, but you walk into walls every single night. So here's a lesson if the shoe do fit. Don't speak in tongues if your fruit don't hit. The spirit ain't mocked and truth don't bend. You can clown for a crowd, but the joke gon' end. Bro, I just feel like God's telling me, no, bro, that's gas from Taco Tuesday. Get filled with the spirit, not just energy drinks. Amen. Amen. Here I'm at. Bro, I just feel like God's telling me, no, bro, that's gas from Taco Tuesday. Get filled with the spirit, not just energy drinks. Amen. Jared TK in the comments with bro, let's chill. But he ghosted accountability like Jonah on a hill. He said, no judgment, but judge me twice, bro. You switch sides more than Old Spice. Said the spirit led me, then changed his view. Like, did the Holy Ghost get hacked by you? You claim you walk by faith, not by sight, but you walk into walls every single night. So here's a lesson if the shoe do fit. Don't speak in tongues if your fruit don't hit. The spirit ain't mocked and truth don't bend. You can clown for a crowd, but the joke gon' end. Bro, I just feel like God's telling me, no, bro, that's gas from Taco Tuesday. Get filled with the spirit, not just energy drinks. Amen.
Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to another Smoky Saint live show. How is everyone this evening? I hope you guys are doing well. Boy, it was a hot one. I don't know how it is with anyone else in their neck of the woods, but boy, it was warm today. I tell you, absolutely. Good to see everyone. Welcome. We got quite a show for you guys tonight. I'm going to give a little introduction. Link in the side chat is pinned. For anyone that wants to join, you know the adversaries always have top priority. Come over here and try and make their case. They won't generally. They would do like environments where they could possibly, team up or, overtalk or mute people. Generally, that's what it is. I will give Brett Keane credit for being fair in the moderation yesterday, but of course he just had to run his fat fucking mouth almost right after it was over. And I knew it was going to happen because, of course, TTOR and Brett Keane jerk each other off all the time. In fact, you want to see one of the cringiest displays of emotional faggotry. Go watch Brett Keane and TTR do a stream together. They did one a couple weeks ago, and my God, it's just, you can't even stomach it. I mean, you wonder, like why they even bother anymore, because it's very clear no one really wants to watch that shit. What has TTR been on the internet for 20 years? He's all proud of his 500 subs now. At this point, has a few channels on YouTube, was doing a lot on Rumble, because he said at the time, mind you, TTR said, oh, YouTube is evil. I'm not going to participate in the evil platform, because I guess Rumble wasn't for some reason or whatever, because reasons. So he stopped doing a lot of YouTube content for a good number of years and then came back, suddenly decided YouTube wasn't really all that evil after all. Or maybe he does still think it's evil, but it's still okay to indulge in that evil. I'm not sure how his ridiculous, retarded little brain has made that make sense. But we are going to discuss this evening, folks, a bit of karma. You see, in one of the grand beautiful things about last night was kind of actually what we're going to do tonight. This was, in fact, part of the plan. Brett Keane could have saved himself this embarrassment and this point being made about him had he just shown some integrity. after last evening. This would have never transpired and took place. In fact, I can say in a very real sense, Brett did this to himself. This was going to be really ultimately, as you guys saw in the thumbnail, and you know I'm telling the truth if you guys saw the thumbnail this morning, that this was just to be about clouding on TTOR. It wasn't really going to bring up Brett much at all. I was going to get Brett the chance to actually make his case and actually present his arguments and let me refute him, since he seems to think TTR did so good while answering literally none of my points and failing to land any of his. I don't know what the hell is wrong with people. And isn't amazing? Do you guys notice something? Did you guys notice how everyone wanted to dodge all of the arguments and all of the points about how the narrative was horseshit, how there was no evidence for the narrative, how nothing was ever provided, how the system is bankrupt and allows things like that? They didn't want to talk about any of that. They wanted to talk about identity. You find that interesting? Why would the identity even matter to them if the whole narrative and all that other bullshit is false? Why would it matter? Well, that's because it was never about that. It's about doxing, terrorizing, making people feel afraid, not wanting to actually speak up. That's what it's really about. Let's, truth be told, this is not some sort of, noble venture to protect kids on the internet. Give me a fucking break. Is there any instance of where I've intentionally tried to engage with any kid on any platform at all? Does anyone ever provided a single freaking thing? Oh, but I'm a dangerous predator. Okay, let me tell you something. Let me tell you what a dangerous predator does, especially if they're really out there to prey upon it. You know what they don't do? They don't come back onto the internet with the name they had where they were slandered as that thing or labeled as that thing. They don't come back to that usually. It's not something guilty people usually do. You know what guilty people do? Let's take Animancer, for example. Remember Animancer, the atheist that all the atheists ignored at the time that they were all going after me and ignored Animancer, who was actively getting caught picking on and preying upon 13-year-old girls in Discord? You remember that? Remember Will Kincaid did a whole segment, a whole bunch of segments about Animancer? What is it? What's his name? Damon LaRue. Did a whole bunch of stuff about Damon LaRue. Every atheist on the internet ignored it. No one gave a shit. And then years later, he's caught doing it again, as he's been doing the entire time. And then suddenly, the atheists have a problem with it and start picking at him, and then the guy disappears. So, we have seen all grand levels of hypocrisy and nonsense of this environment. People just picking narratives that they want to follow out of their hatred, not because there's any good justification for it, not because it makes any sense. They just hate the subject of the subject matter. They hate the accused for one reason or another, so they just concoct up ways to basically stab at you, to slander you, to keep people from listening to you. It's all a silence campaign. It's all a method of attempted censorship, which is amazing because there's people in this group that are Christians, supposedly, of all number of denominations. Good evening, William. I was just mentioning Animancer, actually, just here recently, and how everyone in the community just ignored him. But we're happy to jump on some ridiculous hate train towards me. Now, there was mountains of evidence that Animancer was an active pedophile who was intentionally targeting 13-year-old girls on Discord and his Discord servers and other Discord servers. And a lot of information was provided about it. And you know what? No one said a goddamn thing. Not praise, not knock, not any of the atheist channels, not any of the Christian channels. They all just let it go. They didn't care. They didn't care because they don't care. It's just a ploy. It's just an attempt to try and silence someone, to get someone to be discredited. So I did mention Animancer. So what we have this evening, folks, is a feast for the eyes, and really all the senses, honestly. This is going to be a stimulating affair. We are going to apply the standard that Brett Keane wants applied to me, essentially, it seems. Now, I put out a lot of information. The cult has put out a lot of information. Josh has shared a lot of information. A lot is put out there because I think the other side of the story should be allowed to be told and should be considered if anyone's going to make a judgment. The funny thing is, for all the people that have been making this judgment, do you notice that they have actually ignored the other side of the story? The other side of the story that actually flips the tables of the entire narrative, that there's, some, oh, by the way, sweetheart, while you're here, you were going to send me that clip. Oh, you did send me the clip. My lovely wife unearthed a gem, and it's going to come up. See, a lot of you might not know. My lovely wife has been meandering in this community for a good number of years. Probably what, sweetheart, 6 years? Something like that. And she's seen a lot. She's met a lot of people. She's somewhat unassuming. Maybe some people might not even remember having met her. Brett doesn't remember meeting her, but Lo remembers Brett. And we're going to pull up something of one of the memories that Lo has of Brett. And the whole thing about tonight is the fact that TTOR and Brett Keane have adopted the standard of believe all women. And they just want to run with it. They just want to keep going with it. Now, part of me thought that I should go ahead and just play the debate while we're here and use that as an opportunity to wait for people to come in and present challenges and see if any of the adversaries actually grow a spine. I challenged many of them to show up tonight to back up their nonsense, to even make arguments about anything that was beneficial from yesterday evening. And there was no point. At the point where I asked TTOR, why do you even believe the narrative against Josh? Why do you even believe it? Like, why do you even believe Sitori's narrative? Like, what is it? And he couldn't answer. He had nothing to say. And there was nothing to say. There's nothing he could think of. There really was no actual reason provided to believe it, because even the narrative, even if you did for really bad reasons, accept it on its face, now you have to deal with the fact that there's a lot of evidence, arguments, factoids being put out there that the whole story is a mishmashed bunch of bullshit that makes no sense and has no consistent timeline to it. And as a note for Rob Reed running his mouth for hours about me last night, I will remind all of you, Rob Reed has no expertise in criminal law at all, in criminal trial law. He doesn't really know what he's talking about, and he's using his professional credentials to claim that he knows what he's talking about when he has no experience in that field of law. He just doesn't. And so he's going on to praise a stream and now making a bunch of conjectures and misrepresentations about even the existence of evidence that doesn't even exist. Doesn't exist. And if it did, he would have to explain from a criminal trial lawyer's experiential perspective, of which he is not. Why would a DA, let it go with such a little slap on the wrist if it was so easily proven and so verified with all of this evidence? It doesn't make sense. You don't give up chasing a case like that if you have a really, really solid case. No, clearly something got fakaked. But Rob is not a trial lawyer. Rob is not an expert in that field. Rob is not qualified to be commenting with that level of conjecture at all, and really is opening up to some level of legal liability if I ever had something of value where he's actually really damaging in this space, in this environment. So Rob should think about that. He should shut his fat retard mouth. He should be quiet, but he's going to keep running his mouth. And you know why? Because he's staked a lot of his credibility on this being true, and it's falling apart in front of him, like sand slipping through his fingers, and he can't keep a grasp on it. There's just too much information, too many counterpoints, too many points of where the story is nonsense or makes no sense or is just ridiculous. And T2R responded to none of it. I sat there and responded to as many of his points as I could jot down in terms of notes. I covered everything of all the main topics that he said I addressed and I dealt with, and I gave the counter argument. And what did he have to say back? Nothing. And you know what happened to me? This is really what happened. You know what went wrong about this whole thing? I actually legit forgot how retarded TTR actually is. That's what happened. Like, I forgot how absolutely, unequivocally brain dead this little rodent is. He really is probably the dumbest young earther on the entire internet. Will Kincaid told me a story about TTOR, but we're going to get to that. So the whole point of this stream, ladies and gentlemen, is we're going to hold them to their own standard. Now, TTOR and Brett Keane are friends. We're going to hold them to their own standard. We're going to see if TTOR believes that we should believe the narrative of the government. So, sans evidence. You don't need any evidence. Just believe whatever the narrative is. If the female puts the narrative and puts it on file, well, then clearly it must have happened. This seems to be TTOR's entire connective argument and claim against me. And isn't it interesting how they really didn't care about all the amounts of information, couldn't answer any of the information about how Josh is very likely innocent of these things that are said, because the story that accuses him makes no sense, and in some ways is actually even impossible. But they don't want to pay attention to any of that. They ignore all of that and fixate on the identity. They want the identity. They want the docs. That's really all they want. That's really all they ever wanted. Honestly, they just want confirmation. They're just little rodent cowards who want things for bad reasons. And might I add, look at the burning bushes, because the burning bushes is big on this. Now, I want to remind you, ladies and gentlemen, burning bushes is Orthodox. He's a 1-year catechumen. 1 year or so, I think he said, is what it is. So he's a child. He's an irreverent, stupid little child. But he's convinced enough that he's able to make judgments on this, and he's claiming to be Orthodox. And this is a thing when you are a catechumen and you're out in the environment speaking for your religion. There actually is a hierarchy and a structure of what's even allowed. He's probably not even allowed to be doing what he's doing, potentially. It would depend on rules in his synod. Some of that is a little wishy-washy and allowed, but he's actually going out and communicating at a position of elaborating and teaching on doctrine. And in the structure and hierarchy of the Orthodox Church, he's probably violating his own religion. On top of that, he's also violating the moral standards of his own religion. So even claiming to defend and stand for the Orthodox Church, burning bushes, is an absolute fraud. He's a fraud. And he's an amoral, disgusting, hypocritical retard that dislikes me. And because he dislikes me, he wants to try and help push the narrative to be true. May God judge him for his evil, wicked, vile, black little faggot rodent heart. So we're going to move forward. And what we're going to do is we're going to show you guys Brett Keane being held to his own standard of evidence, his own standard of basically what is acceptable in terms of narratives. Brett Keane absolutely believes Sitori's narrative, with absolutely no justification, no argument given, no reason given, but he keeps throwing it around and he keeps focusing on it. So he just clearly is taking the position, just believe all women, even when it makes no sense, even when there's counter arguments put out that no one can answer, even when you point out where the story makes no sense, has holes, conflicting timelines, and different nonsense going on with it. Just ignore all of that just to believe the narrative and believe all women. And then you guys ask, why would someone be coerced into a plea? Why would someone feel that they can't possibly get a fair trial? Well, look at what you deal with. Look at what these people do to someone that's accused. Look at how they treat it. Even the Christians, even the supposed Orthodox. Look at how even someone claiming to be Orthodox handles this. Not even burning bushes of claiming to be of the one true church can muster up the spine to follow the moral standard by 2 witnesses. Is truth established? And he doesn't pay attention to any of the facts that was never given, that men's lives are destroyed regularly by just one accusation, but they all just want to focus on identity. They don't want to answer any of the points about innocence or Sitori being a liar. They don't want to talk about any of that. No, they just want to focus on identity. That's all they care about. Identity. Why would the identity matter if the whole narrative is a bunch of shit? I mean, even if the narrative was a bunch of shit, the identity really wouldn't matter. But it is. It is a bunch of shit. So what even does the identity matter to any of you? And you don't really give a fuck. Look at Animancer. He's roaming around, trading nudes with 13-year-olds for years, and no one gave a shit, even though Will Kincaid was blowing the whistle on it the whole time. No one did anything. You don't give a shit. None of you give a shit. You all just pretend. You don't give a fuck. You don't care about kids or the treatment of kids on the internet or protect. No, you just want to virtue signal. You just want to appear moral. You just want to look like you're doing something. You're not. You don't give a shit. You just use this garbage and this nonsense as potential leverage points to attack people you don't like. You don't even give a shit about kids. None of you do, clearly. And especially the atheists who vote for open borders, which increased child sex trafficking to astounding degrees. You don't give a shit. Or you want apologies. You want a confession to shit that never fucking happened from someone you're falsely accusing. That's what Praise keeps saying. He wants an admission. What? So you want to lie, Praise? You want to lie about what happened? That's what you want? Yeah, well, thank you for that point, Bogey. And I did reference your video during the debate. You guys have to really connect that too. His whole argument was, well, clearly because of mannerisms and speech patterns, Smokey said clearly JLP Josh or JLPJ. Really? Well, then go look at the mugshot and compare the two. They really don't look alike. So if you're going to claim I'm JLPJ, you have a hard time claiming I'm mugshot Josh at the same time. They really don't look alike. And Thicky has tried desperately to connect those dots. The problem is you don't have any information. You don't have anything on file of Josh's mannerisms, speech, or anything of the sort. You have none of it. You have nothing to go off of, so you have nothing to compare it to. And it's probably going to stay that way. Probably is going to stay that way. People aren't keen when they are abused horrifically by a bunch of degenerates who believe false narratives and slander and lie and try to keep, any little thread of guilt going, even when the signs are popping up that there's a good bit of reasonable doubt to the story and the narrative, and that probably consideration should be given, but they don't really think about any of that, do they? They don't really consider any of that. That doesn't matter to them. And the effects of victims and who can even be real victims in situations, they don't really consider that either. They just kind of run with like a surface narrative. And because they don't have the Holy Spirit, because they have no discernment, you can see what they do. They do horrible, vile evil. Praise and Rob Reed and all of them ran their mouths the other night. Rob Reed just making shit up again. Rob Reed is not qualified to comment on any of this. He's not a criminal trial lawyer. He just isn't. I mean, at best, from his record, he's essentially kind of some sort of glorified ambulance chaser. He's not really much of anything at all. He doesn't really know anything about criminal trial law. But there he is going in, giving his professional as a lawyer credentialed opinion on a bunch of criminal trial stuff that he knows nothing about, has no experience in. I mean, it's like would you think about it this way? If you wanted to be represented, let's say you got arrested or charged for something, is there any human being alive that would choose Rob Reed as a defense attorney when he has zero experience in the realm of being a defense attorney? Well, he's a lawyer, right? So you should just trust what he says. You should just trust him, right? You should hire Rob Reed, who has zero experience in the realm of criminal trial law, to defend you and represent you in a case, right? Would that be smart? So why the fuck are you listening to him now about information on trial law? Why are you listening to him at all? And by the way, commenting on a trial and on a case that is way out of his jurisdiction, which he's not qualified to even comment on because he's not even a lawyer in that state. So massive ethics violations, and using his credentials to do it, because that's how much Rob Reed hates me. He's willing to risk his very credentials on his lives to try and make them stick against me and run his mouth nonstop. And Rob Reed is losing. This is why he's spending hours and hours and hours and hours on streams and streams and streams and streams doing nothing but talking about me, because the narrative is dying and he has to try and do everything he can to keep it from dying. And so what is the answer? Well, the answer is just, continue to indulge in the slander and try to grab every single tiny little thread you can to try and verify guilt or give some sort of, deny all reasonable doubt, essentially, to, grab a hold of any fiber that you possibly can, no matter how thin and frail it is, just to try and keep the narrative of guilt. And at what point, I wonder, does this become actual prolific online harassment, where Rob Reed is going from channel to channel to channel with information that he probably got with disreputable means, to go and spread that information to try and rally hate against someone on the internet? Can anyone in a million years imagine that this would be something ethical for a California state licensed bar attorney to do? I mean, Rob Reed clearly is a scumbag of his profession. I mean, this just shows it. The question is whether or not it gets enforced. We know Rob Reed is a scumbag in terms of being an attorney, and this is all the evidence you need. He's commenting outside of his purview, giving conjecture that he's not justified to give, stating his belief in the existence of things he has no justified reason to believe exist,
and just making up bullshit on the fly. He claims he had no details, and now suddenly he's talking about details. Claims he doesn't have documents, and then says the documents exist somewhere. He hasn't seen them, but they're somewhere. He just believes it, based upon his vast experience in criminal trial law. He ascertains from his personal expertise and knowledge about criminal trial law, which is next to none. He trusts that evidence that he has not seen and never verified exists. And he's using his professional credentials to go out there and tell everyone this. Is that a scumbag? Is that a shitty lawyer? Is that a garbage human being? Yeah. Is he a sad, pathetic, worthless excuse of a man in character and nature? Yeah. He is. And that's a good thing, because he's starting to swirl down the drain, desperate for his narrative to continue and be believed. It just isn't. It just isn't really working. And he's flailing about and dedicating more and more and more time to going to more and more channels, trying desperately to keep this thread alive. And he's not even qualified to comment on any of this. And if you think he is, really honestly, tell me, would you hire Rob Reed to defend you in a criminal trial when he has zero experience in it? I mean, if you say yes, you're a moron. I mean, that proves who you are. If you say yes to that. But if you say no, then you really shouldn't listen to a single thing he says about any of this. His credentials do not qualify him in his current state to comment on this matter and make these conjectures. Just doesn't. And he's lying now. He's just lying right out of his ass, using his credentials to dishonestly present things that do not exist, that are not real. And it is true. There is no evidence, Rob. There never was. And it's not hard to believe. I mean, there's dozens of stories just on the Innocence Project alone, not to mention the thousands floating around on the internet of people that were accused, arrested, tried, and many times even convicted, or even took pleas, and were completely innocent. Why does that happen? Well, because Rob Reed, the scumbag, will not be honest with you about this. The system is broken. It is. The system that Rob Reed supports and works for is fundamentally broken, and he participates in it happily. That shows you the fruit of free grace. And how much of a scumbag Rob Reed is. He's an ambulance chaser. He's all about the scam, the con, squeezing as much money out of individuals or entities as he can, and has even in the past admitted that his job is basically to lie. And he feels no qualms about it. To him, it's the higher moral virtue to help his client potentially swindle people. And if he has to lie to do it, he absolutely will, because that's the character and nature of one that is Rob Reed. Rewind then, Jamie. Man, you should click on the link. We should probably have like a chat. Are you too busy? I lost all respect for you, Jamie. I'm going to let you keep your wrench, and I'm not going to block you or anything. Because I'm not like that. You know that. But, you're a scumbag. Like, actually. I mean that. I really do mean that. You're an actual scumbag. Your friend, Fisherman, he's also a scumbag and a hypocrite. And man, I lost all respect for you. You brag about 3,000 videos on your channel. Man, I remember when you started your channel. Like I was just a few years ago. And you brag about 3,000 videos that you've made. 3,000. You know how many that's multiple videos a day. You make dozens of posts all the time, almost every day or every other day. You got time to do weekly streams. You got time for all this shit. You got time to roam around that shithole of Portland with your fiance. You got time for all this shit. But you don't have time to do a debate to defend your garbage, shitbread, fuckhead doctrine. Come in the room and say it. Come in the room and say it to his face. Come in the room and say it to his face. He's here. He's in the back. He's waiting for me to finish my introductory monologue. Come on in. Come on in. I'm about there. We're going to hold Brett Keane to his own standard tonight and show him what it means when you believe all women. Because if you believe all women like T2R says and Brett Keane says, then Brett Keane is the most disgusting piece of shit on earth. We're going to cover it. We're going to cover it. But before we do, how about a little appetizer? I'd love to hear a moral defense for yourself, Jamie, because I mean, maybe you don't give a shit, because I came back wanting to just kind of have some good terms with you, maybe some positive engagements here in the future for the benefit of many. But you pretty much immediately reverted back to spurgy, coward, junkie bitch pretty much right away. Right away. And I wouldn't call Isaac a punk. Okay, good. Great, that's good. You don't care that I've lost all respect for you. Take care. Later, Tard. You're a coward. You're worthless, Jamie. And by the way, you're a fitting representative for your cult. You guys are what I expect. Fisherman's like censorship. Jamie sticks alongside it, doesn't have a problem with it. You know, that's fine. That's fine. Doesn't care. Doesn't care. Yeah. Good. That's good. You don't care about the respect of your peers when you're demonstrating really what is, I would guess, a subhuman character. Really character of shit. How you have time for all of this other content and all these other things to do, and hour-long streams and 3-hour-long interviews, but you can't debate. No, you're a coward. You're a coward, Jamie. So yeah, enjoy your wrench. You're welcome here anytime, but I have no respect for you, and I don't think anyone should. So, and you're fitting for your cult. You are the proper representation of your cult, and so is Fisherman. Hypocritical, censoring, lying frauds with no actual morality at all, but as long as you keep the Sabbath. You know, that's the real thing, isn't it, Jamie? Right? Be a scumbag, faggot, hypocrite. Go ahead and do that. That's fine. Be a scumbag, hypocrite, as long as you keep the Sabbath. Right? Is that what it is? As long as you keep the Sabbath, ladies and gentlemen. There is the true fruit of the SDA church, ladies and gentlemen. If you have any doubt about it, there's Jamie Russell, to your benefit, who's demonstrating it clearly for us. This is what SDA really is. Like, be an absolute scummy rat rodent, but hey, you know, just keep the Sabbath. You'll be good to go. I'm glad. Welcome to TTOR, the absolute dumbest young earther on planet Earth. Well, TTR, this is about it, because you have adopted the believe of the narrative, the believe all women, even though there's been evidence shown that the narrative is false and even impossible. And you've ignored all of those evidences, and you've still just kept on with the whole believe all women. So we're going to talk about what you then believe about Brett Keane based upon what women have said about Brett Keane, because certainly you wouldn't be a hypocrite. Certainly you wouldn't be a lying, immoral fraud. Certainly you wouldn't, be taking a standard that you just, apply to people hypocritically and inconsistently. Certainly that wouldn't be the case. So if you've adopted the believe all women narrative, I'm going to show you tonight all the things you now believe about your friend, Brett Keane. And you believe these things clearly, because if you are still sticking to the narrative, still sticking to the idea while giving no counterpoints to anything that I said last night, not even knowing what epistemology is. You don't even know what epistemology is. Why don't you just look up the term real quick instead of just denying that you were using bankrupt epistemology? You said, no, I'm not. You don't even know what the word is. You know how retarded that made you look? And then to ask you, hey, TGOR, what is, can you tell me what is the justification for the narrative, believing the narrative? And you had nothing. You had nothing. Crickets. So, but you do believe the narrative because you're still pushing it, and you're still saying you believe it, and you're still pushing it. So you do clearly adopt the narrative, the evil, disgusting, amoral narrative, because you're a fake Christian with fake morality. You adopt the believe all women narrative. So I'm going to show you now tonight what you believe about your friend Brett, based upon taking that moral standard of judgment. And Brett, you're here for it too. Since Brett is here, thank you, Brett, for being here. Appreciate it. Brett, $2,000 isn't enough for anyone to dox anyone. What are you talking about? Like, you're an idiot. Plus, I don't even think you have $2,000. And by the way, if you do, stick it in escrow. Go ahead and stick it in an escrow account with promise of payout based upon the terms that you've given. Otherwise, shut the fuck up, because no one believes you. You're a lying scumbag rodent thief anyway. And I'm about to show everyone, based upon your own standard of believe all women, since you want to talk about how the nonsensical, ridiculous narrative against Josh is somehow valid. Well, we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about it being invalid, which it is, and it's been shown to make no sense, which you've answered none of it, but you still believe it. You still want to push for it. You like that? Yeah, you want to do that. Well, so we're going to take your standard and we're going to apply it to yourself tonight. We're going to do the believe all women karma, the Me Too karma tonight with Brett Keane. And since him and TTOR have both accepted the position that you should believe all women, even when the story makes no sense, as that's the standard they've directed at me, we're going to show you guys what they should believe. And really, honestly, if you think about it, some of the stuff I'll show you, you might look at and think, you know what, that actually does make sense. Now, we do have a special guest this evening, someone I've missed dearly, who I'm so glad have taken the time to come in tonight. One of the original doxers himself, who likes to go around complaining about doxing. The one who went digging for the Sister Sunshine video to get all of it started at the very beginning and publicize it and make sure everyone had it. The original doxer in chief himself, Bruce with us. It's okay, Bruce. I won't use you.
You can do that. Yeah, you can do what you want. Your buddy Ryan does it plenty, right?
Hey, well, he's not really my buddy. You know, I'm just cordial with him. But if you have,
he loves you though. He does.
If you have some Christian ethic, you might be able to find out what that's like someday. So you should try it out. You should try out. By the way, Bruce, I know you
seem to think people are pretty stupid. Are you willing to allow me to say anything? You're afraid. You're afraid, right? Are you scared or do you have guts? What are you going to do? Are we going to just sit here and let you talk and I should leave? Or are we going to discuss anything? Okay.
We can hear you just fine if you just keep running your big mouth. Everybody's listening to it. We're all here.
How's the six-pack abs been going? I'm asking, Smokey.
Oh, you're asking. Oh, I thought you wanted a bunch of time to talk or something.
Well, I'm asking how did the six-pack?
Is this a workout? Is this like we're talking about working out?
Dave, I'm not talking to you. I am not talking with you, Dave.
You want to hear my health drink? I just made it.
I'm going to leave. I'm not going to sit
parts and I got.
Hold on.
You're afraid. You're afraid.
I don't have a six-pack right now, if that's what you're getting at.
I got a 12-pack.
Dave, would you be quiet?
No, you just keep. I just think you're an idiot. That's why I stopped.
You know what?
You need a little bit of a break.
Why are we talking about my physique? This is getting a little creepy.
What I would ask,
getting a little bit creepy. I don't know why you want.
I would ask that you mute Dave until we're done. If you have balls,
Dave, could you give us a moment?
Yeah, I'll give him his big mouth time. Sure, no problem.
You don't remember talking about six-pack abs?
Maybe I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago. I think I said something
do you remember being on Sister Sunshine's channel?
No.
Are you saying that wasn't you?
I don't know. I don't remember, honestly.
Wait a minute. You were on there. You're wearing a baseball
Does the video still exist? Is it still out there? Does the video still exist?
I have no idea. What I do know is that
I don't recall. You might want to go digging for that along with all the other instances.
Wait, excuse me a second. Don't play this I don't recall thing. You're calling everybody idiots here, right? You're calling everybody idiots.
You're an idiot.
You're stupid. Okay, fine, then I'm an idiot.
Not everyone. Right. You definitely are.
So were you on Sister Sunshine's wearing a baseball cap talking about your six-pack abs?
I just told you I don't recall. And that would have been how many years ago would that have been?
Okay, so why did this person say their name?
Hold on. Well, how many years ago was it? Help me jog my memory. How many years ago was it?
It's when you before you went really public. It was early on.
Well, give me a year. Give me some sort of year.
Next question. Why did you say your name? Why did you say your name was Josh?
Not know? What year was it?
Excuse me. Why did you say your name was Josh?
When?
On Sister Sunshine's channel. Was that not you?
No, that didn't happen.
Was that your buddy Josh?
None of that happened, Bruce. You're just making all the
Oh, yeah, it did happen.
But you know what's funny? Is that actually this has been a thing I've noticed coming out lately. You scumbags are now trying this. You're actually the third person.
Well, okay, call me a scumbag.
You know what happened actually yesterday? Is that Brett Keane said that years ago I had told him in some private conversation that I said I was Josh. And actually, just before that, Praise had said something similar, that I had somehow said that was my name at some point. Well, and even Brett Keane last night at the debate said there was some video where Will Kincaid went in that existed somewhere that he never provided the receipt for, that Will Kincaid said that I was Josh. That's in some knock stream.
I don't really care that damn much personally.
Well, can I finish? Can I finish? Can I respond?
Sure, but let me explain my position.
No, actually, can you let me respond before you?
Sure, go ahead.
Can you let me? Thank you. I appreciate it because I'll let you respond and take your time. I will. I'll let you have as much time as you want. In fact, I'll step away. I'll mute myself. I don't care. But you need to let me, finish my responses and not try to interject because I know you don't like the answers. I know you don't.
No, you're not doing that.
See, the thing is, Bruce, from day one, you hated me. And this is why you always hold on.
Look, wait a minute. You had to see the video. Are you telling me that you've never seen that video that you say I was sharing? How do you not know about that video? You have to know about that video on Sister Sunshine's and saying the name was Josh. Look, I don't care if what your damn name is. All I ever really cared about is how you treat people on here.
You know what I find interesting, Bruce, is why was that never ever brought up until right now? Because
nobody else happened to think about it.
Can you go get the video? Can you go?
But I remember it very well.
Can you go get
No. Don't tell me to go get the video.
Can you go get the original?
How do you not remember this? How do you not remember people bringing that video up? It had to bug you at the time. Don't call people idiots is all I'm saying, Smokey. Just let people know. Leave them alone, man.
You were the one that went and pulled that video, wasn't it? Weren't you the original one that kind of generated that back in the day? I don't think I even responded.
I don't know how I actually found out about it. I don't remember people were talking about it.
No, I remember because you were in the room. You were in the room at the time.
No, I wasn't.
No, I remember. Yeah.
Wait a minute. I might have been. Now that I think about it.
Stream. That's why you remembered it. And you.
No, that's not true. No, I don't think they even care.
And you went back and pulled it up and made a big thing about it. What year was that stream?
I don't know. I'm terrible.
You don't know? I don't remember either.
I don't remember.
Isn't that weird?
The point is,
wait a minute. Don't you remember?
You remember it better. What's interesting, though?
Why don't you remember?
You remember more about it than I do.
Why
At least we're on this. Okay, wait a minute. Are you just going to talk over me, or are we going to read?
Well, you have kept.
Well, here's the scary part. You remember it now. No, wait a minute. You remember it now, correct? I know you remember it now. Don't play you don't remember because you're.
I do remember. You said I was even in back in the day. I do remember back in the day something coming up about some stream about Sister Sunshine. Never ever did anyone ever make the argument that the guy or whatever in there said his name was Josh, or me in there said
he did.
No,
are you saying? No, wait a minute.
Go get the stream and prove it because everyone started playing this game.
Was that you?
You're gonna have to let me finish. You're gonna have to let me finish. Can you do me a favor? Because now everyone's playing this game now. So I think one of you needs to start providing a receipt. Okay. One of you needs to go get a receipt because all of you are putting out these instances all of a sudden out of the blue, out of nowhere, of these times I supposedly said I was Josh. And which, by the way, Bruce, don't you find it weird that everyone is so obsessed with the identity and not all the information that shows that Sitori is a lying cunt?
Dude, I don't know.
Why is it? Well, hold on. Why do you think everyone is avoiding all of the information? That the whole narrative is horse shit.
Would you like to know what bothers me?
Identity. Why is that?
Smokey, are you willing to listen? You're not willing.
No one, including you,
why are you afraid
counter arguments about the guilt, and you want to focus on the identity. In fact, it's your whole thing.
Okay, I will identify. Wait, okay, let me identify something.
Why
let me
is
explain.
doxing such an important thing?
Oh, wait, I thought you wanted to know. If you're going to keep cutting me off, I'm the hell out of here.
I love that you're enjoying the virtue of doxing.
Wait a minute. No. Do you want to know what my issue is? I will tell you my issue right now.
Make your dox argument, hypocrite scumbag.
Excuse me.
Make your dox
You're afraid to actually hear. Let me just explain my issue
tonight. That Bruce
explain it. We can hear you right. We can hear you both.
Okay, well, stop talking over me,
Bruce. I can hear you both perfectly.
I'm going to get a beverage. Look. You have as much time as you like, Bruce.
All right, Dave. Do you mind if you
listen, man? I keep telling you. I hear you loud and clear. I keep asking you to speak your mind, and you just keep bitching about it. Will you start talking, or just shut up and leave? What's it going to be?
You know what I don't like is really calling a woman a cunt and a bitch and a whore and a slut. That's my issue with you, Smokey. I don't give a damn.
Walk around the United States and tell the millions of people that do it every day.
Yeah, well, you know what? Do you treat others the way you want to be treated? Is that your Jesus? You're a fakes. You're fakes.
So that's it. That's all he's got to say, ladies and gentlemen. Smokey goes get something to drink. I just pipe in here, tell the guy we can hear you loud and clear, and then he runs away. So what's that all about? So he wants to speak, but he doesn't. You people are just, I tell you what, I've never seen such an ass cult that tried to get me to go after the Smoky Saint guy with them and follow the multitude to do evil, and I wouldn't do it. And I'm not going to do it. I don't give a fuck about any of this case or what's behind it or any of this shit. You know, really. And I don't know what you people want from this guy. Honest to God, I don't know what you want from him. What would satisfy all you pieces of shit from TTOR, Red King TV, Godless fucking TV radio, all the rest of the ass called from the SFT sector and the Praise the I Am bunch? There's a whole bunch of you pieces of shit out here. And I don't like you. I don't like you either, honest to God. You know I don't like you. I don't like a lot of you. And I would probably do more to you if you fucking met me in real life than even Smokey would. So don't fuck with me. Because I've been watching this fucking circus for a while. And I've been on the receiving end of the pedo bullshit accusations. And I've never seen such fucking fuckery in all my life. But I'll be standing by listening. I can't believe that the Bruce guy left. Here he says he wants to talk. He keeps talking, but he doesn't spit out what he wants to say, and then he leaves. The hell is that all about? Makes no sense to me. Makes no sense to me at all. Just a pile of nonsense. And that fucking debate yesterday was supposed to be a debate. All that was a town hall hearing, some kind of cross-examination pseudo debate. It wasn't even a debate. It was just some kind of court of public opinion, and it turned into a fucking panel of idiots that just constantly, I don't know what you're looking for. Just ministering condemnation, damnation, just like the rest of you, just like Ben from the UK does, and all the rest of you miserable comforters. Really, all you are is a bunch of miserable comforters. You're even worse than Job's three friends. You're worse. That's just an example of miserable comforters. It doesn't, the ones today over here, this is even different. It's not like, Smokey's Job and you're his three miserable comforters, but you are miserable comforters. You really are. You're absolute miserable, and you love misery, and your company is misery all the time, and miserable people every day. Your miserable lives are just manifested on the internet, on YouTube. With everything that oozes out of your big mouths, your great swelling words of vanity and your competitive apologetics and theological prowess over and over again, all that kind of bullshit. The majority of you don't give one damn bit of the word of God or any kind of rational, reasonable discussion with one another. You couldn't give a damn about it. All you want to do is chase this guy around in some court hearing that you allegedly believe with Rob Reed, the resident fucking Esquire in the matter, sticking his nose in where it don't belong to, like the liberal Californication spirit over there goes. Not everybody in California is of that spirit. I know that. But that's what you people do. You're fucked up. That's really, really what you are. And I just decided to say something about it while he got his drink. So there. I'm speaking my mind. Fuck it.
Well, I wanted to say one thing is the fact is that he got mad because people say the C word against women and everything. Well, there again is the YouTube movement, guys. That's called the left mindset in a phenomenon man. There you go. He can't understand the concept of why someone uses words and what they're used for and why someone uses it. Someone's frustrated and irritated that someone is lying. I would call her a dumb lying cunt as well. Why? Because I'm also frustrated. Now, is it right for me to? I mean, that's according to your guys' rule. Do I have to apologize to you or do I have to apologize to God? You tell me. Why do I got to answer to you guys in general anyway? And that's what I think is so hilarious, that you guys make Smokey Saint try to answer to you and he has to answer to God. Are any of you Jesus Christ? Explain that right now. Jamie, show yourself approved. You get mad at people for going to church on Sunday and you make fun of them. That's causing discord. Did you know that's one thing that is abomination that God hates? But yet you're going to follow Ellen G. White to a T, and yet you say you follow Jesus. Please inform me and show me that you follow Jesus and not a law. Because apparently you just follow a law. And that's why you call me a punk, because your punk ass wouldn't be able to even stand. You would fall and all your understanding would literally be crumbled away. Why is that? Why can't you show up, Jamie? Fisherman Corner, you're all narcissistic, period. And you know what, Dave News Unit, you're right. All these people are retarded. They really honestly are. Are you going to sit there and try to make
Here's the thing. Let me just interrupt real quick, Isaac, because I just want to get this out there. I don't really give a shit. You guys want to believe I'm Josh, you want to believe I'm a relative, you want to believe I'm a friend. I don't really give a fuck. You want to believe it's me, fine. I don't give a fuck. Fine, go with it. I don't care. Address the arguments. Address the counter arguments. Address how Sitori is a liar. Address how her narrative makes no sense. Address all the counterfacts. I don't care. You want to believe it? Believe it. Go ahead. But now address the counterpoints. Address how she's a liar. Address how Rob Reed is not qualified for the things he's saying, and he's engaging in conjecture and he's making stuff up. Deal with that. Deal with all the nonsense. Deal with all the bullshit around it now. I don't care. You want to believe it's me? Believe it's me. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I don't care. It doesn't matter anyway. Because the guy's innocent. The guy's innocent. And the story makes no sense. And if you guys paid attention to any of the points or the counterpoints, you would see that. But you want to focus on the identity. The identity is all you care about. Why? Why do you care about the identity if all the shit surrounding it doesn't even matter? Why? Because you're all hypocrites and you're all frauds and you're all degenerates and you're all just trying to put up a smoke screen to try to keep a thread of hate going so that you can keep your hatred justified when it makes no sense. And so you want to believe it's me? Go ahead. Help your fucking self. Now address the arguments around it. Address how her story makes no sense, how it contradicts everywhere, how the police report that everyone references is false on its face. Deal with all that. Tell me, explain all that away. You don't want to address any of it. You just want to jump back to identity, who it is. You don't want to address any of the points, any of the arguments, any of the other side of the story that's put out there, which gives a reasonable doubt that you shouldn't believe. And what you do is you show it. You show that the system's broken. It's broken because of people like you. It's broken because of degenerates like you. You are what break the system. Judging this way. Because you assholes find your ways on juries, and this is how you judge. No one can get a fair trial in this environment for anything, let alone a sex crime. Look at how you all have jumped on to still believing it, even after counterfactuals are given to show the narrative to be false and impossible. TTR doesn't even understand what he's even reading. Says the guy had no attorney. Of course he did. Even Rob Reed knows that. He's put it out several times. He even mentioned her by name, but TTR doesn't know that. He doesn't know anything. He literally doesn't know anything. He's just going with the narrative. Why? Because TTR is a hateful little rodent. He's a stupid little gremlin. And all he wants to do is justify his hatred. And this is the best way to do it, to adopt narratives. You heard him last night when I asked him outright, what justification do you have to believe the narrative? I should go pull it up. Isaac, finish your thing. I'm going to go pull it up. I want to pull up that moment last night. I want you guys all to see. I want you all to see again that moment that TTR completely tanked the entire supposed debate. I'm gonna show you that one crystal little moment. By the way, folks, just so you know, many debates fall down to that one moment. There's one moment. It might be 5 seconds. It might be 1 second. It might be 10 seconds. But most debates are won and lost in a single moment with a single argument. If those that are able to pay attention will be able to see it. But many of these debates that'll go 1, 2, 3 hours, they are won and lost in a single moment during some of that engagement. And people that are honest and objective usually are able to pick up on it. But I'm going to go look for that. But go ahead, Isaac, and finish your thing. Jesus is the form of the good. Is that Boki?
No, it's me. I'm Scotty.
Oh, Scotty. Okay, Scotty. Okay, good to see you, buddy. Welcome. Okay, yeah, go ahead and do that. I want to pull up that moment. I want you guys to see, and I want to draw a really, really clear point onto it, that this is the moment TTR proved he is just in this for hatred. There's no justification at all. He lost the entire debate in one moment right at the tail end by failing to answer, well, one, technically two, pretty quintessential questions about his whole justification of this whole thing, and he completely flopped, fat on his stupid retard face. So I'm going to go pull that up. Isaac, go ahead and finish your thing you were saying.
All I'm just saying is at the end of the day, it's just really frustrating because it's like, dude, they just want you to admit something that is physically a lie. And it's like, even if you admit it, they're just going to clip it and they're going to be like, oh, see, I knew I was correct 100%. And it's just like, you guys are so exhausting. Like, you make the Spirit of God tired. Like, we're so tired of this, all of us. And that's why we're saying, fuck you. Fuck your God, fuck you, and fuck everything you believe. Oh, wait, you're going to say that I'm like Dave the News Unit. Why is that? We're sick and tired. If God, your God, is going to smite us down, smite us down. I'm literally telling you right now, you guys say that you follow Jesus Christ, then prove with your ethics what you believe and how you believe, which is exactly what Smokey Saint is saying. You guys want to get crazy because people smoke pot, but do they have the Spirit of God inside them? Do you understand the difference? You want to freak out because what about a deadbeat dad that says he follows Jesus Christ, but he has no interest in trying to get a hold of his daughter or even trying to figure out what's going on? Had court case, got it all taken away from him and everything else during that whole time, but still rather talk about why people were not following God correctly. Please explain that to me. The whole time you were trying to deal with your daughter, and yet she's getting taken away from you, and you want to try to argue about following God correct. Where does that logic come from? Please explain that to me. Yeah, you're not supposed to be afraid of people, but you're supposed to be afraid of God. So why are you not going to sit there and try to fight for your daughter? Do you really think God wanted you to fight for yourself or fight for your daughter? No wonder why you're free grace, dude. Makes a lot of sense. And with that, I'm done. So I'm just basically done. Sick and tired of dude and everyone else. You all want to see all the dirt. Why don't you show everyone your dirt? Just show everyone. I mean, praise I am. Didn't you write a fake check? Didn't you get in trouble for writing a fake check? Dude, didn't you also get in trouble for getting your daughter taken from you? What about Olive? Why are you a single mom? Could you not close your legs? Not trying to sound like a dick, but for real, you have all these problems, yet you wonder why we bring these things up. Because you have all these false narratives. We could say it's true. We could make it up as well. We can make narratives. We can make AI videos and everything that you guys are doing. But are we? See, that's the difference having the Spirit of God and the spirit of your flesh. But of course, you guys want to come over here, but you don't want to show yourself approved. That's why I made my video this morning. Bring it. That's all I got to say. Me and Smokey are 100% alike. And the only reason being is because we have the same mindset. The same thing with the Dave News Unit. Almost everyone that's over here, we all have the same mindset. So try to persuade us away from God. And we'll tell you, you're an idiot. God bless. And I go away.
Spot on, buddy. Hey, amen, man. That's awesome, man. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Hey, Chris, how you doing, bud?
Hey, how you doing, man? Playing off of that, I do think it's kind of funny. I mean, no matter, like they want you to, or whoever, you have to dox yourself to prove your innocence. If, either way, it doesn't matter if the case is done, it's closed. Whoever that was, the time was served, and it's nobody's business. It's in the past. And why do they keep bringing it up? The
thing is, and
you or somebody owes them an apology or forgiveness.
Part of this, let me tell you, part of this has to do with just a narrative of ignorance. A lot of this does have to do with just outright ignorance. These people are NPCs. They don't think about anything themselves. So what they think, honestly, is that, like, if someone is on the sex offender registry, they think it's because they're a sex offender. That's wrong. That's not necessarily true. In fact, there was a law in Georgia a while back where if you committed a felony in the presence of a minor, you had to be a sex offender. So if you have like a 19-year-old and a 17-year-old that go joyriding together or something and they get arrested, the 19-year-old has to register as a sex offender for the rest of their life, and there was no even sex in the crime. So and a lot of the DAs have done this because the DAs realize that, like, when they have like high numbers of prosecutions of sex offenders, even if they manufacture them, it's really, really good for their career. So they look for any opportunity they can. And of course, now they've perverted the system so badly that it's basically unusable. Now you have a bunch of really, really dangerous people hiding among a bunch of people who aren't dangerous at all. And the list is just packed with a bunch of people who aren't really a risk to anyone. Just because by some technicality of law, they found themselves on the list, not even for a good reason. As Dave even said, taking a piss in the woods, and someone sees you, it really doesn't have anything to do with a sex crime at all. I mean, you find yourself on the sex offender registry when really you're not a danger to absolutely anyone, which allows the people that are a real danger to hide the mix. So really what this is, it's a narrative of ignorance, because they think to themselves, oh, well, if you're on the sex offender registry, you're gonna do it again. Like they believe that for some reason, this is like the one crime that you just absolutely undeniably will do again. And they say this out of ignorance, because if they ever looked at statistics in terms of sexual crime recidivism, specifically sexual crime recidivism for those on the sex offender registry, it's about 3% nationwide. That's how many sex offenders do another sex crime, about 3% out of all of them nationwide. In some states it's lower, some states a little higher, but it averages about 3% nationwide as to the number of sex offenders that will actually offend again. But everyone thinks that it's like 99% or 97% or 90%. It isn't. It's nowhere close to that. It actually shows that even if the list did have any value or use, that time is long gone, because now it's just been an opportunistic revenue scheme for the government, really. Essentially, it doesn't really save anyone, it doesn't protect anyone. In fact, in one of the most ironic things is when you think about it, even the very main law, the Megan's Law database, Megan's Law type thing, the Megan's Law database wouldn't have even protected Megan. I mean, the very law that was supposedly inspired in her memory, of what was done to her, wouldn't have even protected her, even if it did exist at the time. So what was even the point of it? Because legislators don't really actually care about doing anything good for anyone. They really don't. Generally, they're opportunistic, selfish scumbags. But they do like to pretend.
They're reactionary.
They like to pretend like they're doing something useful more than actually doing something useful. It's all about optics. It's all about image. It's all about how you look to the public and the constituents. It's not about doing anything good for anyone. It's just pretending and making it look like you are. So a lot of this narrative, a lot of this nonsense comes to what is basically very, very stupid people believing very, very stupid things. And using this as kind of a leverage point when it's not really a leverage point at all, even if it was true, which it clearly isn't. So
I just don't see even any which way that they expect an apology, like somebody owes it to them, like they're God. It's just weird, bizarre.
Well, imagine, witnessing the environment of people like Trevor Bauer, who lost probably tens of millions of dollars being falsely accused. And he had to prove his innocence. He did. He had to. That was basically, he was put in that position where he was suspended. He was, kicked off the team, or at least suspended, I should say. Missed out on tons of contract money. Lost years of the prime of his life when he should be a pitcher doing great things. All because some bitch wanted to steal money from him, and her text messages were unearthed and discovered, and she was concocting a plan to make shit up against this guy all along, and was conspiring with her friend to do it. So, and everyone believed it immediately as soon as she talked, and only after he proved his innocence did people back away. And there's still even horrible, wretched cunts on the internet right now still trying to say to support that woman that it wasn't made up or something like that, or we should still believe all women, even though this one was a lie and all this other garbage. So it's kind of like believe all women unless you can prove you're innocent. That's really seems to be the standard that the culture is moving towards, and you see it online. You can look at the environment online, and any reasonable person, even any reasonable defense attorney, would read the temperature of the room and realize that when you're charged with a sex crime, you're going to have people that are just going to believe it no matter what, even if you prove it false. And this environment proves that. Look at how desperate they are to cling to any threat of guilt when they're supposed to only judge by whether they've removed all reasonable doubt. If there's a reasonable doubt, they're supposed to believe it. That's jury instruction in terms of judgment. But they're not following that. They're just believing whatever they want to believe, and these are the people that would end up on a jury. So, of course, no one can get a fair trial. Of course, people get coerced into pleas. Of course, people get forced, to be abused by the system that manipulates injustice. And all of these little rodents just clap their hands because it hasn't happened to them yet. But it will. It probably will. It'll happen to them or someone like them, or someone in their family. And they'll get a wake up of their life, of what they've supported their whole lives. And I do hope they reap that crop of injustice they've sown. I genuinely do. They deserve it. So I want to talk about Brett Keane, believe all women narrative, and we're going to feed Brett Keane some believe all women karma tonight. We're going to talk about all the things women have said about Brett Keane. Does anyone else want to say anything before I begin this? One? Nope. Nope. Going once, going twice. Okay. All right. I am going to share. Let's see. I think I can do this. Let's see here. I don't know how I want to do this. Hold on. Give me a minute. Window. There we go. Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, this is where we begin talking about the Brett Keane situation. I'll probably put a chapter in this later so we know. What you see here is a case for way back in 2002 involving Brett Keane. And Brett Keane had not only one, but actually two different domestic violence situations. Brett Keane had a protection order filed against him, and this is the information of that protection order that was filed because Brett Keane beat the shit out of his wife and his cancer-ridden mother. And we are going to actually talk about, we have a video that was provided here. And also I have another video by Sassy Heathen that she was kind enough to send me of a video that she would like presented based upon a video that she did a while back on Brett Keane. Now, Brett Keane, remember everyone, is on this train of believe all women. Absolutely should believe all women. Whatever a woman says, you should believe, even if it makes no sense, which was basically the argument that Brett Keane had last night and carried today. Brett Keane would have avoided all of this had he just not adopted this idea of believe all women in his attack against me. But since he has adopted this standard that women should be believed even when it makes no sense, Brett Keane has affirmed that we should believe all of the contents of all of this information. And Brett Keane really is a disgusting woman abusing pervert. And we're just going to talk about it. Brett Keane, and remember this now, based upon his own standard, Brett Keane confirms that we should believe every single piece of information that is in this, because he says believe all women. So we should believe everything we see in here. So here on the screen.
Big Mouth Brandon also on the screen too.
We mean Big Mouth Brandon.
Yeah, does he not realize this was like
he's really starting trouble now?
It's like 20 years later. So that doesn't make sense. What he's saying.
Brandon, would you like to come in and explain how that narrative makes sense when there's 7 years difference?
Why not? Because he's a pro se litigant. He knows all about law. He's studying everything all the time. He knows all about it. This guy is like more learned than any attorney right now.
Brandon, click on the link. Click on the link, because maybe you can do better than teaching.
I mean, this guy knows the law. He is the guy with the right doctrine, and now he's roaming around blasting the news unit and Smokey all the time. Yeah.
Come in the room. Come in the room. Come in the room, please. Please come in the room. I would like you to explain how you have an 8-year age gap in those facts when they actually, no, you have more than that, don't you? Wait, 13. No, that's right. 21. You have an 8-year age gap in that statement you just made, and they're actually only 7 years apart. So can you come and explain how you reconcile that, which one of those stories you believe and why? Brandon, the link is in the side chat. You apparently also still believe the narrative with no evidence, and even though the evidence contradicts, can you please come in and tell me which of Sitori's stories you believe and why, and which age you believe and why? The link is in the side chat. You're welcome to pop in. I dare you to back up a single thing that you have to say about any of this, and I'll show very quickly. You actually
Brandon will come in. He's not no coward. He'll come.
No, he is. No, he's a coward with me because he knows he gets embarrassed by me.
I got faith. I got faith in him. He'll come.
No, he's a coward. Well, if he wasn't a coward, he'd already be driving to meet me because he keeps running his mouth about
it. Oh man,
he can't leave.
Maybe he'll prove me. Maybe he'll prove me wrong. Maybe he is a coward. I don't know.
He is. No, he is a coward. Okay. So no, he's not going to try to address this. He has no justification. He's just running his mouth. He hates me, and so he's going to jump on the hate train with nonsense as well. But that just shows you the character of Brandon. Believe nonsensical things because you like it, and isn't that the character of Brandon anyway? So anyway, this is information that was sent. My little sleuth pulled some of this up, and this is, of course, just the protection order that was against Brett Keane for his domestic violence. And there are 2 on the record domestic violence cases. The second one we're going to get to, which actually, and this one I believe is actually about his wife. If I recall correctly, and this is actually having a protective order. And of course, if you get a protective order against someone, it doesn't mean like in a court sense that they necessarily did it, but there's enough there to believe that they probably did. So it's hard to say without any real bunch of details in it, but at the very least, Brett was accused, at least enough to have a protection order filed against him by a woman, saying that he's a woman beater, he's a wife beater. And he's a beater of his own, cancer-ailed mother as well. So he beats women, and Brett Keane wants you to know you should believe that he beats women, because you should believe all women, as Brett Keane has presented as the standard. Even if there's counter evidence, and even if it makes no sense, you should absolutely believe, by Brett Keane's own admission, that Brett Keane is a woman-beating scumbag. This is a little bonus that was pulled up. This is Brett Keane, of course, not only fucking over, not only has he fucked over every member of his immediate family, but actually it seems even like his brother, not just the members of his household, but also, his own brother. And this is something that was pulled up on the Drunken Peasants community tab on Reddit, and says, yeah, awesome jamming, bro. This is, of course, Brett Keane's brother. Dropped a like. Hey, thanks a lot. And at the bottom it says, yeah, so Justin, what happened to all your videos? And Justin says, I think my brother deleted them along with a lot of work I put up because he was mad. I will keep putting up new videos regardless the setbacks. So Brett had a little piss fit and completely annihilated all of his brother's hard work. In terms of there's Justin Keane down there. That is Justin Keane. So that is his brother, and Brett just out of some sort of fury or anger went and basically just destroyed all of his brother's hard work, because that's how much of a scumbag Brett Keane is really deep down in his soul. And of course, naturally, a scumbag like this would jump onto any hate narrative he finds convenient, because Brett Keane really truly is the biggest piece of shit on earth. And if you needed, boy, this one, this one's rough. Okay, now this one, bear with me. Let's grit our teeth here a little bit, and we're gonna take a look at this one. This is a little rough. So Brett Keane's son's ex-girlfriend, she used to live in the house with Brett in that stinky, rotten, piss-filled trailer that he lives in over in God knows where. And she had some things to say. Now, I'm going to reiterate this again. Brett Keane has already affirmed you absolutely should believe all women. Okay, this is Brett Keane's standards, what he's been doing, poking at me. So you should believe, by Brett Keane's own admission and concession, you should believe everything this girl says, because she is recounting her victimhood of Brett Keane. And so you should pay attention to this and see what this actually says. And we're going to go through it. And remember, Brett Keane has affirmed implicitly that all of this should absolutely be believed 100%. So I'm sure a good handful of you already know this, but she went on there and answered a good amount of questions about life with Brett and the conditions of the house, etc. She verified it with pictures of her and his son, screenshots from their Facebook interactions together. She mentions that Brett is extremely abusive, physically and emotionally, particularly to Dorn, and it's Dawn, but everyone says Dorn because Brett talks retarded, particularly to Dorn and his daughter, who he apparently calls a retard. Well, now, isn't that interesting? Because Brett Keane made a big fuss about her having, hydrocephalus, water in the brain and a big thing, and he calls her retarded. He made a big thing. He called his own daughter a waterhead. That was a whole thing he did too. He tried to frame atheists by writing himself a hate letter, insulting his own daughter, and got caught out on it, calling his own daughter a waterhead. And so I do believe that Brett Keane probably does call her a retard. His own daughter. She says the daughter is the sweetest girl she ever met. He apparently didn't go to church in the 3 years she knew him, but regularly went out to the movies, throwing the agoraphobia into question a bit. Kind of like Bruce's fake agoraphobia. You know, Brett has agoraphobia of convenience. Brett has agoraphobia of leaving the house to work. Brett has agoraphobia of leaving the house to exercise. Brett has agoraphobia of leaving the house basically to do anything productive at all, other than, essentially just, feed his fat, disgusting, obese mug. Continues, says she said he did try to throw religion down her throat a couple of times and that she didn't feel safe around him. He apparently listened to them having sex. She knows this from seeing his shadow under the door. So Brett Keane implicitly admitted we should believe all women. So Brett Keane admits that we should believe that Brett Keane used to stand in the hallway outside of his son's room, listening to his son and his son's girlfriend having sex. Jesus Christ. We should believe this, folks. Believe all women. We should definitely believe. Sorry. We should definitely believe, by Brett Keane's own admission, we believe that he is some sort of super disgusting, mega incestuous pervert that likes to listen in on the door of his son having sex with his girlfriend. That's Brett Keane, ladies and gentlemen. She confirmed he does indeed live in a trailer, which constantly smelled of piss. She got pregnant by his son, and for this, Brett called her a whore. She unfortunately miscarried, sad, and due to this, Brett, for some reason, forced them to split up. I won't give away her name here, but if you go into the DP Facebook group and search Brett Keane's son X, you will find it. It seems very credible and very consistent with everything we know about Brett. It's a fascinating read and really does confirm that he's a massive piece of shit. So, Brett Keane wants us to believe all of those factoids about him, and he's also going to want us to believe this next thing, certainly about him beating up his cancer-riddled mother. And we're going to take this. This is on Onion Nuggets channel. And then I'm going to show you the coup de grace. Oh, something real special. Something my lovely wife dug up out of the archives recalling an interaction with Brett. I've got something for you to show that really does, just right on the screen, show you how really, really super extra foul and disgusting Brett Keane really truly is. But let's go ahead and pull this up. Let me get this on YouTube. Hold on. I'm going to open up a new tab. Oh, God, we're going to have to deal with the commercials. Okay. All right, so this is going to be a video made by, it looks like Onion Nuggets is the name of it. It might have been a re-upload or something like this, but this is basically breaking down Brett Keane and what he did in regards to his mother. So let's get this on screen. Now, remember, folks, Brett Keane and TTR want you both to believe that you should, want you all to know that you should believe everything that's presented here tonight, because both TTR and Brett Keane have stood behind the position of believe all women no matter what. Always believe the narrative.
Open it up to like root inspection too, so that everybody can examine the roots of whoever they want to examine. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally. Sure.
Yeah.
So here, what I'm going to play here is just a short little video. Let's see, what is this? How many minutes? Oh God, 50 minutes. Oh, that's not good. Okay, hold on. This might be way too long. I maybe should have gone through this one. I thought this was a shorter video. Shit. Okay, here, I'll tell you what. Let's do this. Copy. Let's just put it in side chat. I'm not going to go through this whole thing. Okay, I'm just going to put this video about Brett, about abuser Brett Keane, and you guys can pull this up. You can watch it on your own time, and you can know that Brett Keane affirms that you should believe all of the contents herein. There you go. That's inside chat. Video about abuser Brett Keane, and you guys can watch that. I'm not going to watch this whole thing. That's going to be a whole deal. So hold on. Let me get out of this. I'm going to back up because I want to go to the other video now. Oh, that's right. Yep. I want to play from last night. I'm going to show you the moment that TTR lost the entire debate. And we're just going to watch this for a few seconds. Back over here. Let's see. Do I have a sharing the screen? Yeah, we're good. And remember, adversaries, link is in the side chat. Don't be shy. I would like the little orthofag burning bushes to come in and explain his personal reckless abandon of all Christian morality, considering the fact that he claims to be an Orthodox, but has the same malformed, dysfunctional morality of any garden mill heretic. Burning bushes, the disgusting spurge ginger trash rat, is welcome at any point in time to confront me.
How would you describe this pseudo debate? They call it a debate. I call it a town hall meeting and cross-examination.
Well, I put it back on track because I could see where it was going, because it was turning into that, where I would answer where I would try to answer something, and immediately as I start to answer, someone on the panel jumps in and hijacks and cuts me off.
I've never seen a debate where, just a whole bunch of people come in and just.
Well, see, that was weird to me. As I said, they were saying, well, we're going to go to questions in the side chat. And I was waiting for TTOR to retort a single thing I said to give any rebuttal. And he had nothing to say to all the factoids I put out there and how I destroyed every argument he had. And he had nothing to say. I mean, it wasn't even really a debate. TTOR put his bad arguments out there. I destroyed them. And then he had nothing to say. So, like, how can he posture any type of win when he couldn't answer a single counterpoint? And all he could do is ask a question. And when I gave the answer to the question, it's not that he said it was unreasonable. It's not that he picked at it. It's not that he asked follow-up questions. He just accepted it. It's like, must be true. So I want to play this moment. I want to remind you guys last night how this ended. Really, so maybe you just don't know how to read the court documents you're claiming to believe. Because he did
under the category of attorney, it said self.
He had an attorney. Everyone knows he had an attorney.
Under the category of attorney, it said self. Unless there's a guy whose last name is Self.
Okay, well, where was that from?
Self-representation.
Okay, what document are you referencing? What document?
It's a document from the courthouse that you went to.
What court? What courthouse? What document? What is it? What does it say?
Hey, you know the facts of Josh's case so
no, you're the one claiming
you should know what the name of the courthouse is.
You're the one claiming to know. Even Rob Reed knows he had a lawyer. Why don't you know that? Because you don't know anything. You really don't even know anything you're reading. You're clueless. You don't know anything about the case. You don't know anything about the details. You have no evidence for the narrative that was given. And she even is provably lied. You don't even answer the fact that she was blatantly lying in multiple instances. These aren't even the ones from the actual case file that were shared, that she lied through her teeth. And all that information that was put out, that every event that she mentioned, that she made reference to, happened years after she claimed it did, and no one paid attention to that. You just want to run with her narrative. You just like her narrative.
No,
and you have no evidence.
I don't really care about her one way or the other.
Well, clearly you do, because clearly she's very believable, even though she's been caught in blatant lies. And you still believe it. You believe it even now, because the government told you to with no evidence. Is there anything else the government tells you with no evidence to believe that you believe, TGOR? Or are you just another hypocrite?
Once again, you're getting awfly emotional for someone who
was
you're
not
Joshua Nathan Marcel.
Well, you're awfully stupid, not able to answer any of your slander. That's what I'll say. You can say I'm awfully emotional. But you know what? Maybe I am emotional about a retard like you. calling me a pedophile. Oh, real
very, very Christ-like, by the way.
Maybe that. Well, no, you're being real evil, and I'm calling you what you are, T2R. You are a rodent.
Okay,
you are a spineless, cowardly rodent, and that's why I had to come over here to do this. Because
you said I was a coward who wouldn't face you directly. Well, here I am.
On your channel, in your environment, because you wouldn't come to mine.
This is actually the second time. Well, we would be on Brett's channel right now if YouTube hadn't screwed him over.
Well, great. Well,
that would be another third-party platform.
And now I'm in an adverse environment with a bunch of degenerates to come and challenge me. And you've made
you got to speak uninterrupted for a long time.
Yeah, so did you. I didn't know we had 20-minute openings. Someone should have told me that. I would have prepped for that. I mean, really, you just repeated yourself with the same garbage epistemology over and over. You don't even follow basic logic, TGOR.
Oh, you don't like the format we chose.
You have not answered a single one of my retorts at all. And all you've done is ask a couple questions, which
you brought up a bunch of stuff about government and epistemology that I do not believe in.
Why do you believe her narrative? Why? Why do you believe it? Crickets?
What do you mean? Why do
you believe her narrative is true? It's a simple question.
Yeah. Casting doubt on the victim's testimony, just like Kenny Rhodes did.
Wow. You absolutely can't answer. You have no epistemological warrant to believe a word she said. You know it. So you're just clinging on.
Epistemology has nothing to do with it.
It does. What is epistemology? What is epistemology, TTR? What is it?
It's irrelevant to this discussion.
Yeah, you don't know. You don't even know
things okay, you're going.
You are an idiot.
Yeah, you need to be quiet for a bit. As a matter of fact, if you keep doing this, Smokey, I'm just
you know what? You're a fucking clown. I'm gone. Fuck.
All right. So, shall I bring some people up in here or what?
Yep.
You guys agreeable on that?
Yep.
All right. Well, there you go. There you go. Yep. That's the moment. That really is the moment. That was the moment that made the whole debate worth it. Just that one little clip, and that needs to be turned into a short, and that's going to be his shame for the whole rest of the time. I'll just be able to reference that little short, and every time TTR starts running his mouth, I will just make that short, and I will just reference it. Everyone will disregard him as the retard he is, and it's over. Many of these debates are handled in a few moments. They can argue, they can go back and forth, time and again, various different points, but many times, an entire debate is handled in just a moment. So anyway, TTR is a retard, and he still believes the narrative. Clearly shows you he has no justification to believe the narrative. Can't even give you a single argument as to why the narrative should be believed or considered to be true, but still wants to continue believing it, which means TTR believes his friend, Brett, is a woman abusing degenerate. Let me get this on the screen. Now, this is another little gem. This is a little gem that came up that actually is courtesy of my lovely wife. She reminded me that this existed, which I had pretty much completely forgot about. And she remembers this back in the day. And Lo was much younger here. Lo was about 3 months or so out of high school. She had just graduated high school. Lo, my lovely little wife. This is her much younger over with hanging out with Will and John, doing a stream, and Brett Keane happens to be here. And Lo is hanging out with them, and Lo, with a bit of a lack of judgment in her younger years, is a little bit confessedly tipsy. And so this is a little excerpt that is taken out of what Brett Keane says to a young woman just barely out of high school, and says to her, who is a little tipsy, on a live stream. And do keep in mind, Brett is indeed married with kids. So let me get this on screen. And this isn't a believe all women scenario. Like, we don't have to go with the believe all women stuff for this. We can just go with the whole Brett Keane is a real disgusting scum rat narrative on it. Oh boy. Oh no, hold on. I have to do it on the screen. Okay, hold on. Gonna make it difficult on me. All right. Share audio. Okay. All right. Okay.
A string with Will, and he had a friend took ass on the floor. He got shot down his fucking snake. Didn't even give a shit. What a fucking loser. What a fucking loser.
So, hold on 1 second. Lo, I got a question for you. What's it going to take to get you to come down here and visit and have some eggs and ham? Hey, Lo, what's it going to take to have you visit and have some eggs and ham with the family down here? Huh?
Fucking gross. Like literally fucking gross. What's it going to take to get you, little girl, to come on down to Festus and have some eggs and ham with the family? What in the fuck was that? Like, really? Thank you, baby, for pulling that out of the archives from somewhere back in history, God knows when. What can I do? What Brett wants to know what he can do as a married man to get this hot little teenage girl to come down and have breakfast with him and the family, ladies and gentlemen. What does he got to do to get hot little Lo, my gorgeous little wife, who, of course, I didn't even know her at this time, mind you, to go on down there and spend some quality time with the Brettster? What would he have to do for that? What does anyone think? What do you guys think? What would he have to do to make that happen? Like, what is the motivation that Brett could possibly put out into the universe to get a gorgeous, young girl like that to find any relative interest to take a trip to come visit him? What does that look like? Is it a new car? Like, is it like a new house, like $100,000? What is the motivator that fat, manatee, moldy, piss-stained fuck could manifest to get some attractive young girl to come visit him in his piss-soaked trailer in God knows where in Missouri? What is the price tag on that, you think? I don't know. I'd have to really think about that. If that was going rates in the escort services, what do you think that boils down to? I think it's a pretty hefty price tag. Oh my God. Can you even imagine what it must smell like in there? Can you even imagine what Brett Keen's house must smell? Don't even worry about what it looks like. Forget about the looks like. Just imagine for a moment what it must smell like. Oh, God. So, ladies and gentlemen, TTOR and Brett Keen both affirm all of this implicitly. And you should believe that Brett Keen is a disgusting pervert who listens to his son have sex from the hallway, beats his mother, beats his wife, even when they're infirmed with cancer, is abusive emotionally and physically to basically everyone around him, is a miserable fat sack of crap with absolutely no motivation, and uses a false claim of agoraphobia to justify avoiding having to hold down a job or do anything productive. So you guys look at the grand monstrosity on display before you, the true absolute subhuman shit that is Brett Keen, the disgusting pervert that likes to listen to his son having sex. And you think about the level of credibility that this degenerate.
He's a Poe too. Is he not, Smokey?
What's that?
Is he not a Poe? Brett.
A what? Is it
like a Poe? P-O-E?
Piece of excrement? Is that what you were doing?
Nah, well, do you think he's really a Christian?
Oh, like a poser, like he's like he's just kind of like pretending.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I actually do kind of think he believes in God. I mean, not the Christian God, mind you. He does believe in a God, but certainly not the Christian God. And as far as I know, he still is romantically attached to Maltheism. So I don't,
I just seemed like he might have switched way back when to get more money. You know what I'm saying? Or try to get money.
Well, that was the argument way back in the day. That, and supposedly, I don't know how much validity there is to this, but supposedly he was showing indicators of switching just for the sake of where he thought that's where he could get more money. Like, not because he had some revelation that Christianity was true or really necessarily believed it, but was just going to kind of pretend because he thought it would be more profitable. And that argument has been presented. I don't know how much weight I give into it.
How long?
Unless a woman said it. Unless a woman said it. If a woman said it, then Brett says we should believe it explicitly. But if a guy said it, I don't know. But if a woman said it, he should believe it explicitly. Oh, is this actually praise?
Give it the benefit of the doubt, thing.
I don't know.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Oh, praise is here. Praise, do you want the panel or you just want one of us individually?
I want you individually, actually, if that's all, if that's possible.
Very good. It absolutely is. There we go. Room is ours.
So I have a minute clip. Can you allow 1 minute? And then if you could respond to it, it's even less than 1 minute.
Sure.
Perfect. Here we go.
No, you have all the traits of a sinner, and yet you claim to be a Christian. I don't think you're a Christian.
Hey, Smokey, welcome to the chat.
Hey. How's it going?
Oh, it's going. What are you doing?
Just arrived at the gym, saw that you were streaming, figured I'd step in and say hi before I went in there and did my arm workout. So,
oh, well, there you
how
go. Have a good workout. That's awesome.
Oh,
You're at the gym. I didn't go today.
Yeah. Been doing it 3-4 times a week, actually. I didn't even know it. I've lost 100 pounds over the last 8 months.
So that's all I wanted to show. What do you have to say for yourself, Josh?
I don't know. Is there a point in this? I guess I missed the point. What's the point?
Yeah, you're Josh. You're Smokey is Josh. We proved that. He's the
what is the argument? Wait, what is the argument? I just saw a few clips of maybe some, I don't know what, various things. What's the argument? Tell me, connect the argument for me.
Sure.
Because I just saw some random clips. So what is the argument?
So the same face that was on Jesse Lee Peterson is connected. It's identical.
Just the face that was edited with
also the audio.
That was changed to look better. Well, no. Well, see,
do you remember now when Bruce was bringing up? Do you remember what he brought? So you remember you said, what happened with Bruce? Remember that?
Let's make this simple. Go ahead. I don't care if you believe it's me or not. Now address all the other stuff. Now go ahead. You know what? You want to assume it's me? Go for it. Do it. Put it out there and just, you guys believe whatever you want about my identity.
Oh, with the Gaia shit?
Now address the other
shit. She made up her age. So what? That doesn't mean she was actually that age. There.
Wait, say again, what?
With Gaia, so we understand I'm not doubting that she said she was 15 on Gaia, but she lied. She was doing that to get access to older men.
No.
So that doesn't make it right, though.
Oh no, absolutely not. She was preying upon a lot of men. She was going out there for her own selfish sexual appetites and turning men into predators to potentially destroy their lives. She was pursuing and preying upon men for her own selfish desires. It was very disgusting. It was a horrible thing to do. Kind of like when Godless Girl admits that she used to go on Omegle when she was 14 so that she could flash older men on the internet and claim that they were pedophiles. Were they pedophiles?
Yeah, if they were over 21, yeah.
Oh, wow. So her forcing them into a situation to break the law makes them legitimately pedophiles to you.
She lied about her age. That doesn't make it right.
Well, no, okay.
Minor.
Well, wait. So you're talking about what? Like around the time that they first met, or like the time that they were dating? Like, what are you referencing? I'm not sure.
Gaia. So you were trying to say that she was
met on Gaia. So they met on Gaia, right?
Or AOL. So it was AOL and Gaia.
Okay.
You had a webcam. I mean, that's just a minute, Josh. She had a webcam.
And she said, well, no, there was no webcam. There never was. In fact,
my
the weird
gosh,
thing is,
man.
well, where is it? Well, okay, Praise, I'll tell you what. What evidence is there that there was a webcam? Is there a video? Is there any media? Is there anything that was pulled up or shared or referenced at all? Is there any evidence whatsoever that there was a webcam, or is it just because she said there was?
It's part of the court documents.
Let me ask you something. What parent lets their 14-year-old kid in the early 2000s have a webcam?
I'm not excusing that. I agree.
Well, yeah, but why does that make sense to you that her parents would let their underage daughter have it? What point would it be to let their underage daughter have a webcam? What possible point would that have? Why would they allow that? What would that be for?
How do you know the parent was aware of that?
Well, no, but doesn't it kind of not, like, if there's no evidence there was a webcam, and even the story about it kind of doesn't make sense, why would you still believe it? Like, what parent just lets their kid have a webcam for no reason?
Right now, I'm getting to the if you could concede that you are Josh with the same voice, there's not doppelgangers out there.
I already went over the thing that you can believe whatever you want. I don't care, and I'm not confirming or denying anything about identities whatsoever anymore. You can deal with it yourself if you want.
Just admit it. Be a man. Why can't you just say Josh?
Why does it matter?
Hurt
I'll tell you what. You explain to me. I'm sorry. What?
It will not hurt you. It'll make you actually look better. I'm telling you, it'll give you actually.
Praise, I wouldn't trust your advice on anything. And every lawyer. By the way, I'll tell you what. We should ask Rob Reed. Why don't you ask Rob Reed if he would ever in a million years, if he was representing a client, recommend them to dox themselves on the internet? You go ask Rob Reed if he would ever in a million years.
It's not a fucking dox. It's not a fucking dox at this point. You've already exploited yourself anyway.
Okay. Here's the thing. As I already said, Praise, if you want to believe it, go with it. Now answer everything else. So what's funny is I just destroyed your first evidential argument.
No, you didn't.
Hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. I just pointed out how your first initial argument of a claim of something that existed has no justification to believe existed. And immediately you jump right back to identity. Identity. You see, as soon as I challenge you spineless rodents to deal with the substance, you fall flat and then you jump back to identity. I'll tell you what, you want to believe I'm Josh? Go for it. Now answer all the other shit, as I already said. So
why are you such a spineless bitch? Why can't you just say I'm Josh?
Next? What's next? It doesn't even matter, Praise. It's the point you don't get because you're so retarded. It wouldn't even matter one way or the other.
It does matter who you fucking are.
You're an idiot if you think that that's what that means. It means you're a moron conceding to a bunch of idiots who focus on identity over substance.
You think they're going to find your name? They already know who the fuck you are, dude. Like, what are you trying to hide with your name? There's nothing to hide anymore. You showed your face.
Praise, maybe you're too stupid to see all the nuances, and I wouldn't express them publicly anyway.
Oh my gosh, man.
And they're my business anyway. It's none of your business.
Everyone's business.
Praise, you know what? Identity is none of your business. Did you know that? Did you know Fourth Amendment protects your person, papers, and effects? And that
you're speaking like a liberal right now. You're a little bitch. You can't even admit that you're all
so
this.
If I reference the Constitution, I'm a liberal bitch. If I say people have the right to protect their persons and identities without threat of violence or terrorism,
generally yes, I'll agree with you. But now,
generally,
this has gone past that, Smokey. You know it. Like you've already even came out.
Here's the thing: Josh is innocent. He was railroaded by a system, by a corrupt, lying cunt, and that is what she is.
You're saying you were, right?
What's that?
It was you to say you were railroaded.
Josh was railroaded by a lying whore who came back over a decade after the fact to make up a clearly false narrative, and she leveraged the fact that people would believe it no matter what. And look, you are one of those people. She was right. This is what
you were railroaded, right? Is that what you're saying?
This is what let her get away with it. People like you, because you would find your way on a jury pool. How many times have you served jury duty?
None.
Wait, what?
What is that?
Wait, hold on. You've gone your entire life, 40 some years, and never once served jury duty?
I've had think I've had it for a long time ago. I think I got an invitation to it, but I had
you never
to.
Answer them? Did you ever answer them?
No.
That's a lot of crimes.
Relevance is okay. So
that's a lot of crimes. Okay. All right. Well, let's not focus on that. That's dumb stuff. Who cares about that? Well, actually, praise God. I'm glad you have never served on a jury. You are absolutely the type of person I would never want to see.
Just say you wrote it, and then I'll just say, well, hey, at least he's willing to admit that.
Why do you not address the argument? Why do you keep running from it?
The argument that Gaia, she lied about her age. So what? That doesn't make it right. That doesn't make you able to do that.
Does that make okay? So let's say this. Let's say someone's like 17 and a half and they lie about their age to have sex with an adult. Is that adult a predator, pedophile?
17 and a half?
Yeah.
Without the parent consent, yes. There has to be
well,
some
they
type
are a pedophile. So they are a pedophile.
Yeah.
How about 17 years, 11 months? And they lie about, one more month and I'm going to be, legal adult, but they lie and say they're already there and they have sex with an adult. And is that adult a pedophile?
Anything under 18, yes.
Okay. And do you have what appeal or objective standard are you appealing to for 18 being the age?
First of all, the Bible, I do think it's really clear 18 is the age. And the Jews, I've given commentaries on that.
I saw you try to and never at one point give an actual age.
Just hand waving it away doesn't mean anything, Smokey. Just admit
what you did is you gave a fallacious argument from authority, and then I posted an image of actually kind of the standard norm of consent ages. And I just wanted to ask you, so in some of these states, I think it's almost still half the states close to it that have the age of consent at around 16. Are everyone that falls within those legal ranges of dating, 16 and 17-year-olds, are they all pedophiles objectively?
Yeah.
In the states that allow for it, where it's legal.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck what the state says. It's wrong.
So you believe your standard is even better than all of the legislators and
yes,
anyone
I
under
do. If there is such a law, then they're fucked up. Yeah.
So anything under 18, and your appeal to that is the argument from silence in the Bible, the fallacious argument you gave in the Bible.
You never countered it, so
Well, I don't need to. Well, I did actually. I just did just now.
Yeah.
It's an argument from silence because you don't point out anywhere any justification for the age.
I gave you sources. Yes, I did. I provided sources.
Was Jesus a groomer? Was Jesus
he's never had any affinity with any woman except just in a church.
But he all of his disciples were teenagers. So were they not able to consent to what he was leading them into? Was he grooming them? They were all teenagers. Do you want me to pull up the video of it that shows it? That they were all teenagers? In fact, some of them, Mark might have even been as young as 13 or 14. Do you want me to
preaching the gospel is what you call grooming? What the fuck is? What do you get? Are you?
Well,
serious?
what I'm saying is Jesus went and talked with teenagers, and if you're saying, well, they couldn't consent and they can't decide things, isn't that grooming? Is he taking advantage of them?
And we're talking relationships, dipshit. We're not talking about general discussions.
What wasn't his disciples in a relationship with Jesus? Isn't that a relationship?
Not in the way that you're implying. No.
I'm not implying anything. I'm implying that he went and talked to kids, what you would call kids, and convinced kids who have no ability to consent to go along with him and to be his disciples, and ultimately end up leading a life where they're martyred for their faith and lead very miserable and difficult existences, spreading the gospel for the glory of the kingdom of God. And he went and cultivated them into that before they could consent. So I'm asking, did Jesus do something wrong? Were they not able to truly consent? Did he take advantage of these boys in their state of being before they're 18 to consent?
That's a false equivalence. You know it. That's a stupid argument.
I think it's fair. I think you can't answer it, and you're just going to deflect it.
The only thing.
So let's get this. So
you can't group someone in a sexual manner, dipshit. So that's a total bullshit argument. Go to the next one.
That's actually not true at all. Grooming doesn't necessarily have to be sexual. No, actually, praise grooming does not have to be sexual. It can be emotional, religious. It can be a lot of things, and you just are stating in pure ignorance if you don't know that. I'm talking about grooming in a general sense, and you don't answer the question.
No, you're just equivocating.
Could the disciples in their teenage years consent to follow Jesus? Yes or no?
Absolutely, they can.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Thank you. So someone under 18 can consent to radically important life decisions with relationships such as discipleship and following a rabbi.
It has nothing to do with
they
sexual
can't
grooming.
consent to personal relationships with members of the opposite sex. They can commit to a personal relationship with God that is meaningful and substantive, but can't. They don't have the ability to consent with another person or another individual.
So do you now know that you were with Sister Sunshine now? Is your mind jogged and refreshed?
Can we not deflect from the point that we're on?
No, I went on your little.
You're losing this argument, and I'd like to finish it. So do you have another point? Now see, ladies and gentlemen, notice again what Praise did. He's losing the argument, and what did he do? Just like last time, jumps right back to identity again. See, because every time he loses the substance of the argument,
no, you're just trying to
go
divert
back to the identity.
Boy, why you?
Did you see what he did? Did you see how he jumped right back to identity again? He wants the identity. He doesn't care about the fact that the identity doesn't matter because all these points
it does matter.
are destroyed and annihilated. He has no argument. He has no evidence. He has no justification. And in fact, Praise, would you ever let Rob Reed, who has no experience in criminal trial law, represent you in a criminal trial?
Sure. I don't have a problem. I think Rob's.
Shit.
Rob is legitimate. I mean,
no, he has no experience at all in criminal trial processes at all. Knows nothing about it. Never gone through a trial. Never argued in a trial ever at all. Not once in his life in a criminal trial at all. Knows nothing about the procedures. Had no experience in it. And you would want him to represent you?
I don't have a problem. I said I don't have a problem with that. I don't know if he'd be my first choice, but I mean, I don't have a problem with it. So what?
You know, Rob Reed, legit, might be my last choice, even after myself, actually, honestly. Like, and the funny thing is like, it's amazing to hear you say that, and now it makes sense. Because you are trusting someone with no experience and no real experiential knowledge whatsoever in criminal trial, and certainly not even in the state that he's even licensed in, making a whole bunch of conjectures and claims of shit he's never seen and has never justified. And you keep bringing him in there to let him use his credentials to talk out of his ass. And you just all you retards just clap and nod and run along with it, even when it makes no sense. Even when it's contradicting itself. Why can no one explain why the report is factually false on its face? Why does no one address that and deal with it? What is wrong with if the whole argument of this whole case is ages? Then why is it not a big deal that clearly even on the report none of the ages are correct or consistent? Why is that? Can you explain it to me? Why is it a case over a decade after the fact where the whole thing is about ages?
It's
and the report
behavior.
Can't even get ages right.
It's predatory behavior.
What does that tell you? What was predatory behavior? What was
everything? It's especially what happened in the hotel room, and you know that
all the things that were never proven that she just said happened. She just said they happened.
They are proven, man. But all you're doing is denying them now.
How are they proven? How?
Because you're the one that pled guilty to it. You're the fucking one who pled guilty to it.
Pled guilty to what?
It's guilt. It's admittance of guilt.
Pled guilty to what?
Indecent exposure. What is indecent liberties with a minor?
And what is that? And what is that?
You don't know the exact details, but it's pedo
behavior.
Oh
yeah, no. It's actually not even necessarily touching at all. Did you know that? It actually could just be text messages, like, say, for instance, the dozens and dozens, if not hundreds, of sexual text messages she was having with adults all over the internet since she was 12. Because you know what happened? You want to know what actually happened? Is that when she was 12, she met a guy in Virginia named Nick, who was like 15, 16, a high schooler, and they started doing sexual role plays together on the internet, and he groomed her into that sexual appetite. And the only reason nothing was ever done about it because it's perfectly legal in the States. It's not actually considered illegal, even though, of course, in actuality, it is actual predatory behavior. But like, it was never prosecuted or dealt with, and that person was going to be a witness in the case against Josh. So he got away with him basically sexualizing a prepubescent girl at a time that he was in basically in high school. And it was okay because in both of their respective jurisdictions, that's completely legal. And so what she started doing was going all over the internet looking for environments for sexual role plays, and would either not give her age or lie about her age altogether to go into all of these chat rooms, engage in this sexual role play. And she, of course, still even does it today. She belongs to the Belmont servers in Final Fantasy 14, which Will pulled spots from where she likes to pretend to be a Lalafell, which is basically an elfish-looking prepubescent girl, where she then engages in sexual role play with adult-looking characters because she fetishizes pedophilia. That's actually the person.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
So, why did you cower it out and say you were going to commit suicide if she told anyone? Why would you do that?
Is that something that was proven or something she just said and made up? Was there any evidence to that, or it's just something she said?
That's in the court doc.
But was it ever evidenced, or it's just? Let me ask you something. How would you prove that was said over a decade after the fact? How would you prove that? Like, if you were to say, like, if I said, Praise, 4 years ago when we were in a private room, you told me that you molested a kindergartner in the bathroom at your church. If I was to just throw that out there at whim, with no justification, with no evidence whatsoever, why should it be believed?
You pled guilty to it. No, I mean that says everything right there.
So let's get down to that then. Why would someone who's innocent plead guilty?
Someone that's innocent? No, it shows the exact
opposite. So you're saying that never ever do innocent people plead guilty?
No. Mm-mm.
So
not with principles. Okay. No way.
The Innocent Project. So the Innocent Project has pulled. Well, that's something interesting. Praise, to think that you would want to bet your entire life, like if they're trying to throw you away for a life sentence, and you're going to bet your life in a system that has people in it that are going to leverage it against you to make sure you can't possibly win and that you can't possibly have a fair trial. And you're going to say you're going to not take the plea. You're going to actually risk throwing your whole life away, knowing that the Me Too movement is alive, that people are going to believe narratives over facts and evidence, which clearly you've demonstrated even tonight. You even do. So, and that's the environment you're going to be in with jurors. And because, unfortunately, when the victim is fake and loving all the attention, they love showing up to court. And certainly Sitori was one of them. Sitori showed up to everything, including stuff she didn't have to because she loved every second of it, because she was trying to get into criminal justice. This was going to be a good boost for her career, and she could, make some connections and meet with people, and they would feel bad for her and maybe talk to some people and pull some strings and maybe give her a little boost in career. And all she had to do was lie and turn someone into a predator over a decade after the fact over a legal technicality. That's all she had to do. So close to the technicality, had it happened in any of the other states in the surrounding.
Why she waited 10 years of that time? Guess why? Guess why she waited so long?
Do you tell me?
Oh yeah, I do know.
Do tell.
Because she was in fear of you committing suicide. Threat on her. Yeah.
What? So she just made that. She just says that. There's no evidence that was ever said, but she says it was said.
Your admittance of guilt.
So you just believe. Wait, where is there any admittance that there was an admittance that was confirmed that was said?
Well, that's why you pled guilty, because that's what you were going to face. You knew you were going to get guilty anyway, which would be fucking life in prison. So you took.
So all the facts are true to you, even the ones that are impossible.
You pleading guilty shows.
Oh, no, wait. So hold on. If it's in the report, what you're saying is if it's in the report, it's true, right?
Yeah.
So even if it's been shown to be impossible to be true, it's still true if it's in the report.
Impossible, my ass, dude. You're such a pussy, dude.
So when she says that she dated him when he was going to college in California and studying real estate, and that didn't happen until she was a legal adult in her jurisdiction, what does that tell you?
Her mother said everything. Like, she was in 8th grade when you were making a.
Her mother didn't say that. In fact, her mother was actually scared of what to say. Her mother was actually scared and terrified. It was really
I'd like to see you address this.
It was really well, yeah, it's good. Let's address it. Let's address how Sitori spent the entire stream saying how her parents had no knowledge of the relationship, only to call her mother and have her mother immediately say, "Oh, I knew but didn't approve." Let me ask you something. If she's, let's assume for a second she's telling the truth. The mother is telling. By the way, let me ask you, which one's telling the truth? Is Sitori telling the truth, or is her mother telling the truth? Which one's telling the truth?
I think they're both telling the truth.
Well, they contradict, so they can't both be. They either knew or didn't know. It's a dichotomy. Satori's either lying about the knowing, or her mother is lying about her not knowing. You need to pick one.
What?
Like which? Well, okay. So Sitori says they didn't know. Her mom says no, we did know. So which one is lying? Tell me the one that's lying. Let's start there.
What did Sitori say she never knew? Where does that?
The whole stream, she was commenting that the parents never knew about the relationship. The whole stream. And she switched her story multiple times. But the whole point was, no, she was doing this, but her parents didn't know. Because she didn't want her parents to be seen as accountable, as aiding in the delinquency of a minor type thing. She wants to protect her parents because she doesn't really think she was a victim. I mean, if she actually thought she was a victim, she would want her parents to be punished too, right? Because they let her supposedly right under their nose with full knowledge be taken advantage of by a dangerous predator. I mean, they should have been charged, right? I mean, she admits that they knew.
Could you have the receipts for that?
What, that her mother said that we knew but didn't, or she knew but didn't approve? It was that you played it.
Tori was had a different view or different point, or the her test.
Yeah, you can go back and watch the stream if you want. I mean, but
oh, come on, man, you got to do better than this.
Well, no, I'm not going to go pull up the stream and do a full response to it.
Give me the receipt. Just give me the timestamp, and then that's
Praise. I haven't looked at the video in a hot minute. She was claiming. Knock even made a big deal of this. Knock even came into my room, poking me, saying, "Hey, she said her parents didn't know. Her parents didn't know." She keeps saying her parents. Knock made a big thing about it back then. Like, oh no, see, she keeps saying her parents didn't know, and then she calls her mom, and her mom's like, "Oh no, we knew."
So, Josh,
so you guys, hold on, stop. I'm not. No, we're gonna stay where we're at. We're gonna finish.
I just want you to admit it.
No, we're gonna finish. We're not gonna jump back to identity because you're losing. We're gonna pay it. You keep
losing
doing
anything.
It. You are. You're losing the current argument. So now you run back. This is the third time you've done it.
You pled guilty, Josh. What? How am I losing?
You've tried to leave the current argument to jump back to identity and deflect from where you're losing.
No, you keep on diverting from it. I'm bringing you back to it. I want you to man up for fucking once in your life.
My point is, again, if you want to believe it, believe it. It doesn't matter because Josh is innocent. And every time I bring up the point he's innocent, you run away like the coward rat you are.
I'm running away from shit. I've addressed every single thing you brought up tonight.
No, all you've done is say, believe her whatever she says.
No, your admittance of guilt shows your fucking guilt.
When we had that person come into Discord talking about the rumor against you, do you remember the one in Discord that we all dismissed because there was nothing to back it up? Do you remember what it was?
No.
They were going into our Discord groups. And they were telling us the reason you had to leave your church and you don't go to church anymore is because you caught peeping on kindergarten girls going to the bathroom. That was being passed around Discord.
That shit ever. You made that shit up. I've never heard that. I never have.
Well, it was being passed. Well, probably the reason you didn't hear about it is because we have integrity to not run with things. Well, yeah, we don't run with unsubstantiated.
Yeah, sure you do, Josh.
Let me get this right. Satori said about the suicide thing. There's no evidence to it. There's nothing to back up that.
Yes, there is fucking evidence.
What is it?
Well, it's first of all, it's the necklace, the gold necklace. You got her necklace, and you had some dildos and shit, paraphernalia.
So those things exist? Wait, so those things exist 20 years ago?
Well, obviously they do. Yeah.
So let me ask you something. Let's say I tell you, Praise, let's say I hold up a lighter and I say, I got this lighter right here from the guy who raped me. Does that prove that I was raped?
No.
Okay. So if she holds up some random possession that she has and says, this is where I got it, does that mean that's where she got it?
See, Josh, you don't know. Like,
no, answer the question.
You pled guilty. You admitted to it.
She holds up. No. He didn't admit to any of that other.
Yes, you did. You did. Yeah, you did.
No, he didn't. He didn't, because that was not part of the charges. There was no statutory anything. So all the statutory shit that was disproven as impossible was not included as part of the plea charge.
Yeah.
Clearly. Why?
You know how I know
why
that?
would they drop? Why would they why would you chase 25 years just to drop it so low to a few years probation if you had such a strong case, Praise?
You know how I know that you're a fucking liar?
Why would you do that? Why would you not answer a single question?
And your realtors gave you the choice to leave your job, or they would do it for you because of indecent liberties with the child. They knew there was good evidence, or else they would have never got rid of you, you fucking idiot.
Should Sitori go back and find all of those hundreds of guys that she sexted with, who they unknowingly, sexted?
Yeah, she should. She should.
Turn them all into predators and pedophiles, even though they
absolutely.
had no knowledge.
If that is true. If that's true, yes, absolutely.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the justice of free grace. The people should be entrapped. They should be abused. They should be able to put in uncomfortable situations and be abused by the government. This is why Praise will continue to believe the narrative.
Why would your own place,
Let me finish.
Your own place of employment get rid of you?
Let me finish. There is no argument here. Praise is just taking something someone said. Now, we showed
website. You can prove it.
Are you not going to let me finish? Are you not going to let me finish?
Oh, you're telling me something I want to address, but go ahead.
No, I'll tell you what. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do this. I'm going to let you do this. Here, let's do this. Hold on. I'm going to do something that you would never in a trillion years do on your channel. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to let you talk as long as you want. In fact, I'm going to step up and grab another beverage, and you can make every case you want for us. I'll listen on the phone as you talk. You can have the whole stream. You can have the whole room. It's your channel now. And you say everything you want, every argument you have, every justification you can think of as to why to believe Sitori's narrative and make any of this matter. You have the floor.
All right. Firstly, the damning evidence is real simple. It's even part of his place of employment. All you have to do is look up his license number. There's a PDF that's within his own name and is in his information or his place of employment the year he was employed. It says even his own employer recognized he was guilty. They would never wrongfully terminate anyone if there was no evidence for the defendant if there was no guilt. So that's case there's evidence number one. Number two is we have Kenny there. So if there's this Josh character out there, what the fuck does that have to do with Kenny? Why? And we know you went on a road trip. So you were with Josh, or you are Josh, and you keep on trying to deny. So Kenny is really the linchpin to why you are fucking Josh and why you pled guilty. And that's the whole point. Why you're guilty is you pled fucking guilty like a pussy. Because you knew what was confronting you. You knew it was ahead of you if you pled innocent, because the amount of weight of evidence against you would have put you away for fucking life. There's too much evidence, and the fact that you pled guilty says everything. And I'm sorry, I'm not going to fall for this bullshit lie. Oh, well, these were liberals, the Me Too movement. You're a man of fucking God. Even Paul would go into prison. Peter went into prison for the right thing, for what is just, what is right. And you fucking cowered it out because you knew your head was on the fucking slicing board. You're a coward, Josh, and you still can't even admit you are Josh. It shows you who you are and what you're made of. And that's all I want to say. And I think you actually, as far as giving me time, I'll give thanks to that, but I'm not going to thank you personally because you don't deserve it. I think you're a fucking rat. I think you're a devil. I think you're unsaved, and I hope you come to free grace. That's the best I can hope. So that's it. Whatever. I'll end there. I conclude.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, just present to you, I allow praise, full, ample opportunity as long as he wanted to run his mouth about me on my own channel, on my own environment, because I'm confident of what was presented here. Praise has shown that he's completely morally bankrupt. That he thinks all of those men that were preyed upon by Sitori should be preyed upon further. And he thinks that's justice. Thank God Praise has never served on a jury in his entire life. I'm actually really good with what was shown tonight. I think the judgment of truly wicked and unrighteous people is not something anyone should worry about. People that will betray their own faith. And Praise, you are a fake free gracer, by the way. Any judgment of words, actions, or statements is a violation even of very basic academic free grace. You are fake. You are fake of your own. You're a heretic of your own religion. You're not a free gracer because you think you have to demonstrate, certain things or stay in the faith or things like that, which is a very lordship position to take, kind of like Robinson and even Standing for Truth jumped on. You're all fake free gracers. And now that I've been talking with Charles, I kind of understand that more intimately, which is why I'm not really going to engage with your doctrine because it's just some random fringe offshoot of the actual free grace and it's fake. And this is why it's so frustrating to contend with. So it's a lot easier to just point out what it is. It's a fake religion of a fake religion. And that's why there's really not much point to engage with the fakes anymore. I'd rather engage with the real ones like Charles and the like, and GES and stuff like that. I think that's potentially more substantive. You guys are just randos, kind of making up your own thing as you go. So that's number one, kind of as a PS to this whole thing. Second of all, you've given no justification to believe the narrative. We showed integrity because we had a narrative that was presented against you that we were told we should run with, and we didn't because we had integrity. And there was no justification. There was no verification of it. There was the person that was not willing to be interviewed or answer questions about it. It was just something that was thrown out there. So we just dismissed it. We didn't run with it, even though it would have been convenient. We probably could have. We could have been scumbags and just run with something someone said, but we didn't. But you have. And the thing about your claim of guilt, the guilt of the plea was indecent liberties, had nothing to do with statutory rape. And that would lead you to believe that maybe there's something to the credit, or at least the DA certainly showed there was something to the idea that this relationship actually took place years after Sitori was claiming it was, because they were all in it, gung-ho, 25 years, life sentence. And then all of a sudden, they lose all confidence in it once all the the discovery information is discovered, and the defense has their time to investigate and pull information and cross-reference things, and then that information goes to the DA, and they suddenly lose so much confidence in the case that they're willing to just settle for a few years. And maybe they would have dropped it entirely. In fact, probably would have, if they weren't leveraging the fact that, well, they had two things going for them. One, they had the Me Too movement, where they were going to believe whatever she said, no matter what, which you have tonight with no evidence. You just believe everything. And you say guilty plea, but the guilty plea was not to all the details, and certainly not to the details that were proven false. And if the thing that is in the report is not anything that was evidence, just stuff she said, but you just believe it on its face with nothing to verify it or say that's true. And even the plea itself doesn't back up that saying all of that happened. If he was admitting that all of that happened, the charge would be much, much worse. It'd be actual statutory rape. So clearly there wasn't enough there to give a good case to this whole narrative of a statutory rape of a 13-year-old girl. Even her own age doesn't make sense. She's born in 89. So how is she 13 in 2004? Doesn't make sense. Did she age backwards a year? Or was this really just such a thrown together case that even it's false on its surface? And you guys just overlook that like even the prime report that you guys are looking at can't even be correct on its face because her stories are so mishmashed. But you still cling to any thread you can to believe it. And when I make these points, you just jump back to identity. Identity. It's all about identity. It's all about admitting your identity. Why? Like, why does it matter? I mean, Josh is innocent. Josh was railroaded by the system. In fact, I actually have a clip for you, Praise. I have something I'd like to show you because I think maybe you think in your mind, like people don't get arrested or charged with no evidence. Would you say that's a fair assessment? You don't think people get arrested and charged and tried with no evidence against them?
Most of the time, yeah.
Well, how often? Like
I mean, there are times where there's. I mean, I'm not denying there's not corrupt police officials and things like that. Like, I mean, there's
so
numerous.
You do think it's believable for someone to say, "Hey, I was arrested and charged and tried with no evidence against me." Like you do think that's possible? Like no actual evidence. The only thing that they had to go on was one person's story. And by the way, do you agree with TTOR? I'm curious about the moral standard that the whole, truth is established by two or more witnesses. Do you think that's irrelevant to judging truth? Because TTOR seems to believe that.
Two or more witnesses establish a matter. Yeah, it's a biblical principle. Yeah.
So if a matter is established with only one witness, it probably shouldn't be believed, right?
And there's no way there's only one witness.
Well, clearly all that stuff would only have one witness.
No, the mother is two witnesses and there's others. I'm sorry.
Well, who would have witnessed sex? Who's in there that witnessed sex? In fact, who in there even witnessed meeting up?
Well, that's why. How do you think they found out about the necklace and things like they can corroborate, confirm that evidence, dipshit? Come on, man.
Wait, how would it? What is her possessing a necklace and saying I got this from my rapist prove that she got it from a rapist? What is that? How does that prove? How does that prove she got it there? Explain that to me. Provide that logical entailment. I don't understand. Like if she just holds up a necklace and says where she got it, why is that proof of where she got it? Like, even if it was there, which I don't think it even is there, but even if it was, let's say there was a necklace sitting there and she says, hey, I got this from my rapist. How does that prove she got it from a rapist?
Well, I mean, they could
use. You see how weird that is?
No, I mean, there's obviously other leeway, or there's other avenues of evidence through the hotel room and things like that. They could confirm that.
Yeah, but there were no hotel records and no flight records ever.
How do you know that?
They're just because the whole discovery file was leaked in parts and portions over a period of 3 years. Like, it's all there. Will Kincaid is, in fact, even offered. Well, Rob Reed is not qualified to comment on this at all.
Yeah, okay.
No, he's not. And he has absolutely no. And you should ask any criminal trial lawyer what you just said to me about Rob Reed having no. Ask any trial lawyer. Literally find anyone and ask them if they think Rob Reed, with his record and his experience, is qualified to comment on criminal trial law in another state where he's not licensed. You ask them and see what they say. You seem to think it's fine. I'm puzzled by it, that you somehow take his word for this. So he's telling you there's stuff that exists that he's never seen, that he's never verified, that he just assumes is there with circular fallacious reasoning because, well, this wouldn't be here if it wasn't there, so it must be there. That's circular reasoning. That's fallacious. There is no argument. There is no evidence. None.
There's a conviction.
Conviction is not evidence.
Yes, it is.
Conviction can be a sign. Conviction can be just as much as a sign of someone being railed.
Oh, come on, man, with the tinfoil conspiracy shit.
Okay. All right. Oh, it's tinfoil conspiracy? People getting railroaded by the system and having their lives ruined is tinfoil conspiracy? People having their lives destroyed with no evidence? The Innocent Project, finding people, hundreds, who are being falsely charged, and they have thousands of files that they're trying to work through of people who have been manipulated by the system with
you pled guilty.
Yes, innocent people. You know what? You know what, Praise? Josh may have pled guilty, but innocent people plead guilty every day. And you don't understand why. Bullshit.
I call bullshit on that, especially someone who
why did all the people in the Innocent Projects plead guilty that were later exonerated when there was no evidence against them? Because clearly, if they were exonerated, there was no evidence they actually did it. Clearly. Because if they get exonerated, then clearly they were tried and convicted with no evidence, right?
You should have pled innocent if you were innocent, Josh. No ifs, ands, or buts.
So you should throw your life away with a corrupt system that will make sure you don't get a fair trial.
You did the same thing Khalil Allah did.
That's what you should do? No, that's your. Well, hold on. I want to make sure everyone hears your recommendation. If you ever get falsely accused of a crime, and they tell you you're not going to get a fair trial because of the environment and because of the system, and your lawyer comes to you and says, "Hey, here's the thing, dude. You're not going to get a fair trial. This whole system is leveraged against you. This is a liberal jurisdiction. There's going to be a lot of Me Too people on this jury. They're going to believe whatever she says, and they're going to require us to prove your innocence. And it's been too long. There's not enough there. They're going to believe whatever she says, even though she can't prove anything." Just like Praise is here, side note. And so you just really, I'd recommend you just take a plea. Just take some sort of plea because they're gonna waste you out. She's clearly enjoying every minute of this. So she's gonna keep showing up no matter what. So you should really just take a plea because they're just gonna sweat you out. They're just gonna try you. You'll get a hung jury. Listen to me. You'll get a hung jury because there's gonna be believe women all throughout it. Or at least one, and you only need one, and then you get a hung jury. And because the victim is fake and loving every second of this, she's going to keep coming back. And so you get screwed over. You get screwed over, and you get told, "Hey, no, you just have to accept it. You either go to jail for 25 years in a corrupt system,
let's just assume,
or you take a plea for a few years probation." Really, the case should be dropped. But they're going to leverage the Me Too movement, and they're going to convict you no matter what. In fact, even the detective on record says, "Don't worry, we'll get him on something." Not even knowing whether it was true or not. Just that, hey, we're going to find something to get this guy on, even before we know he did anything. Don't you worry, little girl. We're going to get this guy on something.
Listen, Josh, let's just concede that there was no rape or any sex. What the fuck was Josh flying out to North Carolina for? To play checkers?
To meet his legal girlfriend?
Oh my gosh, did you see how fucking stupid your narrative is?
Yeah. Well, what age was the visit? Do you even know?
Yeah, she was 13 years old.
Oh, couldn't be. Impossible. Literally impossible. Her Guy account didn't exist until middle of 2004 when she was almost 15. Her account didn't even exist then. So how was that possible? They met on it.
Well, maybe that's sure.
She also says that they were dating when he was studying real estate in California.
You were convicted, and
that wasn't until late 2005 when she was a consenting adult in her jurisdiction. So it's literally impossible. So how are you believing something that's literally impossible?
So some guy's gonna fly out from Arizona, wherever the fuck it was, all the way to North Carolina.
He wasn't in Arizona. He wasn't in Arizona. He was in California. In fact, that's actually kind of a funny thing.
California.
No. Hold on. See, this is where you're really, this is great because what you're doing is you're helping her change her stories. Really initially what it was that she dated him when he was studying in California and was studying real estate. That's how it all started. That's what's in the evidence. That's what she said. Oh yeah, that's what she said. That's even what she said on Thicky Street. Remember? She said, "Well, you said, well, when did you
seminary? Wasn't it seminary too? That's you, Josh."
No. She explicitly said, no. He wasn't going to Bible college. He wasn't going to seminary at the time. She explicitly said that it was a different one. And plus, he went to seminary even earlier than that. He was at seminary, like, what would it be?
Yeah, you were at Kenny Seminary.
Yeah, sure, whatever. It doesn't matter. I don't even know when Josh went to seminary, but it doesn't matter. So anyway, so he's basically she's claiming, and she says this even in the interview. No, it wasn't Bible college. And he was going to college in California. The only time he went to college in California, except for community college in high school, the only college he went to in California was real estate school. And she says in evidence that this was the time frame that she was dating. Well, he didn't enter real estate school until just before she became 16 in her jurisdiction and legally consensual to all relationships. It was right before that he even entered in. And she says this is the time frame they started dating. This is the time frame when they were dating. She doesn't mention anything about Arizona. In fact, she only mentions Arizona when she gets caught in her lie. And now she's backtracking off of everything she already said and trying to now bring in Arizona, because actually he was in Arizona at the time frame, cementing, not in California, like she said in other places.
Your job place got
let
rid
me
of
ask you something. Where was he at the time? Which story do you believe? Where was he at the time of the relationship? Was he going to college in Arizona or was he going to college in California? Which of her stories do you believe and why?
I don't know where Kenny. I would have to be. I don't know, Arizona or California. I don't know that. See, I don't know.
Okay. So she says, right after the fact, after she was caught out, that he didn't study until she was a legal adult in her jurisdiction. He didn't start studying that thing, and she gets caught. She's like, oh no. And then she sees what has been said, what's been put out there about Embry-Riddle, which is in Arizona. And then she changes her story, and now you help her change her story to now it's Arizona, because Arizona was now the time frame of 2004, but he wasn't in Arizona in 2003. So it kind of has to be 2004, which means she couldn't possibly have been 13. So which one do you believe? Was she dating him when she says he was studying real estate at college in California? Or do you believe that she says it was when he was studying in Arizona at Embry-Riddle? Which of her stories do you believe and why?
The courts already knew the answer. I'm going to go with the court.
The court has no point.
Of course it does. You're convicted, you fucking retard.
Which one? Well, praise. Okay, so you're saying the court proved. You've never seen any evidence of it, but you're saying the court proved where he came from. How would there
would be no conviction otherwise. You're convicted.
There we go. Circular reasoning. There we go. Circular reasoning.
No.
There's no way the system could be corrupt. No way at all. This is just, it happened, so therefore it must have happened with validity. Because
you pled guilty.
This is praise, infinite. Yes, thank you. Yes, infinite.
You pled fucking guilty.
By the way, this shows he has infinite justice in the system. System cannot be wrong to praise. So when you because when you say, hey, praise, the system got it wrong, and here's why. And praise just hand waves all the evidence and says, nope, I trust the system implicitly. 100%. It never gets it wrong.
I'm saying you should amend.
And even if it does get it wrong, it definitely didn't get it wrong here. I can't prove anything.
If you were a man of God, Smokey, you would have stood up for your innocence.
Why didn't? Because Sitori was getting a bunch of challenges years ago about the truth of her story. Why did Sitori not ever provide a single receipt for anything? She could have, right? I mean, she could have been like, couldn't she have gone into Thickie's stream and been like, hey, I got the smoking gun. Here's the hotel records. Here's the flight records. Here's the stuff that proves it. This is definitely him. He was definitely there at the time. He definitely does. Why did she could have, right? Because she had access to all of it, supposedly. Why didn't she provide a single thing to back up her case?
Maybe you would have compromised her case. That's why.
Well, the case was over. Case was over. There was no
maybe but maybe her case is sealed and she was told not to bring it up. I mean, this is stupid shit, Smokey. You can't even admit.
Again, we're not. Here's the thing. I'm not going to play the identity bullshit with you. If you just want to waste time on identity, you're a waste of time. You're already morally bankrupt.
You're a coward.
Well, that's fine. You can believe that. I really don't care because your judgment is garbage and your morality is garbage. And you think that a girl can go out there. You think a girl can go out there and intentionally entrap men into being predators, and they should.
You pled guilty, fucker.
You're disgusting.
You pled guilty.
You're disgusting. Well, pled guilty to what? Not statutory. Wasn't anything like that. And all that stuff. And all that was proven to be, you know what's funny is all that stuff literally proven to be impossible, and yet you keep repeating it like it's true. Like it's literally impossible. I just proved to you right now from facts inside these very things that she said.
Me Too. Me Too movement wasn't even there yet, you fucking liar. So don't even try to use this Me Too movement yet.
This didn't start until 2016. What are you talking about? It was
way before that. What are you talking about? This is 2003, 4.
You idiot. You idiot. She didn't even make a complaint until 2016.
The details
what are you talking about?
Were already there.
No, dude. She took advantage of the Me Too to get away with fabricating history.
Oh my God, man.
By changing the time frame because it was giving her a wow, really, dude? Like that's literally the dumbest thing you said tonight, Praise.
You're a coward.
A lot of dumb things. Well, you can keep saying that, Praise. I really don't.
Yeah.
You want to believe it?
If you were a man of God, you would have stood up for your.
You can't answer. You have no evidence for the things you believe.
You're a pussy.
You have nothing. But I don't care what you think because your judgment is garbage. Your morality is garbage. It really is. You think you have?
You're literally using.
Here's the thing. I don't need to care about what you think.
Ideals. You know that, Smokey? You're using secular.
You're morally bankrupt. You're morally bankrupt. It doesn't matter.
You're using secular ideals to argue, not God.
Yes, and you've used secular morality to judge by truth of
no,
one.
I haven't. I'm using God's standard.
By one witness is truth established. You have not seen any.
If you were innocent, you would have
not seen any evidence.
You've not seen any evidence.
What you've done is you've taken advantage of believing someone who's not even qualified to comment on this and have conjecture.
If you were innocent, you would have
seen
like
evidence.
Man,
yeah,
you're a coward.
There was no path to innocence, Praise. That's the point.
Yes, there was. If you're innocent, you will.
There isn't.
Even if you had to
prove your innocence. The path to innocence here. The path to innocence is proving your innocence.
Look at Peter. Look at these people that stayed in jail and prison for God. You didn't do that. You're a fucking coward.
Oh yeah, I should lie. I should lie to things that never happened. I should lie and admit to things that never
pled
happened.
guilty, you stupid fuck.
Josh pled guilty to
you or Josh. Shut the fuck up.
Praise. 90% of what was in there is not what was pled guilty to because it doesn't match the charge. So it's clearly not proven. So why are you believing it? You're stupid.
Peace and liberty. You were convicted with that.
Yeah, and what is that? It has nothing to do with statutory rape.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. Okay, so wait a minute. Hold on. You're saying, wait a minute. Follow your logic. You're telling me that they had a solid case. They had a solid case right there that this absolutely happened. And they just let it go for a few years probation. They had all this evidence that it definitely happened. And they just phoned it in for a few. They literally believed the narrative of the violent rape of a teenage girl and just let it go. But they had strong evidence, a good case, but they just let it go. That's really your logic. They just didn't follow through with going through this supposedly solid case.
They're waiting for the defense or the one that was the one.
Let's watch.
For Sitori to bring it up.
I was falsely accused of sexual assault, thrown in prison, bailed out on $250,000 bail with no criminal record. I hired a private detective. We learned that this person had done it many times in other states. They drugged me in the bar on camera, multiple eyewitnesses.
Did the person in question go to prison after?
They had zero interest in prosecuting a girl who made the story up, never showed up to court again. I had to fight for 11 months, and then when I was able to prove it with video evidence, they just dismissed me.
There's so many girls that do go through that and to falsely accuse someone that they didn't do it, and then nothing happens to them. I think that's ridiculous.
Well, the problem is the women that do the false accusing, they really hurt the girls that really were hurt. I'm not going to let one evil person, when there's 100 great people and one bad person, I'm not going to let that person ruin my outlook on life.
I really appreciate this man coming on camera and telling his story, because all too often, even when a man is proven innocent, he has fear of even talking about the situation because there's so many people that will still think that he did something. Men that are falsely accused absolutely have long-lasting consequences. And I'm honestly tired of seeing content out there from women that say otherwise. I think they would like to think that nothing negative happens to a man's life, so you might as well believe the woman as soon as she accuses him. But that's not true, hence why it is so important why men like this speak up. It is also why all of us, men and women, should absolutely be on board with laws that give consequences to false accusations. Because to not have that, which is the system that we are in right now, there are people becoming victims within our justice system, and that is messed up.
You know, the thing is, there's one thing that gives me a little bit of peace in all of this. And, God is the perfect judge and the perfect just judge. And I realize that some people are gonna just double down on horror. And I know they just will. Some people can't be helped. Some people are reprobate. Some people have, either numbed consciences or seared consciences, and you will never, ever help them, ever. You just won't. And it's a waste of time to try at a certain point where you realize there's substance in what they're made of. I mean, Praise, you can accuse me of whatever, really, honestly, but here's the thing. Our life's a vapor, and eventually it'll be over, and we're all going to stand up and answer for things. And you are going to answer for the judgment you indulged and used and your justification. And that's fine. You can do what you want now. And you can think that it doesn't show, lack of your salvation or something. And you can just keep, moving forward and continuing the hate train and the narrative and ignoring all the counterpoints, and ignoring that Me Too movement, jury nullification throughout this entire culture, which is illegal, should have never happened, because juries are instructed to believe evidence, to follow evidence, to look at evidence and only believe if evidence has been given, and only believe it beyond any reasonable doubt. And now it's turned into, you are guilty until you prove your innocence. And you see this guy, the only way he got out was because he was able to finally unsurface
He pled guilty.
some video evidence. Well, he would have been convicted, and he might have actually pled guilty too, just like these dozens of people in the Innocence Project. The people in the Innocence Project plead guilty because the system is built this way to coerce people. That's what it is. It's built to coerce, people into taking pleas and making it easier for them. And this is why the DAs like to gloat over 99% conviction rates in many of these liberal jurisdictions, especially in, things like, urban areas, that are dense and close to the coast. And Mecklenburg County certainly would qualify. And so would New York, and so would California. And many of these other very woke, very liberal counties that love to enslave mankind and love to indulge, the industrial complex of the prison system and all of the money that it brings in, and benefit off of it, really, by basically making merchandise of the people some of the very evil sins that the Jews were doing before God judged them. And it is by our bad justice system that this is being allowed, and people staying unaware and oblivious to how bad it's gotten is what allows it to continue.
Can I ask you a question?
This is why believing things. Well, let me finish. I'm almost done. This is why believing things with no evidence is so dangerous, and believing like things just because the government tells you, hey, we got this, trust the system, trust us, don't look into it, don't ask questions, don't wonder, if someone says they're innocent, don't you dare believe them, you just believe us. And this is how they get control. This is how they leverage and sway control, particularly over the mentally weak or the morally bankrupt. Praise, I am really kind of offended that you think that, like young girls, like what Godless Girl was doing, that she was actually, those men were actually predators because of situations she forced them into. Like, that's really gross. I mean, I don't know where you get off with that type of moral judgment. Saying, you're so desperate to hate me that you're going to make yourself a moral monster to try to justify it. And I think that's gross. Really, I do think that's gross. But you think it's fine. And you think it's fun. You think people that murder their whole lives and serial killers that believed on Jesus for a second are saved. So man, what is there even to argue? If people in the audience can't see it for how ridiculous it is on its face, I can't help them. So
yeah, I got a question though. Let's say that you did come out and say the truth, that you were involved in a sexual offense that happened, whatever is it, 2000.
Well, no, Josh actually did come out and say that he had a legal relationship with a girl who came back.
No, that's what I'm asking.
But hold on. Here's the thing. You listen to her narrative, right? So now you should take in what the other side says, because here's what you've done this whole time. You took judgment. And by the way, I believe the Bible is against this praise. Aren't you supposed to only judge after you hear the full of a matter?
You pled guilty. That's all they need to know.
So you did not hear the other side at all. You had no idea whether. Hold on. You heard one side, only one side at all, and then you heard the other person take a plea to something that was way, way lower than what was represented in the facts. Way lower, way, way lower, and that didn't cause you to question how much of the narrative must have been false or unproven or unevidenced. You didn't think for a second that the massive drop between a life sentence and just a few years probation, like that doesn't indicate anything to you.
No, not to a man of God, no.
Holy shit. No. That doesn't indicate anything to you from the DA in terms of their confidence in the case.
God will
they were willing to let every charge about statutory rape.
God will vindicate you. You don't need to worry about man vindicating.
Oh no, he is. He is right now. He is right now.
If you're innocent, God will vindicate you.
This is vindication for me and Josh. This is vindication for his family.
Oh, bullshit.
This is vindication against the lie.
Let me get to my question. Come on, man.
And her false narrative. And by the way, you're helping me, and I appreciate it.
Let me get to my question.
You're the one judging me, and you've.
I want to know where your heart is here.
You're morally bankrupt.
If you confess,
and by the way, praise, you're not a Christian.
Let me just ask you a question, man. Come on.
Excuse me, real quick. I don't really want to answer your queries, but I'll give you one more. But I want to say this: you're not even a real Christian. You're not even a real free gracer. You're just some fringe nut job. Okay, and this is what you've discerned to be true. So I personally, and I think probably a lot of the people in chat that care about arguments like I do and morality, are disgusted by you tonight. By the things you said and the level of justice that you perceive, and that you don't have a good justification for 18 years age, and no one does. And do you know why? Because
gosh,
hold on. Let me help you. Because if there was a good argument praise, it would all be consistent. It would just be a national standard. In fact, it would be a universal. Actually, you know what? It would be a worldwide standard. See, because praise says it's been 18 throughout all of history, right? That was his argument. It's always been that way. Funny thing is, if you look at the region of the ancient Near East,
the Bible.
If you look at the region of the ancient Near East and even Europe, even to this day, their consent laws are relatively low and have been historically.
That's not my
argument. But praise thinks they're all pedophiles.
No, it's not my argument.
So just so you know, based upon what praise is presented tonight, let's say you have someone who, I don't know, say 30 years ago, like let's take Sitori's parents, for example. Sitori's parents, Sitori's mom was in her mid-teens, somewhere 14, 15, 16, something right in there. Her dad was in his mid-20s. They met up, they were friends, semi-dating, a little blurry, not really sure, but they do eventually get married, but they meet at that time. So Sitori's own parents are a predator relationship. Her mom and dad, who have been married for, I don't know, what is it now? Probably, who knows, 40 years, 30 years, probably quite a while. That's a predatory relationship. And I hope Tom, I hope you could be consistent, and I hope you would put out a rallying cry for Shelley's dad to be arrested. Sitori's dad to be arrested and charged with being a dangerous predator and thrown in prison at his ripe age of, 70 or something, I think, at this point. I'm not sure. He's an older gentleman. But I think if you're really going to be consistent with what you've said tonight, I think you should go to your channel right now. I think you should go open up a video. And number one, you should say Sitori's parents need to be charged because they were willfully allowing her to be in a relationship with a dangerous predator. And they need to be charged for aiding in the delinquency on minor and not protecting their daughter from someone who has now been claimed 20 years after the fact to be a dangerous predator. They need to be brought up on those charges. And additionally, you need to make sure.
Are you done?
Hold on. Are you going to do this? Or are you going to go make sure that Shelly's dad is thrown in prison and you have?
I don't give two fucks with that right now. I'm going to talk about this.
Can you promise me you'll go put a rally cry with your consistent?
Stop distracting from this. We're focused on you right now.
You'll go put out well, just answer this one question and we'll move on. Can you promise me you'll go to your channel and put out a rallying cry that Sitori's dad needs to be arrested and thrown in prison as a dangerous sex offender? Her dad.
I don't believe anything.
Well, no, because you have judged him as a sex offender because you've said anything under 18 and with an adult. So he's a dangerous predator. So he needs to be thrown in prison. So would you go tell Sitori?
I don't blame you. I mean, I don't trust anything.
Can you let Rob Reed know that he should let her know that or just put out a video? Say, you know what? If this is true,
and I will put
out a video. Well, no, you can just do it. You can do it hypothetically.
No,
say,
you're going
to put out a video and say, hey, if what Smokey's saying is true, and her parents met in this way, and by the way, also her uncle, I think, is another one, a similar situation. So say anyone in her family that has been in this situation that she judged as predatory, that Praise judges as predatory, anything from over 18 to under 18, anything. If you're 18 and debate 17, you need to be thrown in prison as being a pedophile.
Stop.
So hold on. Let me finish. I just want to make sure. So Praise is going to go and say, if it is true that any of Sitori's family members met in this situation, they need to be arrested today and they need to be thrown in prison because they are pedophiles. Will you go make that video? Will you promise to make that video for me?
Yeah, prove it. I will. Yeah.
No, I'm saying just if it's true. If there's anyone just say it like this. If there's anyone in Sitori's family, parents, uncles, whatever. If there's anyone in her family that has a relationship with a similar age gap or anyone that was over 18, that married or got with someone that was under 18, that they need to be arrested today.
I said yes, I will. I already said prove it, and I will.
No. You don't need to prove a hypothetical. You just say, if this is true, this is what should be done.
Yes, I will do it.
I'll tell you what. Just say it right now. Say to me right now, hey, if Sitori's parents are indeed in an age gap relationship like that, her dad needs to be hauled away into prison and charged as a sex offender. Just if it's true. Just say it now. If it's true, he should be arrested today and charged as a pedophile.
If there's grooming, yes, I will.
Excellent. Thank you. There it is. Ladies and gentlemen, you have it. What else is there?
My question.
What is there? So, go ahead with your question, and we're going to move on because we do have people waiting.
Let's say that you confess whatever the thing that happened, the minor, you touched the minor. Do you think Christians like us would forgive you?
Touching was not pled to. There is no touching in the.
I'm just saying. Whatever's in the records. If you confess that, do you think the Christians in this community would forgive you?
No. And I'll tell you why, because they're not real Christians. And you're not a real Christian. You're not even a real free gracer. You have no morality. And you showed it tonight. You have no morality.
We would forgive you if you were accountable.
Here's the thing. First of all, you would be requiring a lie. You would see what you've done is you've accepted an unjustified narrative that has no evidence.
That's all you have to do, man.
Hold on. An unjustified narrative that you have no evidence for, that now has been given counter evidence to, that can't be possible, which I've even answered. I've taken a long time, almost an hour, answering your queries about this tonight. Each time I answer your query and put you in your place, you jump back to identity. You've done it multiple times. It's shameful. It's embarrassing. I'm getting tired of it. So, and again, I don't care what you want to believe. Believe I'm him, believe I'm a relative. I don't give a shit.
If you were innocent, you would have nothing.
I don't give a shit. Believe whatever you want, but address the fact that you are believing things with no evidence and no justification. And why? Because you're a scumbag.
If you were innocent, Josh, you would have
tonight. No, see, that's again, Praise. That's not how the system works anymore. And see, this is the thing. You're trusting. You know what's funny? You're trusting a secular government with a non-biblical standard.
No, you are.
Hold on. You're trusting the government and the secular judiciary to make discernments of truth. You realize what you're doing? You realize what a hypocrite fraud you are by saying, I believe what the secular government tells me with no evidence?
No, you're the one that's appealing to me too, bullshit, not me.
No, Praise. You are literally making the argument. I believe whatever the government tells me even if there's no evidence provided to me to believe it.
Smokey. I'm believing what you said to the fucking
Well,
court.
what Josh pled to was none of the things you keep saying. What Josh pled to as a charge was none of the things you keep saying it is. None of it.
Bullshit.
And so when I say prove the things you're saying are true that aren't part of the plea charge, you say go to the plea charge. Okay, the plea charge says those things weren't part of the plea charge. So why are you still believing it with no evidence?
It's admittance of guilt.
And why do you not believe that someone takes coerced pleas when the Innocent Project is pulling them up all the time? People who are forced
that is coward. That is such a coward, a coerced plea.
You know what? Then I'll tell you what. You know what? This will be my final point to you. I really, really hope it happens to you. I hope it happens to you. I hope you're falsely accused. I hope it makes no sense.
I've already been falsely accused.
I hope everyone believes it, and then I hope your lawyer comes in you and says, "Here's the deal, dude. This is our issue."
No, I'm standing up.
You're gonna be found guilty with no evidence because the jurors.
I'll stand up for what's right. That's
you'll go to prison for the rest of your life.
Whatever. God will vindicate me.
May God judge you that way. May God judge you by your standard.
Okay.
And will you pray that with me? May God judge you by your own judgment. Will you confirm that in prayer? Yeah. May God make you be judged by your own judgment.
Sure.
Amen. Amen to the holy God, the actual God, not the free grace God, but the actual God. But to praise for him, it's his real God, so he can pray to that. And we'll just both confirm right now, may praise be judged by his own standards. All right, praise. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Have a pleasant evening. All right, moving on. Boki, we'll just bring everyone back in. I'm sure someone's going to, at some point here, want something to add or say or pitch. In fact, Dave or someone take over, give your thoughts and statements. I don't know. Can anyone defend Praise's complete moral bankruptcy? If there's anyone in the room, Spider's spurgy. I mean, he might try, at least for a meme or something.
Oh, I could, for sure. I'm totally with Praise, even though they don't like me.
Oh, God, you know what? I don't know why. The voice for something.
I hate to say that I have to, in your defense.
Something happened. Hold on, Brandon. Hold on real quick. Did you guys feel that? Like the moment that he talked, did you guys get like a little like
cringe? Yeah.
Right? Like you got a little pit of disgust in your stomach as soon as you heard his voice. Did anyone else feel that? Like that
can I make a statement?
Wait a minute. Let me try one more time. Spider, say something else.
You're a pedo, and all of you.
Ugh, yeah.
Dude, what does it sound like?
Right? Like, okay, so anyway, you guys do your thing. William's here, Dave's here. Someone take over, say something, make your statement.
Yeah, I actually have something.
I'll be right back.
I have something that's relevant. Okay, and everybody knows I've spent time in prison. Okay, and I've seen a lot of guys go in and out of prison, but one guy in particular was railroaded the exact same way that Josh was. Not for the same thing. It was for murder. And it was a conspiracy between this man's ex-wife and her daughter. They both conspired to accuse him of attempted murder. Okay? And he went to prison for it. He had to plead to it. Because two women came in. This is before the Me Too movement, by the way. Two women came in, mother and daughter, accused him of attempted murder. And he went to jail because he had to plead to it. Period. And he spent the next 4 years trying to clear his name. So it happens a lot more than people realize.
Still happening.
And still is. Correct.
Unfortunately.
Am I audible? Yeah.
Well, I have to say too that if people understood the bar association and how the little lawyers manipulate the judge so that they can make as much money out of each client as possible, you know what I mean? They try to pull as much money out of a case that they can, so that's how a lot of things will drag out. So. But anyhow, I certainly do not have enough information on this case to make any sound judgment in the matter. I will say, though, that, I mean, it's undoubtedly inappropriate and immoral for a 21-year-old man to be having sex with a 13-year-old little girl. That is, I believe we can all agree on that in here, right?
So you cannot tell me that she was a lying cunt, period. You can't say that? You cannot admit that right now?
I don't even know enough about the case. I'm just saying we can all agree, though, that
why even just talk about it and even put your sense of in it at all?
Because look, I'm trying to make a fucking. I'm trying to point out to a solution here. What I would do is I would
study first before I would decide to open my mouth.
Yeah, just listen.
Right now,
just
you that you don't. Right now, you saying that you don't have any way of being able to tell either which one is right or wrong. As Smokey Saint has been sitting here for, I don't know, 3 years this has been going on, and you still can't figure it out? Are you playing dumb or are you smart? That's what I'm trying to ask you.
Okay, just shut up for a fucking minute. Because all I'm trying to point out is that, we as Christians can all agree that a 21-year-old man having sex with a 13-year-old little girl is wrong.
And none of that happened.
Okay.
So why are you going to try to bring that up? That doesn't make any sense at all.
Just listen. Can I fucking finish, retard?
Yeah, finish, retard. Go
okay,
ahead.
Thank you. Fuck. So anyhow, yeah, that's where I'm saying. As far as I mean, if Smokey is not Josh, because the court records are showing the whole, I mean, all of the records will be made public. That's why I'm saying this can be easily resolved. I mean, if Smokey is not Josh, then I would immediately clear that up. And then also, I mean, would you, Smokey, be willing to go publicly and state under your real name that this conviction isn't yours, and that you've
why
never
would
been
he have to? Why should he have to dox himself, man? Why should he have to dox himself? Let me ask you something, Brandon. Brandon, why don't you just give us your full information right now so we can know that's not you in the video?
What are you
so
talking?
are you willing?
Hey,
are you willing to give us all your information?
If people were accusing
how do we know it's not you in
listen,
Okay, I am
were
accusing you then. I am accusing you then. That's you in the video, Brandon. Now give me all your information so we can check
Are
this
you
out.
just going to talk over me? I mean, what the fuck? Am I
Well, if you're not going to answer the
being
question.
unreasonable here all of a sudden?
Apparently, you can't figure out if he's innocent or not. You don't have the tradition.
Well, I'm saying the fact that I mean, this if he is Josh. This
he's not.
Josh
Shut up.
Admits
are
a
you
great
dumb
deal of
or
guilt,
stupid?
Because I don't know why we're playing
going
this
on with that.
game.
How many times has he got to tell you he's not Josh? Yesterday he did a live stream. He said he was Carl. Do you not understand that? Are you stupid? Literally dumb.
The point is, Brandon, he shouldn't have to dox himself to anybody. He doesn't. If somebody has evidence against him, they can present that, but he doesn't have to prove his innocence. For one, for two, he sure doesn't have to dox himself to do it. Do you want to dox yourself? Prove your innocence. Well, I can make up something about you or anybody.
Waiting to even hear everybody go, yeah, that would be inappropriate for a 10-year-old man to be having sex with a 13-year-old girl. Or
nobody's arguing with that. Nobody's arguing with that. No one's arguing with that. No one's arguing with that.
Okay, good. I want to make sure we're clear on that. That is not correct.
Okay,
but
why do you want to make sure that you're clear on that? That's what I'm trying to make you understand. You're not understanding the actual topic. You're just trying to look at the evidence. Look at the topic of the thing. He's innocent, period.
The evidence. How fucking dare me look at the evidence? I mean,
you're not understanding. You're trying to rerail the whole situation to be like, you know what? PDF files is still wrong, right? It's still 100%. No, duh. Only a dumb moron would say something like that. Are you stupid or are you smart? That's what I'm trying to ask you. Everyone knows that
I'm smart enough to tell that you're fucking retarded.
Is wrong. Anyone knows that, period. You're stupid to ask
Brent, you said something, though. I'm on the same line as you is. I've said this the whole time. We do not have all the facts of this case, so nobody can make a judgment. We don't have all the facts. We have what she said, and we can't. We don't know if that happened or not for sure. Could you stake your life on if that happened? I know I wouldn't. So what they're asking, and number two, they're free gracers, man. Why should anybody have to go to them for say that they're sorry? Is that something like you can't forgive your brother? You can't forgive your
I'm
brother
just
or even
saying,
an enemy unless they
look,
say they're
listen,
sorry.
listen.
You're supposed to forgive them
My,
anyways, man.
Chris, hold on. I'm
Yeah,
talking
go ahead.
about just as a matter of clearing one's name who professes to be a Christian. That's why this is of importance because you're the Bible even says.
Guys, by the way, real quick, I'm gonna have a quick chat with William. He can't really yell because he's kind of he can't really talk over everyone too. So just for a second, I just wanted to empty the room. Let Will have a chat because his family's sleeping and stuff. I wanted him to be able to say something if he wanted.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, it's a little low, but I can hear you. It's fine.
Yeah, I have to kind of be a little bit quiet because
I get it.
2 o'clock in the morning, and I had to go out to my living room. So
that's fine. Good to see you, buddy.
Thank you. Good to see you. I started listening and I kind of passed out because I've had a long couple of days. I've been in and out of hospitals with now 2 family members. So I was just dead tired. That's why I didn't even stream last night like I usually do on Wednesday. But there is actually somebody who has all the files and had an opportunity to go through literally everything, and it's me. I've literally, I think there's 3 guys in the history of my YouTube channel that I've examined for pedophilia, and it's like you brought up in the beginning of the stream, Damon LaRue, and I was telling everybody about it, and nobody believed me. And guess what? He's gotten away with it because by the time they figured it out, they handled it so piss poorly that the dude was just able to just fucking up and disappear. He just vanished, got away. He's probably on a Discord right now talking to some 12-year-old in fucking Newbury, Connecticut, organizing some sexual escapade with a child. Because when I said, "Hey, he's doing this," nobody believed me. Nobody believed me because reasons. That's why the thumbnail is so fitting. Because that's exactly the standard by which everyone judged everything, one way or the other. Do I like Will or not? That's really what's just going on here. It's like I don't like Smokey, so he's a pedophile. That's really what it gets down to. I've seen the whole fucking file. It's hundreds of pages, hundreds of documents. Most of it is bullshit and redundancy. Like this is such and such a date, this thing, interview with this person, blah blah blah. It's procedural nonsense. The substance of the documents is a text file, a .txt, like a notepad file of an alleged copy paste from DM messages on Guy Online's private messaging system that it's not even the source. They subpoenaed.
It's supposedly the only messages of around this time that she explicitly saved for over a decade because reasons. No other seemingly messages from any other person at this point in time supposedly saved.
I am 33 years old. I was on Gaia Online back in those days. It was like one of the bigger forums for weebs, and I was a massive fucking weeb, right? Weebs are Americans and Westerners who are obsessed with anime and the fake sort of Japanese culture where it's like you don't actually know anything about the Japanese, you're just obsessed with what you've seen in anime. So anyway, I think that's an otaku. I don't know, it doesn't matter, but the point is that like I was around on Gaia Online on this time. I know what the environment was like. First of all, there were definitely pedophiles on that website. They were all in towns sexting teenagers for which there would be no record because it was the whole all of the code for that was written in JavaScript. It, it was a fucking flash game essentially. That's where all that should happen. It wouldn't have happened in the middle of like fucking in a private DM that somebody could have and and the other thing is that like when they went and they were like, okay, well let's subpoena guy online, let's subpoena AOL, let's subpoena Yahoo, let's talk to the internet service provider at Verizon or AT&T or whatever the fuck it was. I can't remember off the top of my head. I think it was AT&T. When they subpoenaed all these people for information for discovery, the literal things, all of the documents that say we subpoenaed and then the procedural stuff, they didn't have a record. There's
I wanted to
no
bring up this because
digital footprint.
I wanted to mention this. I put this on the screen. It was what's the takeaway? Mentioned this, that we should bring this up, and it is actually a good point because me and Will actually make fun of Kafka traps all the time. Like we don't like call it that, but like we do it. Like remember, like the other day, Will. Can I tell the story about the other day with your mother-in-law and the kid? Like, can I tell it, or is that too over the line?
I prefer you didn't.
Okay, all right. Anyway, it's kind of like where like, okay, so let's say like you're a Discord mod and someone comes in and accuses you of being a pedophile, and you're like, well, no, wait a minute, I never ever message kids, and they're like, that's what a pedophile would say.
Right. Yeah.
So it's kind of like whatever you say, they're just gonna try and find some sort of way to like make it stick into some sort of. And by the way, it's Carl with a K, freak, not C. God, what am I, a fag? So anyway, I just wanted to. Yeah, so we make fun of this regularly, like Kafka traps, and yeah, it is kind of what's going on in the community. It's
that I wanted to say because it is 2:00 in the morning, and I'm trying very hard to both be
finish up.
audible.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Other people want to yell at me or something. I want to put Brandon Irish in his place here in a minute. So go ahead.
It's just that like I've seen the documents myself, and I've offered to show people privately some of the documents because like I would show praise, for example, because I'm not gonna go around doxing people, and it's like, oh well, just show your ID. It's like, okay. And the other thing is that they wouldn't accept any measure of evidence anyway. They'll just say that it was fabricated or that it was AI. That's why I'm hoping at some point you'll show me what the utility and all of this Sisyphean fucking bullshit is. Because the people, as far as I can tell, the people who don't believe you didn't believe you from basically the start.
They won.
And they still make the same arguments with the same level of information.
Well, no, they all automatically went to guilt even before there was even a plea, and now
before there was even a fucking court case.
Yeah.
Just like before they even knew that somebody was even going to fucking court.
Right.
I mean, like, I'm hoping that at some point you show me what the point of all this is. I mean, it's good entertainment for some people, I guess. Is that it? I don't know. Because I'm the only one of all the people. There's literally like I think 3 people on this fucking planet, maybe 4, that have actually seen the stuff that's in Discovery and listened to the 6 hours of interview recordings from fucking Discovery. And I'm one of them. And I was the guy who came out like day fucking 1 and said that this is bullshit. Not only that, I have more context than anyone else because I was around on Gaia Online when all this was happening allegedly. I understand how it works. I'm what fucking Sitori is like what 35, 36. I'm 33 years old.
So William, can you attest to any type of way when Sitori was claiming in evidence that she was sending messages and video over Gaia Online? Is that a reasonable thing?
Oh yeah, there was one other thing. There was one other thing that I want. Yeah, I'm gonna address all that in one fell swoop here. First of all, neither then nor ever have you ever been able to send photographic images over Gaia Online's DM system. It was text only. It was peer-to-peer IRC, and it wasn't even live. you'd send a message. This was over fucking dial-up, by the way, so the latency on this is ridiculous. And the very idea that before the technology even existed for the general consumer, especially in America, that there was some kind of live streaming video of sexual strip teases or whatever the fuck, the very idea that that was even physically possible on internet 1.0 essentially is fucking preposterous. Anybody who's been on the internet longer than 10 fucking minutes knows that there's no way that that fucking happened. And by the way, I don't know if there's an admission on paper, but I know for sure that on the fucking audio recordings with the fucking detective, she admits that there was more than one person that had access to the NN account, which was the name of the fucking user that she claimed was Josh. And that it was a narrator account for these cringe fucking roleplay. I know it's cringe, but like the setup was that it was a group of writers.
I don't think it's too cringe, people. By the way, I don't know if it's too cringe.
Gaia is one of the cringest fucking websites that.
Oh, it is. But like back when you were late teens, early 20s, that was the shit. I mean, especially if you were a weeb. Like I was, you know, that was like
Online. Gaia Online at one point was a
you know what's really cringe?
business.
You know what's really cringe? You know what's
Gaia
really
Online
cringe?
was selling NFTs before NFTs were a thing.
But you know what's actually cringe is being a 30-year-old woman dressing up in princess outfits, parading in the park and LARPing. That's really cringe.
Or getting on Final Fantasy 14, logging into the Balmung server and LARPing as essentially an underage person getting banged in your high chair. That would be weird too, hypothetically. That would be
It's
weird.
almost like someone who had fetishized pedophilia went and tried to recreate history to make it true so that she could jerk herself to it. Isn't that kind of weird?
That would be incredibly weird if somebody had footage of somebody baiting her into doing that. That would be very cringe. Of all the cringe, here's the thing: there was a narrator account with a screen name that I'm never gonna fucking probably give out publicly. And it was allegedly the narrator account because it was a writers group essentially.
Right.
And what they would do is they would do role plays to give people essentially ideas for their independent writing.
Correct.
They would take the narrative structure of stories that they would all construct together as a group, and then go off and write their own stuff. So, and there was multiple people who had access to that account. And one of the witnesses that was supposed to be called was one of those people who had access. And the reason that they never got called is because then they could possibly be implicated in the whole fucking thing. And it's entirely possible that this other individual who declined. The one person who could have cleared all this up, who's now lost to fucking time, essentially. There's a first and last name, but you're never gonna fucking track him down at this point. It's been what, 20 years? The one person that could have cleared all this up also could have been one of the number of people who was allegedly, if even this took place, because again, it's a notepad file, it's copy paste, it's not even hard data. There's no metadata, none whatsoever. And the only person who could have cleared all of this up could have possibly implicated himself in this. And it's entirely possible that some or all of those alleged text messages that took place from his side of the fucking computer. And then he would have to go through all of this at some point in his life too. And I'm gonna guess that's why he declined to fucking testify. But this is the thing. The reason that I'm not like just dumping everything on the fucking internet is because, first of all, the people who've made up their mind already are not going to change their fucking mind to begin with. It's pretty obvious at this point. If you can't see it now, you'll never see it. I can't help you. The second reason is because I'm not just doxing by dumping this information on the internet. I'm not just doxing Josh. I'm doxing probably 20 or 30 fucking people. And the only reason that I would give it to Praise is because I made a deal with Praise and he reneged. It was like a year and a half ago, 2 years, something like that. I went on his channel. I remember I was at work, right? And I went out for a cigarette specifically to talk to him about this. I was like, okay, if I show you the information, will you agree to judge this fairly by metrics? You know what I mean? And then he said yes. So finally, when we did the big return stream, I said, okay, sit down with me. We'll go through everything. I will literally sit down with you over the course of days, because that's probably how long it would take, because I don't only have so much free time. I don't eat Stouffer's lasagna through a slot in my door that my sister feeds me. So I have a life, a pretty good life actually, all things considered. And so I would sit down with him for I think it would probably take me 12 hours to go through absolutely everything with him, because you know, it's- you could just listen to it, but then you would have no context. You probably want to ask questions about this, that, or the third thing. I would sit down for him for a total of 12 hours combined and go through absolutely everything with him. And he was like, fucking nope. I said, okay, whatever. I just, there's not going to be any convincing people. I'm waiting for the punchline here. But I think the fact of the matter is there's no fucking punchline. It's just people made up their mind a long time ago. And the other thing is, when was the last time anybody saw Smokey Saint talking to a child on the internet other than accidentally or because I dragged Eli into a fucking room? I mean, EMC 2103 was a friend of mine that we met fucking clowning on somebody. I think
You're doing the old man Jew thing with your tangents, by the way.
I know. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm tired. It's the whole thing. It's just like if Smokey Saint was a sex pest of some kind, or some pedophile, there would be some kind of trail somewhere. And furthermore, he would be a moderator on Discord, which he's not. So. That's the number one. That's the
Only in my
way
own room, which of course is always open. So
right. And here's the thing: I've seen pedophiles on the internet, and I'm exposed now 2 or 3 of them. Like Biggie McShees was like my first big kill. Like, and his fucking.
And I remind you, Will has had access to my email and messengers on pretty much everything this entire time. He's had
he
access
gave
to
me
all.
full unredacted access for years.
Like he could see all my messages at any point, like he wants to. Like he could access my phone if he wants to.
And here's the other thing: me and Lo are very anti-pedophile for reasons that we don't want to get into. Fucking Lo is marrying him, you absolute fucking moron. There's a long and Lo was on board with me with the fucking Damon LaRue situation with Animancer. Same guy, but I always say his full legal name because I want somebody to find him out there and finally do something. I went to fucking New Haven, Connecticut Police Department, I think 2 years ago, and I collected all of this information. I put it on a flash drive, right? And then I had the paper documents, all text transcripts of everything that was happening. And I personally hand delivered it to the local PD and explained myself for 40 goddamn minutes on fucking vacation, right? With my family. And they didn't do a goddamn thing. They didn't do a goddamn thing, clearly. So, but then, and everyone was like, see, they didn't do anything, so you must be lying. And then they personally caught him doing it, and then he was a fucking pedophile. Okay, I see what it is. So, I'm kind of, I guess, final summation. I'm kind of burnt out. I don't know what else. I don't know what else I can do for you people who don't already believe. I mean, the fucking one of the cover sheets has the ages as being 7 years apart, and then gives like a 10-year age gap in the accusation where it's like 13 and whatever the fuck. Not 13 and 21 or 22. That's for goddamn sure. And I was talking to Wildheart about this like what 2-3 weeks ago. I said I literally showed it in the video. I literally showed it in the fucking video. And it's there. And it shows his date of birth, her date of birth, and then the wrong age gap. They couldn't even get that right. There's literally the detective instructs the alleged victim to go prep her witnesses for interviews, when any detective worth the salt would have just cold interviewed them. He would have just gotten a list of names from her and said okay, and then cold interviewed them, pulled them into the Mecklenburg County Sheriff's Department or whatever, or got them on the phone or whatever the fuck. But you can't prep witnesses. You can't just start poisoning the well. Why do you think he felt comfortable doing that in the first place? Because he knew that he would get away with it. Because that's how the system is. I mean, like, I don't know how many we literally went over Eliza Blue and Mattress Girl and fucking the you guys, some of you guys watch Rick and Morty. The dude who does the voice of Rick and Morty was literally accused of doing horrible things with underage fans, right? And then he got fired from all of his acting positions and his positions working for Dan Harmon's company. And his fucking games got canceled, right? And then, like, I think it was maybe like somewhere between 4 and 6 months later, it was proven that she was making the whole fucking thing up. And guess what? He's still not voicing his original characters, and he's still kicked out of his company. Anyway, I suppose my point is that we live in a very knee-jerky fucking society that doesn't give a shit about the truth of anything. They just give a shit about the initial optics, and then they just kind of like, well, we'll figure it out later. What would be the point of going to that fucking cross on your fucking Golgotha and nailing yourself up there? Because that's what would happen. Like, let's say for a second that Josh and Carl are the same person, right? And it's all just bullshit, whatever, right? What would be? What, he's just gonna plead guilty, go to prison, and then we don't hear from him ever again because child rapists are fucking murdered in prison. You're asking somebody to say, okay, you're right, I'll go get anally fucking raped by Bubba, probably to death with a perforated colon, and I'll die in a cold jail cell in fucking Mecklenburg County because I was actually innocent. Well, I hope maybe the Innocence Project will get around to looking at my case. Look, fucking, if Smokey and Carl, or I'm sorry, if Carl and Josh are the same fucking person, it's like, do you just want, no, crucify me head up, feet down, or feet up, head down, rather, like fucking St. Peter. Just nail me up to a 2x4 and call it a day, right? You're actually asking some dude on the internet.
William, please. Crap. Can we please address Brandon here real quick? Because he keeps saying it and he won't stop saying it. Can you address the age gap argument? I know you said it twice already. He's still not getting it. Can you please explain it very, very slow? Like you're
No,
explaining
I'm just saying, as far as off of the court records that those guys
Yes,
showed.
Brandon. Oh, is that all you're looking for? The false facts of something that was impossible to happen is wrong? Okay, yeah.
Look,
Is
I'm
that
saying,
all? Is that all you're going for? Yep, I agree. A
Yes,
21-year-old
yes, in
crossing
the
straight
hypothetical
lines
situation.
to fuck a 13-year-old is
Yes,
absolutely gross and wrong. We can all agree. Are we good now? Are we good?
yes,
Everyone
thank you.
agrees. Are we good? Excellent. Thank
I'm
you.
so glad we're good.
So
Yes,
it,
I agree. A 21-year-old
Go
man
ahead.
fucking a 13-year-old girl is wrong.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
Go
no
ahead,
shit.
William.
Water's
Proceed,
wet.
please. Fuck you.
You'd have to go. You'd have to go to the bowels of Afghanistan to find somebody who disagreed with the fact that a 13-year-old being fucked by a 21-year-old is a great thing. You know what I mean? What are we talking about? What are we even
talking about?
What is? I just don't even know what the point
What
of
are we
even
even
asking that
saying?
fucking question is.
What are we
like,
even saying right now?
like, first of all, if the point of asking that question is to
Yeah, I think it's wrong to stick your dick in someone who doesn't want it. What do you guys think?
no, I never thought of that, not even once. In fact, hold on, let me get this dick out of this dog really quick. Oh wow, I just realized now that fucking kids is wrong. Wow. Somebody clip that. Somebody clip me saying that and just fucking use it all the time. I don't even care anymore.
Brandon's one of the. By the way, Brandon will tell you. Brandon will tell you he was one of the ones like he was fucking the babysitters when he was like 8 or something like that. He says it. Like he was,
that is
was
the
like 8
weirdest
years
fucking
old. He
thing.
was fucking the babysitters.
That is the most.
Brandon's right, Brandon. Right? I'm not misrepresenting that, right? You am I misrepresenting that? You were kind of fucking the babysitters when you were 8 or 9.
yeah, I was talking to Dave about just as far as like this nature for sin that we have. Nobody had to taught me to be a little.
Let me ask
devil.
you something. Were they?
I'm
they?
not sure.
They
if
were.
flex, not sure if that's a flex or
So
a
now hold
self-report.
on. Let's not deflect from the subjects because
Well, I'm not deflecting. I
these
just
were all
brought you
older
in to
chicks
query
than
that.
me. All of the chicks that I seduced were older than me.
What does that
not,
mean?
Because we're talking about a 21-year-old man trying to seduce.
Well, like how
a
old? How old
little
were the
girl,
girls? Well, hold on. How old were the
which
girls?
is
that were...
fucking pathetic.
Hold on, dude. How old
Yeah.
were the girls that you were banging when you were what 8?
Well, I mean, it's that's irrelevant to the.
No,
point.
it's absolutely relevant.
You're going to try to deflect as though
No, I just
all of these
dude,
girls
hold
were
on,
older
hold
than
on,
me.
wait
That's
a
why
minute.
they were the
Wait, can you take him
babysitter.
out for a sec so I can get a word in edgewise? Because again, I'm not gonna scream at 2 o'clock in the morning in the middle of my house.
Yeah, I can barely even hear you, William, and we had to sit there and listen for quite a while.
Well, then I'll tell you what. You know how we fix this, Brandon? You know,
yeah.
we fix it is let him talk when he needs to talk.
Yeah.
He's almost done and he's going to go to bed. Right, William?
I was pretty much done. I'm kind of just answering your questions now. It's only a deflection if we didn't answer your initial question.
Right.
Yeah, but I mean, all of this is easy to clear up. I mean, it's so easy to find out who this Josh guy is. So, I mean, if you're not this Josh guy,
no one's going to dox themselves or say
You
things.
know
that
what?
they don't
Well, I'm
believe.
just saying
It's a
it's
false
super easy to
narrative.
find out. So, I mean, if you were this Josh guy, then all of this deflection and fucking trying to slither out the door of fucking reasonable doubt.
Well, let me ask you something. If he was innocent, why would it matter? I mean, if the only thing, if the only thing that was shown against him was one girl's story over a decade after the fact with no evidence to be believed, and then stuff comes out to show that it was problematic, corrupt, contradictory, and nonsensical, and also impossible in some regards to the statements that she made. Should it still be?
All I'm trying to get at is if you were actually this Josh guy. If you were
well, no, but hold on. But why would that matter if it was shown and demonstrated? Beyond all, will you let me finish my question? Will you shut the fuck up and let me finish my question? Will you shut the fuck up? You do that, Brandon. You just cannot shut the fuck up. I swear. It's ridiculous. You know what? By the way, I know I can. I should be able to tell you're a fucking insurance salesman before you even tell me you're an insurance salesman. You know why I know? Because you overpower people and you just throw the paper on the table and you say, sign here, sign here, sign here. And you don't answer questions and you don't like objections. You just want them to do what you want. And you act
Oh
like
my
it.
god.
You
Is
act
that
like
true? Is he actually an insurance salesman?
He absolutely is. Yeah.
You know, Dragnut's diabetes. I was joking about Brandon to somebody in the cult I won't name about how it would be really funny if Brandon was an insurance salesman and there was a whole. Did I just joke this into existence? Or did I just
Just like we
Mandela
did with SFT being a used car salesman.
I didn't even know. I didn't even know that SFT was a used car salesman. He just claimed it like that because he's such a piece of shit.
All I'm trying to get at is that if you did turn out to be this Josh guy, it would make you look incredibly bad. You would look like a total slimeball piece of fucking
Why?
shit.
Why?
Because why wouldn't you just come out and say, "Yeah, I'm Josh," and it wasn't
Why
that big
should
a deal?
why should anyone
I'm
have
sorry.
to?
You know
Why
what I
should
mean?
anyone have
Like,
to dox themselves because of false narratives? Why should anyone have to do that? Why would anyone do that? Like,
if
say, like,
somebody
for
was,
instance, let me give you a hypothetical real quick.
if I'm a dude that's gonna get
Like,
on and
let's
talk
say,
shit about
let
people
me
the
let
way
me give
you
a
fucking do,
let me do a hypothetical
and
here.
claim to be a Christian, and then people are
Can you
coming at
kick
me
him
with
out
this
really quick? I just
pedophile
want to say
shit,
I
I
just
would
want to say my
fucking.
last.
Go ahead,
I
real
just
quick.
want to say my last
Just
thing.
please finish up quickly, though, William. Let's wrap it up because I do want to
Oh
get
yeah,
the room open again.
yeah.
Can you like really get
It's
to
gonna
it,
be.
please?
It's literally like 3 paragraphs here, essentially. So when your charges begin with a 3,000-mile paddy wagon, basically a fucking ice cream truck with the back hollowed out, chained to a fucking bench with a bucket to piss in, right? When your entire case begins with you being hauled across country, making various stops dotted across this great land of ours at various penitentiaries, not even your destination, for I don't know what was it, fucking over a week or something. I think when you spend a week in the back of on a wooden bench with fucking sores on your ass, eating fucking Little Caesars fucking pizza and McDonald's for 7 fucking days, chained to a goddamn bench, pissing in a bucket for 3,000 cocksucking miles, not even being able to sleep laying down. When your case begins that way, after you've been fucking tortured essentially for a week, legally, by the way, by the fucking government, all right? When your case begins like that, you'd plead to just about anything to not have that happen again. And if any man disagrees with me, guess what, bitch? I've got a van, and we can test that. We can we can we can test that at your earliest convenience. I will drive you personally 3,000 miles around the fucking country in the back of my ice cream truck, chained to a wooden bench and letting you piss in a bucket and defecate on your fucking self. Oh, and you know what? I'm gonna make you piss in front of other men and shit in a bucket in front of other men, and all I'm gonna feed you is is fucking Little Caesars pizza and McDonald's cheeseburgers for a week, and you're gonna sleep upright, chained to a fucking bench, and then we'll see how you feel about taking a fucking plea deal. I bet I could. I bet if you let me torture you the way that the fucking government legally tortures people in this country, I bet. I bet if you let me just do that, just that bare minimum, not even Gitmo shit. I bet if you let me do that to you, I could get you to admit to anything. I bet I could admit you to fucking finger banging a toddler in a Chuck E. Cheese in 1998 in fucking uh, uh, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I bet I could get you to admit to all kinds of wild shit. I bet I could get you to do anything. I bet you I could get you to lick my fucking taint in perfect concentric circles. You people don't know how the justice system works and what a fucking shit show it is. You have no fucking idea And you just sit there and you go, well, if I was innocent and I was accused of this, I would. The fuck you wouldn't. You didn't spend 6 months in a fucking hole in a Korean concentration camp. Like some of my family members. Listen, the thing is, you have no idea. You have no idea what torture is. You have no fucking idea. And I'll tell you what. Last thing. Josh the man, the guy that exists, if he ever existed, the person Josh was died in the back of that extradition van. Completely different person between getting accused, taking the ride in the back of the extradition van, spending time in jail and in prison, awaiting fucking bail or whatever. Josh, the person who was accused of those fucking crimes, died a long fucking time ago. And until you've had to deal with even a modicum of what fucking Josh had to deal with, I really don't want to hear it. Okay? There are people like Shep who have been to fucking prison who can understand why somebody would take a fucking plea deal like that in the first place. The rest of you probably haven't even gotten a fucking traffic ticket. You probably haven't even spent 5 minutes inside of a fucking courthouse. You have no idea what the system's like. And that's why you judge the way you do, because you have no fucking experience. And with that, I'm done. I like Praise said, I hope you're all judged by the exact standards by which you judge. Praise Jesus Christ. Christ is Lord. Amen, hallelujah, and go fuck yourself. How about that? All right.
Come on, buddy.
That's it.
Well, thanks for stopping in. Go get yourself a nap.
I'm gonna do that. Okay. Take care. Ta-ta there. Sorry.
Take care, buddy.
Bye.
What the fuck was that?
That was my best friend giving all the good justifications to not believe the narrative and focus on bullshit and actually show some semblance of Christian ethics. And hypothetically, like if I was to discover information about someone, maybe they're like an insurance or title or I don't know, whatever, and they have like a really scummy like business practice where they like belong to some sort of like referral network and make it look like there's some big like hot shot or something like that. And then you go to like some other websites that are formatted the exact same way. And it like looks like really it makes it look like you're some like really big hot shot like CEO of something, and really you're just some faggot somewhere living in the middle of the desert.
So are you deflecting again?
I'm sorry. No, I'm just putting a hypothetical.
Oh, wait.
Hold on. I'm just putting a hypothetical.
You refuse to directly
Wait a minute.
deny
Hold on.
this.
Can I just let me finish my hypothetical?
And
Let me finish my
that says more than any of your bullshit insults ever could, dude. I'm
not insulting anyone. I'm just making a hypothetical. Why are you taking this personally?
Fucking devil.
Wait a minute. Why are you taking this personally? I just was putting a hypothetical
personally, buddy.
Well, clearly you're attacking. I'm just putting a hypothetical.
No, I just know how you fucking ramble on, so I got to hurry up and get it out.
Why are you getting offended by me just putting a hypothetical to the room to respond to? Why are you getting mad?
I'm just saying, I just fucking, think a 21-year-old fucking chasing a 13-year-old.
I agree. It's gross.
Disgusting.
Yeah. Gross. It's a good thing. It's a good thing that was impossible from the file, because they're 7 years age difference. So how could that happen? How does it? How could it be true?
I'll just go over what the court records.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you tell. Well, I'll tell you what. Well, you explain it to me, because everyone refuses to explain this to me. How is it that in real reality, she's born in 89, he's born in 82. So actual reality, the reality we live in, they are 7 years apart. And then the report says they're 8. So what does that say to you? Like, what does that communicate to you?
I totally understand your point. I'm saying off of what those guys showed last
Well, no,
night.
but like, see, what you just said was, I just go off of what the report says. And the report says something that is literally in reality factually false, just actually not the state of affairs in actual reality.
Yeah.
So why do you keep harping on it?
Well, I'm just saying, I know how to pull up all of the court records and everything and read everything myself.
It's a sealed file. It's a sealed file. That's why she wanted it to be sealed, because this is the type of shit she didn't want to happen.
It's easy to find out.
She did not want the information of all of her lies and all of the corruption of the system coming out. She didn't want it out there, and they didn't want it out there. So they fought to make sure it was sealed. And you know what's funny? Let me tell you something. You might know something really fucked is she made the argument that she just didn't want to be bothered. She wanted it all sealed and redacted and everything so that she couldn't possibly be bothered or asked questions about it. And then immediately, the very night of the plea, went and did a full-blown 3-hour interview with Thick Shades that very night, answering all the questions and telling a completely different story from what was in evidence. Isn't that weird? Isn't that a weird thing to do?
Sure,
to beg for the file. Hold on, for her to beg for the file to be sealed for her own protection, and then to immediately, like literally, not even the next day, like literally, actually immediately.
Trust me, there's no way that she can get the files sealed. It's all on public record. All court cases are.
Go get it then.
Sure.
No, there are. You wait. All court. You're saying that they can't seal certain records for protection?
I'm just telling you, I know how to get it.
Are you saying that juvenile cases are? Well, then get it.
Well, yeah, get it, because I tell you what, Brandon. The case I was talking about earlier.
You know what? I dare you. No,
even
actually,
the judge
let
couldn't get this man's file open.
Hold on. I dare you. I swear to God, I dare you. I'll give you $1,000, Brandon, if you can actually go get the case file. I swear, I will give you $1,000 if you can go get.
All
the
right,
case
you
file.
heard it here, folks.
There we go.
$1,000.
Did you hear it?
All right.
$1,000, and if you can't get it, you owe me $1,000. What's our?
Oh, well, now you fucking.
What's our deadline? Oh wait, you're not willing to go. Oh wait a minute. Oh wait. So you're not willing to put your money.
Now you're trying to force.
No, all of a sudden, not so confident, right?
Oh, not so confident all of a sudden. He's like, well, wait a minute. Rob Reed's been trying to get him for years, and he's a lawyer, and he hasn't been able to. But I, big old Brandon Irish, I could get it. I got connections.
What? Just as a matter of honor, I'm willing to just pursue it as a matter of honor. If you wanted to put $1,000 on the line, I'm
30 days.
I'm cool. I don't want to put $1,000 on the line for it.
I'll tell you something. I'm $1,000 confident. How confident are you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm cool with just a matter of honor, man. You know what I mean?
Fuck you, man.
You're fucked. Well, what? That's why I'm saying this would be so easy to fucking for you to just go, look, I'm not fucking Josh. It's just that simple.
Brandon,
end of story.
Brandon, shut up. Brandon, your honor ain't shit. If you are sitting there saying that you are going to listen to a court case document instead of having someone literally speak to you, telling you the freaking truth, and you still go by a court document. You are beyond retarded. Do you understand that?
How old are you? I'm just curious.
Old enough to understand logic, apparently.
Just tell me. I mean, what is it a big deal? Are you in your 20s
and I was in special ed, and I still understand way better than you do.
I know. I can tell you've got it all figured out.
Retard. You don't know anything, period. You just keep
buddy. All right. We got you. You've stated
and you sound
your case.
really retarded. Keep talking.
Thank you.
I'm going to keep talking over you. Your voice is so annoying, and period. You're just an idiot. I'm sick of hearing your voice. Just shut up. Get off the panel. If you don't believe it, then why the heck are you here? Who are you?
All I'm saying, I'm trying to be fair and just as a Christian.
Okay, so you have a contract, right?
The whole matter
you have a contract, right? You're causing discord. You're breaking your contract. Why are you breaking the contract? I thought you said you have a contract.
What kind of cold shit is this?
So why are you breaking the contract?
What the fuck,
you're an
man?
insurance
You
salesman.
got
No
your
wonder why
little
you
fucking
understand a
club
contract.
running for sure, Smokey. I got to give you some props on that. These
No one's
motherfuckers are out
running.
to defend you
No
and
one
shit.
is running, you little idiot. That's why he is sitting here and he's been talking to you for what? Almost, I don't know, 40 minutes maybe? And even Will came on here and he even told you the same thing and you still don't want to listen. What did Will say before he got off? Even if you guys had the evidence, you guys still wouldn't listen. And look at that's evidence in the proof right there. Brandon, shut up.
I don't
That's
think
simple.
you
Just
know
shut
shit
up.
about rules of evidence and stuff. So, anyways,
I don't know what rules and evidence are, apparently, but the Holy Spirit guides me into all understanding. But
I
you
don't
know
know, man.
everything, right? Because you are God, right? That makes a lot of sense.
You're
What
a
is
fucking
God?
idiot.
Love and forgiveness.
Dude,
Why
just
can't you
stop.
forgive?
Just
Why can't you
stop.
forgive in
Come
general?
on.
And why
You
can't you
just,
stop being offended?
know,
Period.
I'm not being offended, dude. I'm just trying to,
Then why are
stop
you
you from making
attacking
an ass out of
Smokey?
yourself.
Then why are you attacking Smokey? Leave him
I'm
alone.
not attacking
Period.
Smokey. Like, are you fucking
What do you mean you're not
listening?
attacking? You
Are
literally
you
just
retarded or what? What
you
the
literally
fuck,
want him
man?
to agree
This
that
fucking
having a
guy.
21
I
and a
mean,
13-year-old
first we got
are
Will
wrong.
that's going to
Are you
talk about
stupid?
stories in a fucking band, and then now this fucking clown that's fucking I don't even know what planet you're motherfucking on. I don't even know.
I don't know
Anyway.
what motherfucking planet you're on. You're definitely not on Earth, and you're definitely from hell because you're from your
Oh, I
Satan.
know. I'm
You're
just
from your
being
father,
so
Satan.
unreasonable
You know
to
what Jesus would say to
suggest
you?
that, hey,
Get thee
yo,
behind me,
Smokey,
Satan.
why don't you
You
just fucking
accuser of the
prove that,
brethren.
yo,
Do
you're
you
not this
understand
fucking
that,
Dutch
Brandon?
guy? End
Your
of
contract
argument.
has been seared
I
away
agreed
from
with
you.
Smokey
Do you understand that? You do
that the
not have the
courts are
Spirit of God
corrupt.
because you don't know how to judge
You're a
righteously.
fucking
That's
retard.
why
Who
you
is
don't have the
this?
Spirit of
Like,
God.
wow, man.
Now,
You've
get thee
got your
behind me,
little
Satan. Do
parrot
you understand
trained
that one?
well. This is
Keep
amazing.
talking. You still keep making yourself look like a retard.
Are you
Keep
just going to
talking over me.
continue to wrap your fucking gums?
I don't care. I can keep rapping all the
What
time,
are
no matter
you,
what,
like
but you're
fucking
still not edifying
18?
nothing.
I mean,
Everything you're saying is literally
do
nothing
you
but
have
everything. I'm
hair on your balls, little
Period.
boy? I
You
mean,
have
what
no
the
facts.
fuck?
You just keep talking to talk.
Brandon,
So
you are
shut the
just
fuck
gish
up.
galloping. You are just gish galloping a lot, Brandon. And you're just over talking people a lot too. And maybe the funny thing is like you sit there and you're like kind of like surprised. Like, you're kind of like shocked. You're like, what is it? Like, why do people like Smokey? Like, why do they follow Smokey? Like, why do they care what he says? Why is he so like kind of like? And the funny thing is like you don't like assess like the way that I operate, like the way that I carry myself. And see, like even right now, you just can't shut your fucking mouth.
I'm trying to compliment you, man.
Look at this. Like even now, like I don't want your fucking compliment. Your compliment is dog shit because you're a dog shit person. I don't care about your compliment. You know what I care about? You know what I care about? Manners. Manhood. Integrity. Things that you seem to. You said. Hold on, Isaac. Hold on, Isaac. Hold on, Isaac. Hold on. Let me finish. My room. I'm talking. Everyone's going to let me finish. If I come in the room, hey, here's the thing. If I'll step away, I'll get a beverage or something. But if I come in and I start talking, that means everyone's quiet. Okay. Because I don't talk unless I got something to say. And usually it's pretty important. So when I come in and I start talking, everyone stops talking. Okay. I'm just going to make that an operational rule. Okay. So Brandon, so my point is that you kind of sit there and you're kind of wondering, and you're sitting here insulting Isaac like he's some sort of little cult follower. And what Isaac's done is he's looked at the information objectively, and he's tried to lead by a level of, I would say, Christian righteousness in terms of judgment, actually listening to what the Bible says. You're the one that goes on about following the contract and stuff like that. And if you were following the contract, as you claim, you would be engaging in righteous judgment, which in this current moment you're not. You're not following the biblical standard by two or more witnesses. It's truth established. And by the way, you're accepting. Hold on.
Face here.
Well,
ahead.
you are.
Yeah.
You see what you just did? See, you couldn't help it. You literally can't. You can't be a man. It's beyond you. You can't be a man of integrity or manners or decorum. It's beyond your capacity. This is an indicator of it. We're doing this as an exercise, Brandon. This is part of
and your ad hom attacks are totally manly, right?
What is an ad
Good
hom?
manners of you.
What is an ad
anyway,
hom attack?
Look, let's not beat around the bush. I came in here to justify. Everybody knows you and I. We don't
Here's
like
the thing.
each
No,
other.
hold on. You are in the smoke room, and
I kind of tried to stand up for you and say, hey, I got to admit the court systems are correct. All Smokey.
You are in the smoke room, and you will behave like you're in the smoke room, or you can leave. I don't care. I've been on the stream a hot minute. Adversaries are always welcome. Free speech reigns here. But if you are attempting to out-talk everyone, keep everyone else from talking, you are not protecting free speech, okay? And you are showing just your garbage character, which is actually the point I'm making right now. You can't shut the fuck up. You just can't. You can't let someone finish. I even walked away to let you talk. Okay, I have allowed you lots of time to talk, and you cannot.
You walked away to let me talk.
It literally is pointless. He
You
can't help
walked
himself.
away to
I'm
let me
telling you.
talk so your little parrot could fucking sit there and rap the whole time. Anyway, that's all there is to it, Smokey. You know, simply prove you're not the Josh guy, and fucking the whole thing's done. What's the problem here?
How
That's
about
it.
how about the stuff just comes out that Josh is innocent and then we leave it alone? How about that?
I don't give a fuck about if Josh is innocent. If
Oh,
a
you don't?
21-year-old man is chasing around a 21 or a 13-year-old little girl,
Which is impossible.
He's a fucking
Impossible.
pervert.
Sure he
and
is,
He
but-
should
well,
fucking
that's
just,
not
you know,
Josh. Well, that's
confess
not
it
Josh.
and repent and get right.
Retard, are you literally actually retarded? But Brandon, look seriously. All right, can you put yourself on cam? Can you put yourself on cam for a minute? Seriously, I want to look at you in your face.
Yeah, I really can't. Yeah, sorry.
Are you an actual retarded man?
I
Like,
am.
I mean,
man,
really.
I am fucking.
Like, are
so
you actually
retarded.
legitimately retarded? Like,
Yeah,
you're
but
not.
where's our
you're not
debate,
actually
man?
following. Let me
Then I'll
ask you
get on
something.
camera for you, player.
If Josh is innocent, why would it matter who he is, or if I was or wasn't, or a family member, or whatever it is? Why would it matter if he was innocent? Why would it matter?
Innocent of what? Chasing around a fucking 13-year-old
Yes,
girl?
yes, the impossible narrative. Yes, he's innocent of the impossible narrative that's been levied against him. Yes, because they're 7 years. Did you just hear what I said? That they're actually 7 years of age
Can I
difference?
ask you a question?
Wait, how
Have
many?
you
Hold
ever
on.
been?
How
Have
many?
you
Hold
ever
on.
even
Let me-
been to North
Brandon,
Carolina?
Brandon, have two ages. How many years apart is 21 and 13? How many years apart is that? How many years is
But
that?
okay, Smokey.
How many
though,
years?
if-
Answer the question. How many years apart is that? 21 and 13. How many years apart is that?
That would be 8.
Okay. Now they're actually 7, right? Right? Born
What was
in
that?
89. They're actually 7 years apart. Born in 89 and born in 82, right?
Sure.
That's what's in the file. Okay, so the thing you keep saying, a 21 and a 13-year-old, which you're saying he did, you just said it again that he did that, is literally impossible, even from the file, from the facts of the file of the ages that they were born. Literally impossible. And yet you just mentioned it again. So I'm going to ask you again. Are you an actual retarded man?
Yes.
Very good. There you go,
So,
ladies and gentlemen.
Smokey.
You stirred it up.
Now, can I ask you? So, real quick, Smokey, can I ask you, have you even ever been to North Carolina?
No, you can't ask me anything because you're retarded and you're not even following the argument. So you can engage with the rest of the room. I'll be right back.
Well, I mean, I'm just trying to help you clear the matter up, dude. I mean,
So you exactly did what Praise wanted Smokey to do, right? You just wanted to admit that you're a retard instead of actually show that you're not a retard, or are you really a retard?
Yeah, I'm really a retard.
Okay, so then why do we even care what you have to say?
I don't know, man.
Okay, so then why are you here?
Because I'm just trying to make a point as far as, you know, have you
So
ever
if
even
you're trying to
been
make a
to
again,
South
if,
Carolina?
okay,
Because if you flew,
since you are
I'm
retarded, I
just
gotta explain
hey,
this to you.
listen.
Since
Listen,
you are retarded,
listen
I
to
gotta
how
explain this
fucking
to you.
retarded I am.
If you are
Real quick,
retarded, we
can
don't
you just
care what your point is because
for
you
one
cannot comprehend
second?
our point, period, because you are retarded. Do you understand that? So why would we care about your point if you are retarded and we're not? Please explain that to me.
Okay, if a 21-year-old man flew from California to North Carolina to meet a girl that's 13 years old, then, you know, obviously he's, you know, got some motive there. We've established some motive. And now that's why I'm saying
Are
if
you saying something that you did?
what the fuck?
Well, I mean, I don't understand what you're talking about because we know that this scenario is fake. You're making a scenario up again. So why are you making a scenario
Listen,
up?
according to the court records of what they presented last night on the TTRI or whatever that channel is.
Oh, and
They
court records are
showed-
100% truth, and they cannot be fabricated at all. Like we've been saying, retard, more than once. But you want to keep putting your point across, and like I said, that's why our comprehension is above yours, because you can't comprehend. That's why you're retarded, and we're not going to listen to your narrative because it makes no sense, retard.
What the fuck, dude? You never mind.
That's why
Whatever.
you get so angry and mad, because you keep
No,
going
I'm
in a
just sitting
circle.
here. I mean, I think you're ridiculous.
You
You're
keep
giving me the
going in a
giggles
circle to the
tell you
same
the truth.
scenario
I mean,
over and
this is
over and over and
fucking
over and
insane.
over and over again. You're retarded.
Okay, whatever,
You know the
man. Run with
definition of
that.
insanity?
Fucking write it down in your little book.
Do you know what the
Whatever you
definition of
need to do.
insanity is? Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. Why are you doing the
Alrighty,
same
I
thing over and
know.
over again and expecting different results? That makes no sense. So you
I
are a
can tell.
retard.
Okay, dokie.
Okie dokie. Bye bye. Get out of here then. Like, you are so retarded.
Alrighty, buddy. So anyhow, yeah. But wouldn't you agree if a 21-year-old man flew all the way across the country to meet a girl?
Circular reasoning again, guys.
No, well, see, first you have to say it like this, as it actually is in the document. A man who's 21 years old, born in 1982, flew across the country to meet a 13-year-old girl who was born in 1989. So you're stating the impossible.
Look, I'm just going off of what those guys on last night's little debate showed. That's all I'm going off of. All I'm saying is
So you're not going to go
with
off
the
what Smokey
information
Saint said
that
at all.
they
You're
presented.
not going to go off what Smokey Saint said at all during the whole time, including Will that came up here and told everything as well. You don't want to listen. You want to know the court or you want to know the case? Why don't you talk to Will? Why are you talking to Smokey? Why are you yelling at Smokey so badly? Why can't you talk to Will? That makes no sense to me. Oh,
Can I
wait,
ask-
you're a retard, so that's why.
Can I ask one more question?
Wow.
This stuff that they were showing in this other YouTube channel,
Okay, Shep. Yeah, I mean,
no, wait a minute. Let me ask
feel
my question.
bad.
Let me ask my question.
Yeah.
The stuff they were showing in this other YouTube channel, you saw the information on it, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Did you see the dates of birth?
Also, I'm saying clearly what I saw.
That's a
on
simple
the
yes or
thing.
no question.
No, I did not see
I don't-
that. What I
Okay.
saw. Okay, I'm just telling you what I fucking saw.
So-
all right, it showed on the thing that they presented last night. 21-year-old, 13-year-old girl. That's
so let
what
me
I
ask you
saw.
something, Brandon. So when she was 13, it was 2002, right? Right?
I guess
2002?
yes, whatever.
Yeah, because she was born in '89, right? So she would have been 13 in 2002. Gaia
Smokey, the
Online,
only-
Gaia Online didn't exist.
I don't even give a
Gaia
fuck about all
Online
of
didn't
this,
exist.
though. You know,
Gaia,
I don't
well,
care
clearly
about
you
this
do.
stuff.
Clearly you do, because you keep saying
don't.
Josh was
Listen,
21 and went and fucked a 13-year-old. You
I'm
keep
just
saying
saying that
if you
are
you will not
Josh, all
stop
of this,
saying
all
it
of the
over and
effort
over
that you
again. You
put
keep
forth
saying
to
it.
hide your identity.
It doesn't matter.
makes you
It doesn't
guilty as
matter because
fuck.
it didn't happen. It doesn't
Ugh.
matter because it didn't happen.
Anyway.
It doesn't matter. Do you
Okay,
admit that it
whatever,
doesn't matter
man.
because
You
it
know,
didn't happen?
Have you ever even been to
Oh my
North Carolina? Have you ever even been to North Carolina?
Can you answer my questions and prove your innocence, please? I'm Brandon Irish, and I ignore everything else unless it points to guilt. You're such
What
a
are you
shitbag,
talking about?
man.
I'm just
You know,
asking.
I'm gonna give one more hypothetical.
Okay,
and you're gonna
by the
shut
way
the
you're
fuck- you can
dodging,
leave.
I'm going to assume
You
that
can
yes,
leave.
you have been to North
Okay,
Carolina.
okay, I'll tell you what, Brandon. I've been to every single state. Now what? I've been
Okay.
to every single state. Now
Have
what?
you ever been arrested in North Carolina?
I've never been arrested in any state. Now what?
Okay, cool. There you go. I
There we
mean,
go.
was
Oh,
that
well,
so
there we go.
fucking
That's
difficult?
proof. Oh, that's proof. Someone said it. I
Well,
believe it completely now. You're a fucking
I'm just
retard.
saying,
You
you're
really
on
are
the
a
public,
fucking
you're
retard.
on the
You know that?
public record
You
stating
look
that
at-
no,
you look
you've
at-
never ever been arrested
Yep,
in
never
North
been arrested
Carolina.
anywhere. Yep, there you go. Never been arrested anywhere. What does that do for you now? What does that do for you now?
It's not what it does for me.
Well, no, you're the one that wants to know. No one else is giving a shit to ask. No one else has asked about what states are things. So what does it do for you?
Well,
what is this?
I mean,
What
if
has this
you've
helped
never-
you with?
Yeah.
What has this helped you figure out? Tell me what this is. What this little line of questioning has helped you to do. Go ahead. What's your conclusion here? What was your big plan by asking these questions? Where are you
Look,
going?
I'm trying to give like the benefit of the doubt.
I don't need your fucking benefit of the doubt. You're a fucking retard. You already admitted it.
Okay.
What do I
All
need?
right.
What do I need to care about what you think about anything? In
Okay.
fact, actually,
All right. I'm just saying it would be
Let's
just
say-
a terrible thing if you turned out to be this Josh
Here's the
character.
thing.
Fucking
I want to put.
just
Well, I don't
showed
give a fuck
your
what you think.
ass
I
and
don't give a
showed
fuck.
everybody what a fucking motherfucking devil you are.
What showing that I would have the identity of a guy that was falsely accused and railroaded by a system and lied about by a bunch of degenerates, including you, who are reading off impossible details of a file and not
I
addressing
know.
how
Not
they're
on a plane
impossible
to go
or
chase
how
down
it
a
is.
13-year-old little girl. That's fucking disgusting.
Okay, so
bro.
did you hear what I just said? That Josh.
Disgusting.
Did you hear what I just said? That Gaia didn't exist in 2002. So how would they have met?
I know. I don't
If
give
she
a fuck
says,
about
hold on.
little,
If
little
she
word
says they
games and
met,
bullshit.
if she
I
says
would
they
read
met,
all of
hold
the
on,
court
Brandon.
documents and all of that.
If
to
she
make my
says they met on Gaia, and Gaia didn't even exist when she was 13. So how could that possibly be true that she was 13 when she met someone off of Gaia if the website didn't even exist yet? How could that be possible? Explain it to the room.
Sure.
Because
right
you're
now,
right.
I'm
You're
not
right.
interested
Does
in
wait a minute.
hearsay.
Does the
You know what I'm
report not
saying?
say, hold on, wait a minute. Does the report not say that? The report says it, right? You just said
I haven't read the report
says
yet.
this. Well,
Yeah, I haven't read the report.
You've been sitting here saying you saw it last night.
I'm just
Did you not see
asking
it?
some
Wait a minute.
questions.
Did you see it or not see it? Did you see it or not see it? Because you said earlier you saw it. You were seeing it last night. That's what you said.
What
You said
they showed on that.
What did they show? So you
debate-
did see it. So you saw something.
Yes,
So you
it's
saw something.
it showed in the video.
And it said 13.
huh?
And it said 13. That's what you saw? 13.
Let's see. It says.
Is it a
Let's see.
report? Is it a report or just something someone said? Because
Yeah, it says Marks dash Herbal, comma Joshua Nathan, race white, height 6'3". You're fucking 6'3". Maybe I better stop talking shit.
I'm actually 6'4".
Anyhow.
I'm actually 6'4".
So anyway, and then 200.
And my wife will fully attest to the fact that I'm absolutely 6'4". She actually thinks I'm taller. I'm not. Anyway, go ahead.
Okay. So, anyways, and then it just says,
So
minimum
it says 13 and 21,
registration
right? It says 13
10
and 21,
years.
right? It says 13 and 21, right? That's what
Yes.
it says, right? Okay.
Yes.
So now, she would have been 13 in 2002, right?
Let's see.
Because she's born
This
in
says
89.
offense date 2004.
Right.
County Mecklenburg, North
What year is
Carolina.
she born? What year is she born?
What year is she born?
What year is she born?
I don't know if it shows it on this.
Okay, well, she's born in 89. And even Rob knows that. Even if, well, see, and that's suspicious too. You're looking at a document that doesn't even state when she was born.
I'm just saying off of what those guys.
So she
I
was
said
born. Hold on, wait a
clearly-
minute. So she was born in 89. So how old was she in 2004?
Let's see. So let me just do something real quick.
She was born in 89. So how old would she be in 2004?
So now, but nowadays she's 36 years old. This
Answer the
girl?
question. How old would she be in 2004 if she's born in 89? How old would she be?
She would be, I guess, what, 14, 15?
There you go. 14 or 15. One or the
Still,
other.
that's
Couldn't
still
possibly be
disgusting.
13, right? Couldn't possibly be 13, right? And also, so let's say we go the other way and we say she was actually 13 and it was 2002 that this happened, but the website she claimed to have met the guy on didn't exist yet. So that can't be true, right? So you'll admit that it's literally impossible for her to be 13, right? For the narrative, literally impossible, right? You'll admit it.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay,
For
there we
the
go.
Narrative.
So the report about what happened is factually impossible, right?
Uh huh.
Here we go. Why do you
There it
believe
is.
it? So why do you believe it? So then why do you care about identity? If it's factually false, who cares? Why does
Well,
anyone?
because I mean, it's just you telling me. I'm not going to accept. I'm not going to have the guilty party sit there and say I wouldn't lie to you. You know what I mean?
So when someone
yeah,
makes,
I mean, I would want to see the
So-
facts for myself.
oh no, that's interesting. Now that's interesting because there have been no facts for her story ever provided to anyone, including the court. None. No evidence at all. And if there was, you think she would have. And by the way, if she was, if it was, what's really interesting, she was over on Thickies doing a couple of different interviews, very, very long form interviews, 3-4 hours at a time. And she was getting challenged by a few people that all of her story was kind of made up bullshit and wasn't adding up. Like, for instance, when she said she was married to Marine stationed in Afghanistan, like many, many months after we had already pulled all the troops out of Afghanistan. So it was very blatantly a lie, but no one called her on it. Like shit like that. Like stuff that's like really, really like a blatant lie, like on its face that no one called her out on. Or like her credentials, or like what she was doing with her life, or where she was living. Like all this stuff just made up because she was able to stay anonymous. No one was ever going to fact check it. So she could just make up anything she wanted and just tell some random story she wanted. And then she spent the whole interview being like, my parents didn't know, my parents didn't know, my parents didn't know about the relationship. They had no clue. And then she calls her mom live on air, just springs it on her, doesn't even let her know she's doing this, doesn't even tell her mom she's being recorded or published, calls her up. And her mom is confused, even says, Michelle, I don't know what you want me to say, is acting very confused, not sure what's going on, and then contradicts everything Michelle had said the entire interview and says, oh, no, I didn't. No, I just didn't approve. Now, if that's true, and Praise couldn't answer this question, I asked Praise, which one's telling the truth? Is Sitori telling the truth or is her mom telling the truth? Is Sitori telling the truth that they didn't know? Was her mom that she just called and sprung it on telling the truth and saying that she did know? Which one's telling? Praise can't answer that. And he just runs back to identity. Identity, say your jaw, say your no, say la 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 la. He just jumps and deflects and runs because he knows what it means. Because he knows that now he's relying upon the only two people that have come up to tell a story of immediately contradicted each other right away. So someone's lying. Someone's lying even with this very, very basic, simple little attempt to verify one tiny little thing. And it ends up being a lie. And so you pick one, whichever one you want to believe. But assuming that the mom is telling the truth with what she said, then she knew about it but didn't approve. But that means that she couldn't stop it, which means she was a legal adult. That's really what that means.
Well, I will say
if she knew about it and didn't approve, but also didn't stop it, that means she's actually implicitly confirming it was a perfectly legal relationship.
Yeah, you pretty much aided in.
Which means it probably took place, like the evidence is showing, years later than what Sitori claimed.
Well, I'm going to get ready to go to bed, Smokey. I'm heading out.
Night. Anyone else? Or should we wrap this up? The rest of the adversaries aren't
Fucking
coming.
simple math, man. He just doesn't understand.
Sorry about that, guys.
You couldn't have put it more plainly. Just so you know, Smoke.
This is the thing. Like, here's the thing. If you're going to be completely irrational, I don't give a fuck what you think. If you're going to be
You can't be trusted.
If you're going to be completely fundamentally bankrupt, I'm glad to hear Praise has never served on a jury. Thank God for that. Really, literally, thank God for that. That Praise has never served on a jury. My God. Holy shit, man.
Don't you get in trouble for that, though?
What?
Like, if they ask you to go in and you don't show?
Yeah, if he's just been dodging jury service his whole life, I don't know, man.
Call them and say,
You know what? Here's the thing. We're gonna chalk this up to net benefit. All right. It's a net positive that Praise does not serve on a jury. It's a net positive. So let's just take the blessings where we get them and not worry about Praise technically committing more crimes over the years by dodging jury service. Let's just thank God that reality manifested in such a way that such a morally bankrupt man.
He does realize that's a federal offense, right?
What?
Dodging jury duty.
I don't even know if I knew.
Him adding no value to society is a net positive. Sorry, net negative. Also, hello.
I just wanted to tell everyone I'm sorry. I kind of get a little animated because I'm just very passionate and Like, I'm very,
Isaac,
I
you're
hate it
fine,
when
buddy.
people
You don't
get
got to
picked
apologize.
on.
You're good, bud.
Yeah,
I
no,
know I
you
ain't got to apologize. I want to let everyone know, whoever watches the video, you know what I'm saying? Like,
So you're apologizing, but you're not apologizing.
I'm apologizing to everyone if they get mad or frustrated, whoever gets mad or frustrated. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I am sorry personally. If you guys don't see it as a problem, then so be it. But me personally, I say sorry. Does that make sense?
That's fine, buddy. That's fine, man. There's no hard.
I know you guys are fine with it. You know what I mean? And that's all. Thank you for accepting my forgiveness. That's just pretty much.
You're fine.
I always say sorry. It's just one of the biggest things. It's not if I don't mean it. It's literally because the Holy Spirit guides me to, like, there's times to freak out. There's times not to. And some people, they may see me animated and think that I'm angry or think that I'm very upset. So I like to apologize to kind of acknowledge why I was upset or why I was getting animated and stuff like that, because there's a time and a place, but you shouldn't be able to have someone make you lose your own temper, because that's your own temper. Does that make sense?
Yes, and you know what, buddy, it's fine. There is certainly something to be said for righteous indignation, and you're okay, man. You're all right, and you're working through it, and I appreciate your fervor for truth and what's right. I do. I appreciate it.
I get what he's saying, though.
But that's more important than necessarily even, manners or things of that. It's more important to really have, I think, a sense of fire and passion for truth, and I would never insult that.
that's
So
called integrity.
you're good. Yeah, you're good, buddy. You're fine, and I appreciate what you had to contribute tonight. I really do.
Okay, thank you. Because, like, I was so irritated. Like, I don't even understand it. He said that he was a retard, and then he's like, I want to make my point. I don't want to hear your point now. Like, I'm dead serious. Like, what you just literally made your point that you're dumb. I don't even want to hear now.
Well, this was a great night. We had some other people in the back that I didn't get around to that may have been adversaries. At one point, the room was just completely full. So while I was talking to Praise, so I may have to do like a part 2 of something like this to give the adversaries another chance earlier in the evening to come back over. I did not see Rob Reed, but I did see a couple times people trying to enter the back, but it was already full. We had a max out of 10 that were back there at one point while I was talking to Praise. So if you did want to come in and challenge and you missed your chance, I apologize. I did want to get through that with Praise. I'm glad I did. Part of this really has to do, for me personally, is to show it at this stage, because here's the thing. I'm not going to convince everyone. Okay. There are some people who cannot be convinced of literally anything, like even if it's right in their face. I mean, we have flat earthers, for God's sake. Those people exist. Come on. Like, some people just can't be convinced no matter how blatant it is right in front of you. However, they can be used as an example of how ridiculous the position is to hold. And Praise did a great job for us tonight. I'm maybe not surprised, but really I will be disgusted if Dude and Olive really stand behind some of the things Praise said tonight. And Praise is trying to make the argument that in the ancient Near East, like, the absolute age of consent was always 18 the entire time. Yet oddly enough, in that area of the world today, it isn't. So what happened? Like, did they decide all of a sudden that 18 just wasn't needed anymore, or is Praise full of shit? And the consent ages in that region have pretty much stayed relatively consistent for the last couple of millennia. He's got to kind of decide, because it doesn't really make sense that, like, they were all of a sudden, like, all the way back to, like, Moses. We're like, nope, 18 and over. I know you're only going to live to be like 25 to 30, and you don't have a lot of time to have kids, but you better wait till you're 18, because reasons, biblical argument from silence. I can't point. Praise's argument from the Bible. This is so amazing. I want to paint this picture. Let me make this very clear, because this is how retarded Praise is. Okay, he says, well, nowhere in the Bible does it explicitly say they were under 18, so they must have all been over 18. I'm not shitting you. That's his fucking argument. Well, nowhere in the Bible does it say they were under 18. So they must have been over 18. That's literally his argument.
don't people hasn't people said before, like I think Rebecca or Isaac's wife was like young or something like that too? Like
there are
like-
multiple characters that may have been in their teenage years. The thing is that Praise
like-
is doing the one thing he will debate at times that atheists shouldn't do. It's the bigotry of presentism, where he's saying his modern unjustified cultural standard should be applied to all cultures as the standard.
Exactly.
So like he's even thinking that Sitori's dad, who's like 70 now, and the mom's like, you know, they're like 10 years difference, so like 70 and 60, you know, met back when, you know, he was in his mid-20s, she was in her mid-teens, they fell in love, they got married, they had kids, they built a life together. And now Praise is going to sit there and say that guy needs to be hauled away as a sex offender. Like fucking think about that for a minute. Like think about the moral bankruptcy you have to say something like that. Like think about Praise like having that type of moral arbitration. Like to hold this innocuous, unjustified standard that he just made up.
I would rather be ignorantly blind than that way. That's insane.
He's even as much as say 18 and 17 pedophile. He's jumping on that grenade. I mean, that's like really we've crossed into just twilight zone of absurdity. That's and that's fine. That's what was painted tonight. Praise came in to paint a picture that he's judging me from a position of pure moral bankruptcy. So what does it matter?
Oh yeah, he also agreed and told God, you know, hopefully something like that happens to him or someone on his channel. Like, what if something like that happens on his channel, you know, and they're freaking out? Like,
I hope it does happen to him, and he's called it down on him. So may God answer his prayer. May God answer my prayer. That prayer.
God bless. You know, hallelujah.
Does find himself in that position, and he has to fight, and he has to have that conversation with the lawyer, where the lawyer is going to come in, and the lawyer is going to sit down and say, "Hey, Praise, so here's the thing. There's probably going to be some Me Too people on that jury, and they're not going to listen to all your evidence that you're innocent. They're just going to ignore it, and they're going to believe whatever she says because, you know, we're in a liberal jurisdiction, and she made up a story, and everyone believes it. And you're definitely going to go away. You're going to get charged with something. You're definitely going to go to prison. But, you know, we could talk them down to it. You know, I could negotiate, spare them a trial. You know, they do know the case is bullshit. They're not trying to chase 25 years. They know that's bullshit. They know they're not going to get it, but they are going to try to get you on something. Even the detective says, well, don't worry. You know, even if this falls apart, we're going to get them on something. You know, just the intention to find guilt if there is none. And that's the mannerism of the detective, is to not give the benefit of the doubt or look for justice or truth, but to just look for any justification of guilt possible, like any threat, like anything to try and make someone, you know, a predator or a criminal, you know, just anything they can possibly cling to, and even openly admits it proudly. No issue. No one cares, you know? And so that is it. Yeah. Thank you, William. Direct quote from Discovery. So you have real signs of disgusting things, and of course her and the DA want to hide their corruption, and they'll cling behind ideas of, well, we want to protect the victim. No, really what they want to do is they want to protect their lives. It'd actually be good if the file did get released and unsealed. It's going to be near impossible to do, and you know, if you could do it, Rob Reed would have done it already. But Sitori doesn't want it unsealed because that,
you know, I'd be real surprised if she wasn't related to someone who was in that system.
No, maybe. Yeah, maybe.
I mean, I'm from the South. I'm telling you, there's a 99.9% chance, because all of those North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, Georgia, Kentucky, Virginia, they're all small town communities.
Yeah, but like
Whether it's
when you're put in that position where you're told like you're not going to get a fair trial because of the Me Too movement and how it is, and like this is a lawyer, like say it's a lawyer and they're representing you, they're going to tell you how it is if they're doing their job correctly, and they're just going to be like, yeah, it's bullshit, but you know, you're also counting on people coming in on a weekend that don't want to be there to pay attention to nuances that proves your innocence, when they're just going to assume guilt, because that's what the system is right now. Assume guilt.
Can I address something? I'm sorry, real quickly, because Mad Dogs is sitting there in the comments, and it's like he basically said, like,
Andy, come on in. Andy, if you wanna chat, folks, let's do the ultimatum time for Andy. Andy can come in and make his case because I don't want to do the chat thing tonight. I'm too tired for it. I don't want to.
Okay, that's
Do you
fine.
want me,
I don't want to
if
sit here
you
and
want me
read
to
all
stick
that.
around, I will, Smokey, but it's 2:30 a.m.
Well, go ahead and go to bed, Shep. It's good. I appreciate
All
you.
right.
But
Good night, everybody. God bless.
Yeah, good night, Nikki.
Well, I was gonna say
yeah,
something.
Andy,
basically-
no,
God
real
damn it, I
quick,
wanted to
real
talk
quick,
to him
real
about
quick,
something.
real quick.
Yeah, maybe later.
Real quick. Andy, you're going to go into ultimatum territory because I don't want to do the chat thing tonight. Sorry, I just don't want to. You can come in the room. Link is pinned, but we're not going to do the chat thing. So if Andy wants to keep running his mouth, don't block him. No one block him and no one time him out long. But you guys can time him out short when he puts a message in. If he doesn't come in the room, he has to go. No, Andy. Well, okay. Well, then you don't have time to chat on the side chat then anyway. So good night, Andy. You can come in the room. We're not going to engage with it. But go ahead, Isaac. You wanted to answer something he said. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to basically say, in order for someone to trust God, even taking like a plea deal would basically kind of like trusting God anyway, wouldn't it? I mean, if the guy knew that he was being railroaded and being,
it's trusting in God that you were led to the right attorney that's giving you the right advice. That's how the system is and how it works and what you have to do to get through it. Because sometimes you have to deal with the cards you're dealt. It's
and I mean,
horrible.
the other thing. Well, I mean, the other thing is that he's even so crazy is if the like you said before, and this is like the biggest, I think it's honestly like the biggest mind-blowing thing that most people don't even realize. If the evidence was so secure, why would they let the person go and go on a plea deal? That doesn't make any sense to me. Why would the court allow him to walk?
Yeah, it's a good question, especially with such a claim of such an incredibly heinous crime. And
That's
it is.
like saying, somebody shot somebody and killed someone, but they had no real evidence, but they had proof it was them. But they made a whole video evident thing saying that it was them, but they were actually truly innocent. And now they're in jail.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, I get it. No, and this whole situation really, and for people who are ignoring, just the facts that are presented, which is what's really going on here. Josh had a perfectly legal, consensual, long-term relationship with someone he couldn't even touch in full knowledge and condoning of the parents. That's it. That's what happened. And then years went by. She went to a liberal college. She got indoctrinated into a victimhood mentality. All of her Facebook changed from happy and uplifting to depressed and PTSD. And she adopted a victim narrative. She started making claims about people in her past and turned people into predators, and did so connections in the criminal justice system, which is exactly where she wanted to work. So you can follow the evidence of what actually happened, or you can listen to the narrative of a lying cunt. It's up to you. So you guys pick your choice.
Exactly. Amen. That's all I'm going to say.
So, well, let's wrap it up. I think we've had a good enough show. The adversaries have either gone to bed or they're not coming in. So we'll just phone it in at this point. We'll pick it up. I don't know. Let's see. What is today? Thursday. I cannot do a Thursday show. Probably a Friday show. So we'll probably set up a Friday show. I'll do something like that. Set it up tomorrow morning so you guys can stay tuned for that. Probably do a part 2 to this. Maybe a call out to all the adversaries again. I'll maybe try to plan to start it a little bit earlier, maybe more like 6 o'clock or something. So there's plenty of time for them to come in and contend, and they don't have to run away if the room is full or something like that. So I want to give a better chance for people to pop in. So we'll probably do a Friday show. So go ahead, everyone give their final statements. Isaac, you can start, buddy.
Okay. First thing, I do also want to let you know, I do know this is your channel. So if you ever do tell me hey, Isaac, shut the fuck up, I'll shut up, by the way.
Well, and by the way, you can do the same thing to me on your channel, buddy. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah, I know. Okay, but I just want to let everyone know, I hope everyone had an amazing time. I hope everyone sleeps well. I hope they have good dreams. And, God bless everyone. And this was very educational. Also, remember, take everything with a grain of salt. Look up the Word of God. Literally study the Word of God and understand the reason why we're saying what we're saying. That's what I would say at the end of this. God bless everyone. Take care.
Take care, buddy. Good to see you, Isaac. Thanks, man. All right, Sparkle, go ahead, bud.
God doesn't exist, but seriously, thanks for having me on. I was gonna ask Shep a few questions because I was kind of curious that the case he brought up with the guy was actually.
Well, why did you do that on Discord? Do that on Discord. Reach out to him. You're in the same server. You're in the community server. Just
well, I mean, fair, but.
Okay, well, he's gone. Is he in the room? He's not in the room. Right? Do you see him? Is he around, Sparkle? Where's he? Oh my God. Where's Shep? Someone, where's Shep at? Where'd he go? He's not here to answer Sparkle's question. Go find him on Discord. Why are you even saying this? What do you need?
Fuck you. Okay, I'm giving you my last word, and you interrupt me. But no, seriously. I hate humanity at times.
Is that it? God,
Well, I mean-
God doesn't exist, and I hate humanity. This is where Sparkle wants to leave the evening. God doesn't exist, and I hate humanity. That's great, Sparkle. That's gold. Welcome, literally, hello atheism. Good night, world. This is the message from your local albino faggot atheist. Fuck God, he doesn't exist, and everyone is garbage. Have a great night.
I never said fuck God, okay? I just said it doesn't exist. There's a difference. Yes, classic Sparkle. That's me. But then Chris came in as well, so how you doing?
Yeah, I took me a little nap for a second there.
This is final time. This is final statements time. Are you done?
Yeah, I know, but I wanted to come back in.
Have you summarized everything, Sparkle? God doesn't exist.
Yeah.
And fuck everyone. Is that where we're at with
I think
it?
he summarized it.
No, I never said fuck everyone. I just said I hate you.
I want to ask a question of a person that's not in the room. And by the way, God doesn't exist, and fuck all of you. This is Sparkle's contribution.
You're lucky. We got you saved under free grace, Sparkle.
Well, okay. Here's the thing. I have contributed more to society than praise ever will. Okay.
By the way, I think we did this at one point. Sparkle, didn't one time we had some sort of talk where we were figuring out what was the minimum amount you would accept to get on cam and say the N-word? What did we land on? Was it like $200 or something like that? Do you remember? What was the minimum amount you said you'd get on cam and say the N-word? Do you remember?
$1,000.
What was it? Was it 1,000?
Yes.
I don't think you were that expensive. You were a cheap whore. I don't think you were that expensive.
Yeah, I think you were cheaper.
Well, you know what? I've become a more expensive whore now. Like maybe a few years ago.
You found value in your older age. Okay.
It's just a word. It'd be $1,000 if I paid it. You'd have to say it to an actual black person.
I would say it online.
Say it and mean it, or just say it?
I mean, I would say it online. I would say it online, not on cam. I would say it online for maybe $100. I might stick with Sparkle. I would probably say it on cam for 1,000. I probably would do that.
Well, I mean, there's a problem here because if I actually did that,
I would say it to an actual black.
I wouldn't say it's an actual black person.
Hold on, let me give it tier here.
Go ahead.
So I would say it not on cam. Let's do the not on cam tier. Okay, I would say it to just anyone, like a white guy, for like $20. Give me $20 and I'll call a white guy.
Maybe for free.
And maybe for free if it's the right guy. I might. It depends. Maybe praise one of these days. I might say
if they're being one,
But like to do it on cam, all right, well, the price is going to raise up. But like to say it to an actual black person off cam, I mean, I'm not PMARS, I won't do it for free. Probably $100. Probably $100. I would say it to an actual black person. I would call not Jill. I wouldn't be able to in good conscience call Jill that word.
No.
Maybe Veckel. He's going to take offense to that, but I might say it to Veckel for $100. I might.
I don't know. I think he'd actually find it hilarious if I said that because, dude, you're fucking harmless.
Now on cam, that's going to be more money. Now for a white guy on cam to call him the N-word, $500.
But see, Smokey,
an actual black person to call him the N-word, and we're talking just some, I'd call G-Man the N-word for free. I mean, really, honestly, to be completely honest with you. Like, there's some black guys where I might do it for free, but in a general, if there's, a reputable, decent black man that you want me to say the N-word to, that's going to be a real high price tag. I would never say it to, Billy Carson. That you couldn't afford to get me to say it to Billy
There's
Carson.
a problem.
Yeah, like Jill and Veckel, they know that when we say stuff, or if anybody says it here, that we don't really mean it, nothing by it, they think it's
Well,
funny.
Smokey, there's a problem with me getting on camera. I have to wear a mask because you want to have the powder.
That's true. You
inside.
can't. Yeah, it's true. That is a problem. That is a problem. You're right about that.
I want to say something, Mr. Lizard. I want to say something, Mr. Lizard. Mr. Lizard, you're a faggot. That's what you are. I'm going to call you Mr. Faggot every time I see you.
I'm not
You
a
are a
bundle of
faggot.
sticks.
Shut up. You are a
I'm a
faggot. How about
lizard.
that? Shut up, Mr. Lispy faggot. That's what you are.
Becco, come on.
No. That's what I'm calling
I
it.
do
No,
want
because
to
Jill. No. Hold on a second. No. We've explained this to this dude many times that when you just can't arbitrarily call a black person a Mr. Ruckus, okay?
Why is that?
We've already explained this to you, and you know.
I never heard that.
You've all known people. You know what? I don't care what you guys say. Until Mr. Lizard stops referring to Jill as Mr. Ruckus, I'm going to continue to call him faggot. That's what he is.
But I'm not a bundle of sticks.
And what you guys want to do about it?
But it's Uncle
What you guys
Ruckus,
want to do about it?
So we can call you Coon?
You already do that, you faggot. You do that too, you faggot.
Coon or sellout?
That's what you already do that, you faggot.
What the fuck, guys?
Come on, Becco.
Talk. Control this dude.
You can call me
Act like
porn
a-
star.
act like a
You can
person.
call me porn star.
Yeah,
Okay,
the
that was
difference
funny, I
was
missed him.
they meant it when they were saying that too. You know what I mean? They wasn't trying to
Yeah.
play around.
Fuck
They were
it.
trying to push buttons.
Also,
The
faggot.
one-
Okay, that's bad. I'm offended with that.
He's like, you can call me porn star.
I miss Mr. Lizard. Who knows where the fuck he went?
You know what? Hopefully he grew up. I guess that's all we could say.
Hopefully, yeah.
Okay, Sparkle, do you have anything else before we close out?
No.
Okay. Have a good night, Iron Man. The
Yep.
empathetic narcissist saved by free race. Yeah.
Albino, the albino empathetic narcissist saved by. That is a long name to put. I don't think I can ever fit that.
And do not forget, love sucking cock. So don't forget that. Add that into the mix. Don't that's your primary identity as a gay man. You can't leave that out of the mix. So.
I mean, no, but Smokey, like, why do I have to be the gay man that sucks dick rather than getting it sucked?
Well, we had this conversation. Am I a gay man for getting my dick sucked 17 years ago and not really into it? Does that make me gay? Or
No, but if you're a gay man and you're into it all the time, you're a gay man who likes.
I couldn't get into it. I'm gonna say this, and I don't care. My wife's asleep. She can get mad at me tomorrow. She's not gonna know I said this unless she goes back and stalks me and watches the stream. In fact, I say this: if she really does stalk me the way I think she does and listens to every minute of every stream I ever show up on, then she'll find this anyway. Otherwise, she'll be lazy about it tomorrow. But you know what? I'm gonna get slapped. I shouldn't say it. Never mind. Sparkle, you have yourself a good evening.
You can say say it.
All right. Here's the thing. Okay. I'll say it. Fuck it. She says I'm the villain of that story. That the whole guy blowing me like in the bathroom at the football party. I'm the villain of that story. She says that poor guy. You let him do that, and you have an amazing dick, and he probably loved every second of it, and you just weren't into it, and then you didn't even finish, and he probably doubted himself, and he felt terrible about himself and felt like he did something wrong, and you're a fucking asshole. She paints me. She claims I am the villain of that story, that poor man that followed me around everywhere and begged to suck my cock, and I finally gave in and was not into it, really. And that apparently makes me the villain. That must have made him feel very awkward. He probably still thinks about it to this day, about that one guy that he followed around that he really, really liked, that he thought was super hot and had all that daddy energy, and just couldn't get him there. It was the one guy that got away that he could never really please properly, and he's bothered about it to this day. And I'm a fucking asshole for that story. She told me that. She told me I am the villain of the story.
Yeah,
So
but
my own wife has told me I am the villain of that story. So There you go.
Yeah, but I don't think she meant that judgmentally. I think it's more, what's the word I'm looking for?
Well, it's a good thing we got the resident gay man here to explain that one for you.
Well, yeah, there you go.
What was your take with that? What would you think, Sparkle, if that was you?
I mean,
Am I the villain? Am I the villain of the narrative?
No. I honestly don't think you were. Okay, I think the guy was just really, really horny. He wanted to suck your dick. It didn't really go well, and he's like, okay, well, next, Daddy.
I figure that's what it was. I figure he didn't give it another thought. He just went on to the next guy and went on with his life. But she thinks he experienced a really special thing and it stuck with his brain, and that I was awful, that I couldn't muster up some sort of method to just picture a chick or something, close my eyes, picture a chick, and just for the sake of his ego, go ahead and finish. Just find some way to go ahead and finish and not be a villain that makes it feel like he's not capable of satisfying or very good at it. And I'm a fucking asshole.
You know what? Right?
And I didn't figure out some way to picture something else or put my brain somewhere else. So I figured out some way to get into it so I didn't make him feel like such an asshole.
Smokey, you know why she calls you a villain, right?
What?
You want to know why she calls you a villain because of that story?
Why is that?
She's presenting herself as being the gay guy.
Right. Yes, that's what I said. That is what I said. That is exactly what I said.
You know what I think's funny? What I think's funny is you're honest about a story like this, but then they think you're lying about everything else.
Because the story makes them look bad.
Lord. It's like the old thing. It's like the old thing.
Okay, it's 2025 right now. It's okay to be gay in certain parts of the world. I mean, in America, there's still some kind of hate groups or whatever.
Oh, it's weird.
It's okay to be gay.
The free gracers think the gays are saved anyway, as long as you have that.
Yeah, and either way, both accounts, either way, they have no room to say anything. You know what I mean? They can't freaking back.
Yeah.
I mean, really, I could be free grace, and I could still be, like going down and like, grabbing guys into the bathroom and choking them out with my cock. I could do that every weekend and be completely safe. So what do they give a fuck?
According to them.
Sure I was 17 years ago. But if I was free grace, who gives a shit? Go and get, choke a guy out on your cock every fucking night if you want. They don't care. You keep your salvation, whatever. Probably going to get AIDS,
Yeah. You'll probably get AIDS. You're going to lose rewards for sure. You're definitely.
I will never lose my rewards. I am free. I am saved forever. Even though I'm an atheist.
Which is it? When God decides to judge the free gracers, which is it? Is it you lose rewards or you get killed or something? Which is it? You get chastised physically?
It just depends on the day. It just depends on his mood, man. It just depends on the day and his mood.
All right, whatever. Okay, Sparkle. Anything else? Can we wrap up?
Yes.
I love you, Sparkle. I love you. You're gonna come around. You'll be a Christian someday. Once you get bored, getting fucked in the ass. Once you're bored with faggotry, I think you'll come around. I really do think you will. Yeah, well, fuck you too. You know what? Fuck you. All right, Sparkle. Have a good evening. I'll catch up with you later.
Bye.
All right.
All right. I guess I'll give my final thoughts.
Yeah. Say what you want, buddy.
Yeah. Well, two things, I guess. We let Praise come in here and say whatever he wanted to say, and we're not allowed to do that over there. So maybe he's been very hypocritical in that respect. He needs to start, quit being, letting his cult leader over there control everything, boot everybody every time they come over there. So that's one thing. And the other thing is, Praise did keep going back to the identity thing. I don't think he answered any of your questions, and it doesn't really matter. It's been, whoever, Josh is, serve the time, whether they did the crime or not, is immaterial. How long are you going to keep holding something like that against somebody anyway? You're supposed to forgive. And I don't think in the Bible it says it's your enemy or your brother must apologize before you're allowed to forgive them. So then you just give it up, and that's it. That's about all I have.
I do think one thing I personally will kind of agree with is that some sort of like penitence towards a harmed party probably should be considerable. Because here's the like this, this is sticky for me because like when the Bible talks about like forgiving your enemies and stuff like that and things, I don't know if we should necessarily like look at that every time as if it's just supposed to be some sort of blanket forgiveness with no penitence, because like God doesn't operate that way. Like, God, to forgive, does require, kind of like a recognition of penitence, like in the confession of sins, those confess your sins to the Lord type thing. So like to kind of think that like God is somehow sitting there and like asking us to hold a different standard or a higher standard than what he himself holds is a little weird. I kind of get the idea.
But I tell you though, I've seen parents of people have gotten killed to get up in court, and the other person, and they've forgiven them. You know what I mean? So what I'm saying is, it doesn't necessarily have to stop them. It's up to the person if they want to forgive. Forgive.
So here's where it becomes. I'll just drop it right on the line. Like why I think it is potentially an issue, like forgiving people that aren't penitent, because what happens, I think, in my mind, is basically enablement is the danger. Because if you forgive someone,
it's different if it's more personal like that. I get, But this is not, you don't personally know
what I'm saying. Like if you forgive,
I do understand that though. Yeah,
if you give someone who's not penitent, aren't you just kind of encouraging them to keep doing it? You know what I mean?
Especially if it's like a family member, like a daughter, or something.
Yeah,
that's a totally different story, I think.
I mean,
just in general,
I think forgiveness probably does. If biblically, to me, maybe I should do a stream on this. Like, what is biblical?
It's like this. If I wake up tomorrow and somebody stole my trailer out here, it's gone. I'd be really pissed.
Well, here's the thing: if you judge forgiveness as like okay, not so, because like you could say forgiveness is something just like not engaging in personal retribution. Like it could be that simple. Like by forgiving, you're just saying, I'm not going to engage in a personal retribution of any kind. That's fine. That's just like leaving it up to God. And that's okay. If that's your interpretation and if that's kind of like your whole thing of forgiving a person.
That's what I was just getting at. Yeah.
That's fine. And I'm okay with that. I don't know if that's a really good definition of forgiveness to operate, because I kind of feel like it should have a little more substance to it than just leaving it to God. You know what I mean? But I get it. Like I could, if someone argued that forgiveness is just not engaging in retribution, okay. Like, I mean, in a way that's true. Utilitarian wise, it's true. Pragmatically wise, it's true. But I don't know. I'd have to parse it, honestly. It'd be worth a stream on what is biblical forgiveness. That'd be a good stream. Yeah.
Yep.
All right, buddy. Well, anything else?
Nah, that's it, man. You get a good night's sleep. And
good to see you, man.
Dave's around.
By the way, I'm glad for this thing where you kind of just started working your way back into the environment right around the time that I came back. It's kind of cool that way. It just kind of feels like
well, I told you it worked out like that. My grandfather passed away about the time that you went out of here, and then I went back to work for like 3 years like a madman. And then this last year, my father went down a little bit, so I've been helping him get back on his feet. So it just kind of worked out that way. So sometimes the Lord works in mysterious ways. Not that He set it up for that or anything, but it's great that I got the time now. So, but I just want Dave to get some rest. I know that speaking of things happen for a reason, Dave may have had a little strike on his streaming there, so he can get some extra rest for a little bit, another week or so here, and come back strong.
Cool.
I
appreciate you, buddy, man. It's really good you're around again and contributing and all that. And yeah, man, stay tuned. We got some cool stuff we're doing. And thanks for spending some time tonight, man. It's really good to see you.
No problem. Yep.
Right,
good night.
Take care, man. All right, Dave, news unit. Do you have anything to leave with, sir? Are you even awake? It's probably going to be the snooze unit. I should change his name. Can I do that right now? Hold on. He's gonna wake up to that. He's gonna try to like go enter a room. Hold on. There we go. There we go. The snooze unit. He's gonna go join a stream or something tomorrow, or he's gonna wake up and try to do something, and he's gonna see it, and he goes into stream. I'm like, who did that? Someone's hacked my computer. I'm sorry, Dave. You know I love you. Snooze unit. There he is. Found himself a nice nap, I bet. What do you think he's dreaming of right now? What do you think? What do you think Dave's dreaming about? It's like sitting there and he's thinking, fucking free grace. I'll fucking beat your fucking ass. Fucking show you, dude. With your big fucking mouth and your prurient interests. I love you, Dave. I love Dave. Dave is just, you know what? I don't care what you people think about Dave. I don't give a shit. You know what? Dave is legend. And I won't hear anything otherwise. I just won't. Dave is legend. Dave is a guy's guy. He is amazing. He is amazing. Dave is amazing. You know what? Dave doesn't get enough credit for how amazing he actually is. He is a guy's guy. Dave is like Bruce Willis when Bruce Willis was cool. Like, you know, actually, that's what Dave reminds me of. Do you know that? I don't know why. Maybe it's not even really mannerisms or speech. For some reason, Dave reminds me of like Die Hard Bruce Willis, George McClane. Was it George? I don't remember. I don't remember what his first name was. Officer McClane. Die Hard. That Bruce Willis. Dave reminds me of that. Dave, I don't know why, but Dave just kind of strikes my head of something like that. No, you do trust man's laws. You do. You trust man's laws. You trust their standards. You trust their methods of judgment by only one witness is truth established. You do. You show you're a bankrupt moron fraud. And now you're lying outright, Andy. And I thought we had peace. I thought we had like an accord here. Like I thought we had some sort of common understanding where we were going to try to move forward. And then you jumped up on stream and you told that blatant fabricated lie that you've never mentioned before in your entire life before, even though all this shit has been going on for 4 or 5 years. You never once mentioned this before, and you suddenly come out and say, oh, there was a time that I said for you to call me Josh. You're a lying piece of shit, and you know it. How dare you? And I thought we had some sort of like common accord, Andy. And you can't even help yourself because this is who you people are. This is who you free gracers are. You can't make peace with you people. You can't have some sort of accord. You can't even try to have a meeting of the minds. As soon as any possible opportunity pops up, you stab someone in the back. And I know why you did it. I get it. Bill's clearly got something on you, or you have to do something for Bill. Because you just turn right around and now you make up something that's a blatant fucking lie and put it out there like that. And you have no shame. Like, and I try to give you a benefit. You see why I get sick of giving these people these benefit of the doubt, these fucking free gracers? Look at how disgusting they are. And they'll try to make some sort of peace with you and have some sort of understanding. And then they just turn right around and stab you right in the back and make up horse shit. What, to help Bill out because Bill's having a freak out because people aren't buying the bullshit anymore? You deserve what you get for this, Andy. You're jumping on the bandwagon of carrying water for what is now demonstrated to be a lying whore. And she did lie, and she is a whore. She implicitly admitted to fucking multiple guys around the same time, some adults. You heard Praise come in and say that when Godless Girl was going on Omegle and flashing her 14-year-old tits to random guys, that those guys were pedophiles and needed to go to prison. That a girl could just go around and expose herself to people and turn them into a predator to be punished by law. That is Praise's standard that he is operating by to judge. Why would I give a fuck? what praise thinks about anything, what any of you think about anything. You're all morally bankrupt. You have no standards. You have no morality. Of course you judge unrighteously. Of course you do. Good night, Dave. I love you, buddy. Good night, sweet prince. And you have no integrity. Really. And you have absolutely no integrity. Stories OnlyFans is probably the most cursed shit ever. You have a person, a sick, disgusting woman who fetishizes pedophilia, engages in actions to fetishize pedophilia, then tells a false story about her history, changing dates and time to make herself a victim because of a sexual fetish and a desire for attention and clout and to help her career. And all the evidence of that is there. It all makes sense. It all connects. And it's dismissed with a hand wave by the people who want to keep their hate, continue to believe a false narrative. Praise's standard is untenable. His moral standard is bankrupt, untenable, inconsistent, and really ridiculous on its face. Can't be justified. Well, the Bible doesn't say anyone was under 18, therefore they must have been over 18. Do I even need to explain how retarded that argument is? I mean, that's, you get it, right? Like, only if you're as retarded as Praise are you going to think that argument connects. So, Andy, you're a nonce. Do you know why? Actually, Bill is too. Do you know why you're both nonces? Because 16 is okay in your country. And you guys don't do anything to change it or fight against it. Why is it that all the people in Britain, all of them are nonce supporters? Because you guys don't change your age of consent to Praise's unjustified standard of 18, which he claims ancient Near East had a standard of, but modern Near East doesn't. Which I don't know how anyone would believe that or how they could track that through history or make a case for that, but Praise just believes it, that somehow in ancient times it was 18 and then they just gave up on that, I guess, or something, in that same region of the world. Because, of course, naturally, the Bible never says, anyone under 18 was married or anything, and he doesn't have the mathematical proficiency to extrapolate some of the arguments that some of them were, or any of the scholarship or any of the ancient Near East statements about, and by the way, Praise, just so we can be clear, Praise saying that like the ages of coupling in ancient cultures was always 18 and over. Let's be very clear here. That is literally against all, and I do mean all, of ancient Near East scholarship. Literally all of it. All of it. There is no ancient Near East scholar on planet Earth that will agree with Praise that the standard level of coupling, that you couldn't couple with anyone under the age of 18 ever, that is pure factual insanity. It's just false. It's just wrong. Praise has invented his own history, is what has happened. And he's used an argument from silence, a fallacious argument, to do it. And he'll get away with it on his channel. I mean, he won't over here. Clearly, I called him out for it here. It is a fallacious argument. But he can run his mouth on his channel because dude is fucking retarded and uneducated and probably barely even graduated high school, let alone learned anything in his whole life. He doesn't know what a fallacy is. He didn't even know what the U2ism fallacy is. And Praise didn't even correct him on it. He didn't even know. And Praise doesn't even understand the argument from silence fallacy that, like, he can't find a record of anyone saying explicitly they were under 18, therefore they weren't. That's not an argument. That's a fallacy. That's just assuming that if it wasn't said, it was the state of affairs, even when many times ages aren't specified. You know why? Because it doesn't matter. Because there was no fixation on age of consent or age for coupling. If there was a fixation on if it was important, it'd probably be mentioned. Just isn't. And to think that, like, the ancient Near East had a standard that the modern Near East doesn't, extrapolate that from history. You can't. And any scholar that Praise tried to say that to would laugh him out of the room. But dude's too stupid to fix it. And Olive's too drunk all the time, and her brain is dead at this point. Olive's brain, the stuttering, the slurring, the can't follow basic logic, the over emotionalism, Olive's fucked. Olive's a dead husk. Olive, there is no Olive anymore. It's just a dead, empty flesh alcoholic. There's no person there. It's just rotting, festering, dead meat, just waiting to be thrown into the fire. It's nothing to worry about there. There's no substance there. It's just nothing. It's just an empty husk of a person. It's just noise and yelling, no logic, no morality, no arguments, just amen, praise. Oh, praise, it's so good. Oh, Daniel Mayo, could you play us another one of your videos? Oh, that's so good, praise. Who the fuck wants to listen to that all the time? Oh, God, I'm glad that on Praise's channel, Olive spends most of the time not talking. And pretty much the only time, for the most part, that she talks, unless she's screaming, ranting, cursing, putting witch hexes on people's wombs. It's really most of the time the only thing she ever has to contribute is like Peggy Bundy-esque. God, Tom Bundy and Peggy Bundy, Olive Bundy, Kimberly Bundy, Tom and Kimberly Bundy. Oh, that's so good, praise. The fuck wants to listen to that? There are some women that when they talk, it's almost like a vibration or something, and it just and it just hits you, and you just cringe. You're like, oh God, please stop talking. Literally do anything with your mouth right now other than talk. Olive is one of those people. Oh, amen, praise. Good to see you, love to love God. Thank you for the reminder. Please hit the thumbs up, hit the like if you guys haven't already. I do appreciate it. It helps the algorithm. Leave your comments, leave your, whatever. Leave a dislike for all I give a fuck. I don't really care if you like it or don't like it. I'm just going to say how it is. You guys like it, great. You don't like it, I don't really give a shit. You're probably retarded if you don't really follow the logic that's being presented on this channel, so I don't really give a shit what you think. And you can be morally bankrupt like Praise. Someone who says the things that Praise said tonight, yeah, you don't need to worry about someone like that judging you. Like that, Praise said some of the most ridiculous, morally bankrupt shit tonight I've ever heard, and he can't justify any of it. And his only argument is an argument from silence to scripture, which is nonsense that no scholar on planet Earth would agree with, like ever. It's dumb. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And it's absolutely ridiculous that he would even propose that. Really. I mean, it's amazing to even think anyone would spend their time retorting it. And he would take Rob Reed. Rob Reed wouldn't even say he's qualified to be a criminal defense attorney in the case. Like, even if Praise is like, yeah, Rob's fine to support me and defend me in a criminal case. Even Rob Reed would be like, no, dude, you should get an actual criminal lawyer. And yet he's trusting Rob Reed to say all this. He's willing to say the stupidest shit to bite the bullet. Thank God he's at least being consistent tonight. You know, like, oh yeah, I trust Rob Reed to be a criminal defense attorney. He has no experience. He knows nothing about criminal defense law. And he's commenting on a case in a state that he doesn't even have a license in a field that he has no experience in. Why are you listening to him? He knows nothing. He has nothing. He never has. The only thing he's shown is a report that is factually false on its face, which Brandon, in his retardation, helped us expose tonight. That the report, literally by matter of deductive reasoning, by her own statements, has to be false. Can't possibly in any universe be true. Ignored. Titans of Grace can start being timed out unless he wants to come in the room before I close out. That's Andy. He's not allowed to talk in the side chat. Actually, just time him out for the rest of the day because I'm not going to do another stream until tomorrow night. If he wants to talk to me, he can come in the room. I'm about to wrap up anyway. I just want to finish up. Yeah, very good, William Birdlaw. Andy, if you want to say something to me, you can come in the room. Otherwise, you can fuck off. You can fuck off back and suck Bill's cock. Because clearly you are. Clearly you are. Your integrity means nothing to you. You have no integrity. You just you'll say things, you'll try to make a little bit of peace, and then you'll just go right back to gobbling on Bill's cock and sucking down his cum like the dirty old disgusting demon-hearted rat faggot you are. That's fine. It's fine. It's just what you're gonna do, Andy, because that's your character. It's just who you are. You guys come across these free gracers. You remember real clearly these are not Christians, and you do not expect Christian ethics from them. You will regret it if you do. Do not expect Christian ethics from these people. They're not capable of, they don't have the Holy Spirit. They can't even tell what's right and wrong, let alone feel the pull in their spirit to do it. So don't trust them. The fruit of free grace is clear for everyone to see. Praise showed it to you tonight. He's morally bankrupt. He has no good moral standard of judgment. He doesn't apply. He's accepted Sitori's story, even though this is very, very clearly the testimony of only one witness. It clearly is. And just for example, any of the details that could be brought up couldn't possibly have two witnesses. There's no way. So clearly this is just one witness. You could have two witnesses if you say, I don't know, someone saw him there. Someone saw him meet up with her, witnessed it, could at least saw them together. Maybe there would be, maybe the second witness could be an airport or someone with flight records or someone with hotel records that could say, yep, he was there. At least that's something. There's none of that. None of that at all. It's all just made up. It's just a story. Praise is like there's a necklace. Okay, so what? I mean, there's a necklace. Oh, what? She says, oh, look, I have a necklace, and I got it here. And you have to believe me that I got it here because I said so. It's not proof of anything. It's not evidence of anything. Can you imagine how stupid and retarded Praise is for saying that? Hey, here, hold on. You guys see this lighter? You guys see this right here? See this lighter? You want to know where I got this? You guys want to know where I got this? I got this from the girl that claimed that Praise raped her. Here, there's a lighter. Right? You guys see it? You see the lighter? Praise raped a kindergartner. Praise raped a kindergartner, and the kindergartner gave him this lighter and said, hold on to this, and someday you'll be able to hold this up as proof of where you got this lighter, and the story around where you got this lighter is absolutely true. So this lighter, ladies and gentlemen, is proof that Praise raped a toddler. I mean, we do realize I'm being sarcastic, right? I mean, any girl. Remember Mattress Girl? What did Mattress Girl do? She carried the mattress on her back. She would like tie it and go do events and be like, hey, this is the mattress I was raped on. And she was never raped. It all turned out to be horse shit. And Praise would point at the mattress and say that mattress was proof she was raped. These are the people that are judging me. Even if she did have a necklace, what proof is there where she got it? She just tells you. And by the way, there is no necklace. There is no necklace. There's no necklace. There's no toy. There's no package. There's no strategy guide. There's no nothing. There's not a single thing. And even if it did exist, her saying where she got it wouldn't prove that that's where she got it. Of course. These are the retards that are judging me. This is who I'm supposed to care. Judges facts and guilt and evidence and morality. Well, Praise got challenged. Dude wouldn't show up. Dude's a coward rat faggot. He wouldn't show up. He wouldn't dare. Dude wouldn't dare show up. Dude's a coward rodent. He wouldn't dare show up here and do what Praise did and embarrass himself. And dude knows. He might try to cover for Praise, but dude knows Praise embarrassed himself tonight and that it was disgusting. And there's going to be damage control over this. And Praise even has the nerve to present this. And Praise is not going to do that video. I guarantee you. He'll think about it or he'll present it to Dude and Olive, and they'll explain to him how retarded he is and he shouldn't make that video, saying that Sitori's dad needs to go be arrested as a sexual offender at 70 because of a relationship he started with his current wife, decades ago. They'll talk him out of it. He won't do it. He won't. He's a coward. He's a coward liar. And plus he'll figure it out after he says this, how disgusting and stupid it was to hold that position. And that godless girl flashing her tits to guys on Omegle at random, that those guys need to be tracked down and arrested and thrown into prison, being entrapped into a crime. That's justice to Praise. That is justice to the free gracer Praise. So, God forbid an underage girl ever just, walks up and flashes Praise. Would never happen. Number one, because Praise never leaves the house. Number two, he's just disgusting. And no woman of any age would want to come anywhere near him. Clearly, very clearly that's the case. So that's not something to worry about. But assuming that Praise was on one of his, jerk off websites that he goes to, to get through past the time, and some girl, pops up on one of the chat rooms or something and has lied about her age and is actually something else, and he engages unknowingly, and Praise is admitting that he should be thrown in prison for that forever. That he should lose the entire rest of his life. May God hold him to that judgment. May God hold him to that standard that he presented tonight. May that be the case of which he is judged by in this current earth. May Praise taste the crop that he has sown. May he have a rich harvest of the evil that he's sown in all of us, his unrighteous judgment, his vile heart, his moral bankruptcy. And this is someone who claims to want to be believed and have credibility of his judgment to Josh or to me. And he doesn't have any credibility. He doesn't have any moral credibility, and he proved that tonight. It's all dead in the water. It's all dead in the water. Praise can actually rightfully now be completely ignored, in my opinion. At this state, with what he demonstrated tonight, there's no reason for anything else. He can make, his whining and his complaints and cling to the proven now false narrative that has no traction, that makes no sense. And he'll continue to make himself look like a stupid asshole to anyone that isn't just really, really dumb or on the hate train. And I don't care about convincing those people anyway. Fuck them. I have other people to focus on and more substantive engagements to deal with than trying to convince, retards that the earth is round. So, and that's what it is. That's basically what Praise is at this point. Praise is a moral flat earther, is really the best way to put it. He believes nonsensical, ridiculous, I would argue even insane things about history and morality. And yeah, he is a waste of time. I agree, William. I finally agree with you. Tonight really cinched it for me. Praise showed complete moral bankruptcy and hypocrisy of the highest order. He won't do what he said tonight. He's an idiot. He'll wake up to what he said. He'll realize how dumb he was, and he'll try to hide it. And then later he'll deny he said it. But no, he's not going to call for Sitori's parents or dad to be hauled away to prison, 50 years after the fact for a relationship for their 50-year marriage or 40-year marriage. I don't even know what it is. 50, 60, whatever. That somehow he needs to be hauled away and thrown into prison. And Sitori wouldn't agree with that. Sitori tried really hard to keep her dad out of the case so that wouldn't be revealed. So that wouldn't be like an awkward situation where her own father, who she loves, who she does not think is a predator, would be labeled a predator by her own standard. Something Praise should answer for. He won't. He'll just deflect back to identity. Are you Josh? Are you Josh? It doesn't matter. Josh is innocent. And we're talking about all the reasons he is. And as soon as I point out that you failed in your justification, you run back to identity. Because you can't answer Praise. And you proved it tonight. You proved you can't answer. Because you had to keep jumping back to identity. You couldn't stay on the point, because when I wrecked you in the point, you dodged and ran and just jumped back to identity again. And my whole point from the beginning is believe it if you want. It doesn't matter. Because, if you want to keep saying I'm him, or if some of you want to believe I'm the family member, I don't give a shit. Because it doesn't matter, because he's innocent. As I said, let's talk about the justifications that he's innocent. That all of this is just made up horseshit from a liar. And if the only evidence is her story and she's proven to be a liar, there's no justification to believe it. That's really the whole argument. If the only evidence you have is the narrative of a lying whore, then that's it. We're done. Why still believe it? Doesn't even have a good justification. Doesn't even have a good argument. Why still believe it? Just because. Reasons. As a thumbnail you see that Will made for me today. What does it say? They're reading the book. And what does it say? Just because reasons. Just accept it because reasons. Okay, well, Praise is hanging out with a, woman abusing pervert who listens to his son having sex in the hallway, and he's perfectly welcome onto Praise's channel, and Praise calls him a brother. And he's a rampant women beating pervert who still to this day has not fessed up to it or accepted responsibility, and that's Brett Keane. Praise has not required Brett Keane to fess up in order to have interactions with him. Praise has not required Brett Keane to fess up to beating his cancer-riddled mother, or beating up his wife, or perversely abusing his family. Praise isn't required anything of Brett Keane to show up and contribute and talk and run his fucking fat, obese manatee mouth. Just accepts it because, the hate smoky train is in session. And we'll ignore mouththeism, we'll ignore theology, we'll ignore morality, just as long as we can all join the smoky hate train. And Praise is so retarded, he's going to say he's going to trust a non-criminal trial lawyer to do a criminal trial. No lawyer on planet Earth would recommend that, ever. I don't even think Rob Reed would be stupid enough to recommend that. I don't think Rob Reed would even say you should hire him as a criminal trial lawyer. I think Rob Reed himself would say, well, no, Praise. No, I don't have any expertise in that. You should get someone else. Praise lives in Oklahoma. And he would trust a garbage-brained, retard, California ambulance chaser to represent him in a criminal trial. Praise deserves, I wouldn't say this often, Praise deserves to have this happen to him. He deserves to be falsely accused. He deserves to be unable to afford his own attorney, to be told that he has to take a plea or go to prison for the rest of his life. And he has to be put in that position to make that choice. I pray to God, and he prayed as well, and he affirmed with me. I even feel a little flutter in my spirit when I say that. Almost as if it might be confirmed. Maybe that is exactly what praise needs. Maybe that is the delivering to Satan for the destruction of the flesh so that the soul might be saved. Maybe if praise was forced to realize how perverse and bankrupt his own morality was by having it applied to himself, maybe that's the only thing that could wake him up to save his soul. Maybe the idea of exposing a Christian to an environment or a world where they don't have the backing of the holy God is a scary and frightening place, and convinces them to want to come back to the truth from where they wandered. May God grant our prayer tonight. May praise find himself in that position. May he be falsely accused, and may he be told that there's no chance of a fair trial, and that if he goes through with it, that he will spend the rest of his life in prison, or he can take a plea and see what he says. Let him be put in that position, and let him stand to his so-called morality, and see if he'll bite that bullet. I don't think he would. I promise you, I don't think he would. Give praise a taste of what it's like to be in that situation, and all of his arrogance about he would choose would end flat. May God put him there so that we can see, so that praise can test his so-called virtue. That even when a lawyer comes and tells you you should take a plea because you have no chance to get a fair trial, not in this current environment, not with the way that they select juries, not with what people are allowed to do, and the fact that, sorry, sucks to be you, buddy. You got yourself a fake victim here who's loving every minute of this, and they're going to keep showing up. They're having a blast. They're getting connections. They're boosting their career. They're having a grand old time. They're even showing up to all these court sessions I don't even have to show up to. They're putting themselves intentionally in close proximity of their offender for no reason. What did Sitori do? Sitori made a big claim that she had been afraid her whole life of being stalked by Josh, who lives in California, and she was always just having crippling fear of being stalked and followed online by him. And what does she do? Sitori goes to Comic-Con every single year in San Diego, in California, and publicly posts where she is and takes pictures of herself and posts them on the internet in various scantily clad cosplay outfits publicly for her stalker to find. And did that for years until she started all this stuff and started making her Facebook private again. Yeah, well, I told Praise that he should mention that too. That since now her mother has admitted to knowing about the relationship, that basically they just let their underage child be physically and psychologically abused right under their noses from 3,000 miles away, and I hope Praise has the integrity to follow through with what he said he would. He'd go in there and call for Sitori's parents to be arrested because, as we see by the mother's own admission in the interview, she knew about the relationship and didn't stop it, but didn't approve. Now, if that was true, then of course, Sitori was an adult at the time and could have chosen whoever she wanted to date, and the mom couldn't have done anything about it, which is the true state of affairs. But the real true state of affairs is the mother and the dad did know and didn't care, and they condoned it. It was fine. No one cared. And actually, Sitori, even in evidence, admits this, that they didn't care, that they knew and didn't care. So Praise needs to hold his moral standard and put up a big rallying cry, call Rob Reed into the mix, and say we need to really, really push, based upon the evidence provided, that Sitori's parents need to be arrested and charged for their horrible crime of aiding in the delinquency of a minor and willingly allowing their own child to be preyed upon by a dangerous predator right under their noses, and never even caught it and just condoned it the whole time. They should be arrested, right? By the way, that was, to me, when I came across that factoid, that was one of the things for me personally that kind of made me feel that very, very clearly. the case was horseshit. Because if the whole case depends upon, and it does, her perception of being a victim. See, because the whole case is really about her seeing herself as a victim over a decade after the fact. And if she hadn't seen herself as a victim, that would have been the state of affairs. So whether she believed she was a victim or not, all of reality warped around her to make her right. So she made a claim and just warped reality around it to make it so, and everyone just believed whatever she said without any question. No matter how nonsensical or ridiculous it was or how blatantly false it was, everyone just believed it. They should go to prison. And the whole community should believe that they should go to prison and should have a rallying cry for Sitori's parents to go to prison for what they did. Rob Reed should lead the charge that this crime, because they believe the narrative is true, and if the narrative is true, then her parents let this happen right under their noses and did nothing about it. And they should be tried because they admit they knew, right? Isn't that what Sitori's mother said in the interview, that she sprung on her mother in an evil, stupid way on Thick Shade's channel, which, thank God, has been saved. I heard rumors Sitori tried to get him to take those interviews down, and he wouldn't. Probably why. Sitori, I think, realized afterwards that was very, very, very stupid to spring that on her mother like that, just for her mother to come in and contradict her entire narrative. Boy, it's a good thing the hate train ignores evidence. You know? So she knew. Well, if she knew, then they should be arrested and they should be charged. They should. And you should all have a rallying cry for that. And I say that too because this is, to me, when I looked at the case, this is one of the things to me that proves so succinctly and perfectly that even Sitori didn't actually believe she was a victim, that she's just making it up. She doesn't actually think she's a victim, because if she did, if she really believed she was a victim, she want everyone held accountable. Everyone that participated and everyone that led into the situation of her being a victim, she would want punished. That would include her parents, who willingly and knowingly, right under their own nose, supposedly let her be preyed upon by a dangerous predator, bad man from 3,000 miles away that couldn't possibly touch her. I mean, if Josh was such a dangerous predator, why would he start something, pick someone from 3,000 miles away they can't touch without a really expensive trip? Doesn't make sense. Just find someone in your backyard. Where are all of Josh's backyard victims? You don't got to go 3,000 miles away for an illegal relationship. You got that right in your backyard. What the fuck are you doing? What do you mean? This doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense even on its face. Anyone with any objective consideration of this story and this narrative, you know it doesn't make sense. You know she's lying. You know she's just making all of this shit up. And she took advantage of the system. And even when it was shown that all of this was really, really unlikely, that her whole story, that her narrative didn't make any sense, it was contradictory. But, well, sorry, you didn't have that one little thing that you really, really needed to get off the hook. You needed to prove your innocence. I know the system is supposed to be about, them proving you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, but let's be real. It's not what it is anymore. And everyone knows that. Everyone knows it's not that. It hasn't been that in a long time. You're guilty until you prove your innocence. That's what it is. That's all it is. That's all it's been for a long time. And especially in sex crimes now. And you heard the video I played tonight. You heard it. I want to play that TTR part one more time. I want to listen to it. You guys want to listen to it? I don't care if you want to listen to it. I want to listen to it. Let's see here. Let's get back a little bit. Right about there, I think. You don't know anything. You really don't even know anything you're reading. You're clueless. You don't know anything about the case. You don't know anything about the details. You have no evidence for the narrative that was given. And she even is provably lied. You don't even answer the fact that she was blatantly lying in multiple instances. These aren't even the ones from the actual case file that were shared, that she lied through her teeth. And all that information that was put out, that every event that she mentioned, that she made reference to, happened years after she claimed it did, and no one paid attention to that. You just want to run with her narrative. You just like her narrative.
No,
and you have no evidence.
I don't really
for
care
it.
about her one way or the other.
Well, clearly you do, because clearly she's very believable, even though she's been caught in blatant lies. And you still believe it. You believe it even now, because the government told you to with no evidence. Is there anything else the government tells you with no evidence to believe that you believe, TTOR? Or are you just another hypocrite?
Once again, you're getting awfully emotional for someone who
yeah,
was
well, you're
not
awfully
Joshua
stupid.
Nathan Mercer Bell.
Well, you're awfully stupid. You see the deflection? Because you can't answer. So now it's about, oh, you're being emotional. Because you can't answer. He doesn't have an answer. But not able to answer any of your slander. That's what I'll say. You can
What
say
do I
I'm
have to
awfully
answer to?
emotional. But you know what? Maybe I am emotional about a retard like you. Calling me a pedophile with no real
very Christ-like, by the way.
Maybe that. Well, no. Is it Christ-like slandering TGR? And that the only reason we're here is because of your slander and your lies, and you don't have a justification for the narrative. And you don't even know anything about the file. You don't even really know how to read, let alone read a case file or know what actually happened or pay attention to evidence or follow anything. You really can't. You're one of the dumbest men I've ever seen in my entire life. You're being real evil, and I'm calling you what you are, T2R. You are a rodent.
Okay,
you are a spineless, cowardly rodent. And that's why I had to come over here to do this. Because
you said I was a coward who wouldn't face you directly. Well, here I am.
On your channel, in your environment, because you wouldn't come to mine.
This is actually the second time. Well, we would be on Brett's channel right now if YouTube hadn't screwed him over.
Well, great. Well,
that would be another third-party
and
platform.
now I'm in an adverse environment with a bunch of degenerates to come and challenge me. And you've made
you got to speak uninterrupted for a long time.
Yeah, so did you. I also got cut off by a bunch of idiots you just randomly let in the room that wouldn't let me respond to the question that was just given to me. As soon as I tried to respond to what was just given to me, they'd jump in and talk, just like Dustin Buck, who is truly retarded and unhinged and absolutely should do nothing more with his life than just stick to mowing grass. It's literally all he's good for. I didn't know we had 20-minute openings. Someone should have told me that. I would have prepped for that. I mean, really, you just repeated yourself with the same. Yeah, they don't give any. They told me nothing of the format, and I figured maybe standard format, 5-minute openings, few-minute rebuttals, then open engagement, cross-examination, just general kind of online informal debate format. But no, 20-minute opening. Just come in. I don't even get an introduction. Just start the show, and immediately T2R starts running his mouth. No introduction, no statement of why we're here, no any intro statements or anything. Just bring it in, and T2R starts running his mouth with all of his bullshit. And then I give the retorts, and what does T2R say? Crickets. Same garbage epistemology over and over. You don't even follow basic logic, TTOR.
Oh, you don't like the format we chose.
You have not answered a single one of my retorts at all. And all you've done is ask a couple questions, which
you brought up a bunch of stuff about government and epistemology that I do not believe in.
Let's listen to that one more time. Listen real careful. Listen to real carefully to what this gutter-brained retard just said. Listen real carefully. Wait for it. Follow basic logic, TGOR.
Oh, you don't like the format we chose.
You have not answered a single one of my retorts at all. And all you've done is ask a couple questions, which
you brought up a bunch of stuff about government and epistemology that I do not believe in.
You brought up a bunch of stuff about government and epistemology, which I don't even believe in. So he doesn't believe in the government, but he's taking the government's word on this thing against Josh. But he doesn't believe in the government. So there it proves that T2R really is one of the dumbest men alive. That he can't follow that. That he actually confirmed that's the whole point. That he shouldn't believe the narrative at all, because T2R has been provided no evidence at all. The only evidence T2R has is the narrative provided by the secular evil government that he doesn't believe in. but he believes it for this. That's the point. This is the moment TTR lost everything. He lost the whole debate. He proved himself to be a slandering, lying fraud. He showed himself to have a bankrupt moral standard, and he proved that he believes everything every woman said about Brett Keane by that standard. And he has to admit that Brett Keane now, and everyone should go challenge TTR and remind him that he has to call out Brett Keane for being abusive, disgusting, lying, perverted, hateful, degenerate who beats his wife and mother. TTR needs to follow his own standard of morality consistently, accept the narrative provided by the government that he claims to not believe in, and provide that to Brett and say, Brett, you're an evil, sick, perverted, woman-abusing sack of subhuman shit. You're an awful father. You're a terrible husband. You're an awful son. You're a wretched waste of life. You've never accomplished anything in your entire worthless existence. Your entire trailer smells like piss. You're a filthy, disgusting human being. And you should be ashamed of even existing at all. But TTR won't do that because TTR is too busy sucking Brett's dick for whatever reason in their gay bromance that they have, sucking each other's dicks. And again, if you don't believe me about their emotional fornication, their emotional faggotry with each other, go watch them do a stream together. Oh, Brett, your music was so good. I had to open my stream with your music, Brett. You know, Brett, you're so talented. It's just amazing. I'm so glad. Oh, well, thank you, TTR. And, you know, by the way, TTR, I really want to tell everyone how much I appreciate you and how great you are that you helped me get my music up there. You know, it's a real good thing because all this music where I get 10 views on, this helps provide money for my family. You know, so it's real good for you, TTR. Thank you for sharing all my music. Oh, well, Brett, well, I just think your music is so good and amazing. And I'm loving all this time, Brett. Everyone out here, the two people that are watching my shit channel right now, after I've been on YouTube for 20 years, because I'm TTOR and I'm a retarded man and everyone knows it. But you two people that are watching my stream after 20 years of doing YouTube, could you do me a favor and just go like Brett's music? Go right on over to Brett's channel over there and tell him how great his AI-generated music is that he lies about, that he has his brother help him make. Could you go do that? Could you go over there and like Brett? It is that for 30 minutes or more. I just gave you a taste of what a Brett Keane and TTR stream is when they stream together. Who the fuck wants to listen to that shit? Not I, said the smoke. Why do you believe her narrative? Why? Why do you believe it? This is the moment. Ladies and gentlemen, just savor this. Just with me together as a family. Can we come together and please just savor this moment?
You brought up a bunch of stuff about government and epistemology that I do not believe in.
Why do you believe her narrative? Why? Why do you believe it? Crickets?
What do you mean, why do
you believe her narrative is true? It's a simple question.
Yeah. Casting doubt on the victim's testimony, just like Kenny Rhodes did.
You can't answer. You absolutely can't answer. You have no epistemological warrant to believe a word she said. You know it. So you're just clinging on.
Epistemology has nothing to do with it.
It does. What is epistemology? What is epistemology, TTR? What is it?
It's irrelevant to this discussion.
Yeah, you don't know. You don't even know what
epistemology. Okay,
you really are an idiot.
Yeah, you need to be quiet for a bit. As a matter of fact, if you keep doing this, Smokey, I'm just
you know what? You're a fucking clown. I'm gone. Fuck.
All right, so shall I bring some people up in here or what?
That was the moment. The whole debate. The whole debate. Lost in that moment. I'm going to make a short out of that. I need to grab that and make a short out of it tomorrow. I really. Brilliant. Probably Bruce. Probably. T2R believes that Brett is a disgusting, perverted guy who listens to his son having sex and beats the women in his life. T2R believes that but never calls it out. That's a standard, right? That's a standard. So hold him to it. You guys remember that. You carry that forward. You hold those rat bastards over there to their own moral standard. You be sure to remind Brett Keane that he's a woman-abusing pervert and that T2R is a woman-abusing pervert supporter. Because believe all women and believe government narratives. Whatever the government put out there must be true. That's T2R, and that's Brett Keane. And that stain sits on them now, moving forward. If they ever throw their bullshit at me, now I have this at my disposal. I get to expose this and put this out there. I get to always have this short to reference that embarrassing moment that TTR got absolutely annihilated. And Brett Keane had to go and try and do damage control to try to help out his friend because it was so heinous. There's a community post. If you guys are interested, if you want to hear my full synopsis, in fact, we're already at 5 hours and 28 minutes. Let me think about this. Do I want to go ahead and share this or not? You know what? Fuck it. If you guys want my full written synopsis, or at least what I mustered up last night, decompressing after everything, and kind of putting it out there in full, it's on my community tab. Part 1 and 2 are on my community tab. You guys can go read it. That is my full kind of take, my full synopsis. Thicky did a really cringy, stupid, retarded thing where he tried to respond to it point by point. I read the first couple and they were so bad and nonsensical. There's just no point. Like, anyone that comes across that will know it's a joke. So, like, I mean, it's not good argument. I mean, unless you're already on board with the hate train, you're going to look at what Thicky said and be like, yeah, whatever, retard. You know, like, it was really bad. Like, I like the first point of, like, you know, it's not my job, you know, to prove the narrative false. It's your job to prove the narrative true. And Thicky just starts with, like, nuh-uh. You're pled guilty to something. Well, he pled guilty to indecent liberties, which is not anything to do with the narrative you guys are presenting, like, at all. Like, so why does the charge not match the narrative? You guys should probably figure that out. So no, the narrative is false, and it's now your job to prove it's true. And the narrative isn't even what's admitted to. It's the charge that's admitted to, the charge that's pled to, in no way reflects the narrative. Clearly. I mean, even Rob Reed, the retard lawyer, should be able to tell you that. Very clearly, the charge pled to and accepted does not nearly match in any way, shape, or form the narrative. So, dead on arrival. So am I going to sit there and go through point by point of the low budget retard Korean, you know, trying to cling to threads of guilt for his already tanked and worthless credibility? You know, you'll notice last night I commented on Thicky's credibility, and no one challenged that. No one came in to challenge Thicky's credibility. That when I said, well, you know, T2R got this video from Thicky, and Thicky's well known for just manufacturing shit. I don't even know if this was real or not. Maybe it was a slip at the time because of muddled identities. And maybe because at one point I introduced the idea of, like, well, even if I am him, this, and we'll communicate that way. Could happen. You guys keep throwing this shit out there every fucking angle. Maybe it is possible some muddled things happen with some identities. So what? Doesn't prove anything. And plus, we don't even know if this clip is even real. I mean, it's clearly not from a stream. Why doesn't Thicky just keep it original to the stream? Why does he hyper edit it, like, in such a way, and put, like, faces and, like, bubbles and stuff that were never there in the original stream? That's not giving credit. You know, that's not giving good credibility that this is some sort of, you know, I've never copyright struck anyone. It's not like he has a reason to do this. It's because Thicky manufactures and makes up shit all the time. Like, it shouldn't be trusted. Thicky is the last person on the internet should be trusted with anything. The guy that used to have porn websites and direct kids to. Used to direct kids to porn. Because one of the things he got really like hit up with really bad and back in the day with Rob Reed and Bill Cuthbert going at him because he was trying to expose pornography to children. It was like his thing. It's gross. It's really gross. Like setting up like Pokemon websites, like things that are supposed to like gather kids to them and then put really hardcore, disgusting pornography on it to intentionally expose kids to porn. I think he's a fucking pervert. I think he is absolutely a fucking pervert. And you're trusting a pervert with no credibility to comment on me about some sketchy story 20 years ago that he knows nothing about, that he lied through his teeth, that he had to be put in his place by Michelle, by Sitori, for being a piece of shit, not interpreting the evidence and saying it was something that it wasn't. And he just sat there and took it like the spineless little rat he is. He didn't go, oh, yeah, Sitori, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I can't understand how to read. And I looked at it. I'm sorry I falsely accused. I read the file and I thought it meant that he fucked a toddler. I didn't know it was a 6-year age gap. I thought it was a 6-year age of the victim. I lied about him for 3 years, but let's not talk about it. And Sitori gave him the business, said, you know, giving false facts like that or not knowing what you're talking about when you're reading, and it really damages, you know, the victim, because now people think they have less reason to believe it, and that's true. And now, because of what's been exposed with Satori's lies, now people have no reason to believe it. So if you do, it's not because of logic, that's not because of evidence, it's not because of justification, it's because you're just believing what you want to believe. In fact, I actually think a lot of these people don't even believe it at all anymore at all. This is why they keep jumping to identity. They don't want to talk about the details that prove the identity doesn't matter. They don't want to talk about the details of Sitori being exposed as a liar and the fact that there's no evidence. They don't want to talk about that. They don't want to talk about that. They want to talk about identity. Every time Praise got wrecked and ruined in one of his arguments to think that the case was true or the narrative was true and he was getting destroyed and couldn't defend himself, what did he do? Jump right back to, well, just say that you're Josh. That was proof that I won right there. That he couldn't keep with the argument. That every time he got ruined talking about the substance of the thing, he just tried to deflect it, run away as fast as he could to identity. Identity doesn't matter. You want to say it's me? Go ahead. Say it. Go ahead. Believe it. I don't give a shit. Believe it. Now deal with the substance. Now deal with the substance of Sitori being a lying whore. Let's talk about Sitori being a lying whore now. Let's deal with that evidence. You want to believe it's me? Go ahead, believe it's me. Do it. Go ahead. Do it. I don't care. Believe I'm a relative. I don't care. You pick. Don't give a shit. Don't care. Doesn't matter. She's a liar. Narrative against him is false. Blatantly false on its surface. On the surface, literally impossible. People need to accept the fact that what Rob Reed is reading as an official record is blatantly false on its face. So why do you trust anything? You have to answer that. And you have to answer that in a way that reasonable, rational people would think it's viable and justifiable. So if you guys want to see my full synopsis on the debate, I'm not going to read it. I thought about maybe reading it here, but I'm tired. I'm going to wrap this up and phone it in. It was a good show. It's a great night. We had a really good time. Lots of viewers. Lots of people came in. I wish we had gotten the chance to move to a few other, but I really wanted to work through that with Praise. I'm glad Praise came in and we had a chance to really work through some of that and show his moral bankruptcy and stupidity and retardation. He absolutely will backtrack on some of that. He'll have chats with some of his people and they'll pull him back. He'll realize later, maybe tomorrow or the next day, how retarded and disgusting he was tonight. He'll be ashamed of it. He'll try to cover it up and deny that he said it, but he said it here tonight. And Praise demonstrated how retarded and morally bankrupt he is. So I don't need to worry about how he follows evidence or how he judges morality or how he judges predators or pedophiles. It's clearly nonsensical. Once you're taking a position that an 18-year-old and a 17-year-old in a relationship together is pedophilia, you've lost the plot. When it's 17 years, 11 months and 12 days, and they're a pedophile for dating an 18-year-old, you've lost the plot. You're morally bankrupt. You don't understand anything. And of course, how would Praise know anything about like human coupling? or relationships or dating. He's never dated. He's never even had a girlfriend. He's never even gotten laid. He's never even known the warmth of a woman that isn't his own family member. Gross, but true. The fuck does Praise know about anything? The fuck does Praise know about dating or coupling? Praise has never had anyone attracted to him in his entire life. Praise has never even had a girlfriend. Probably has never even had his first kiss, unless you count Olive. He has no clue. There's no clue what he's talking about. None. There's no reference point. Probably he's pissed off. I don't know. He's probably really, really jealous of me. My life's going pretty well. Praise's life is a steaming pile of shit. And he looks at my life, probably wants my life, and thinks, well, oh, this guy's a pedophile. Well, I should be doing better than him. Why is he doing so well? Because you're a piece of shit, Praise, and I'm not. I mean, all the lying whores in the world won't make me something I'm not. You, however, are a failure, loser, retard piece of shit. You just are. It's not. And I don't need to listen to a lying whore to get there. I just have to follow the evidence. You're a lying, degenerate, morally bankrupt, retarded piece of shit, and I don't need to worry about your justification or your regard for literally anything. And literally the only people you can get to listen to you are people as retarded or more retarded as you, like Dude and Olive. You know what? You guys can all have each other. You guys all have each other. Rob Reed objects to Smokey representing trying to be an armchair attorney. Rob Reed has stressed he's a real attorney. Rob Reed objects. Okay, what does he object to? Smokey misrepresenting him and trying to be an armchair attorney. Rob Reed has stressed he's a real attorney, and Smokey needed to hire a criminal attorney. Well, Josh needed to. Josh needed to hire a criminal attorney, and he did. And Rob Reed is not one. Rob Reed is not a criminal attorney, and certainly sure as shit is not a criminal attorney in North Carolina, where he's commenting about this case, which he has no functional knowledge, experience, or ability to practice in or give his comments on in any professional capacity. It can only be regarded as his personal opinion. And any lawyer worth their salt will tell you exactly that. They do not try to practice law in other states or give legal advice or legal statements about the state of legalities in other states without really, really covering their bases. Yeah. Rob Reed is a real piece of shit, and he's not qualified. Even if he does have a law license, he's not qualified to comment on criminal trial law because he's got no experience or training in it. He's an ambulance chaser. That's all he is. He's not even, I mean, clearly, and in terms of how he argues, he's retarded. He's not even a good arguer. Rob Reed loses arguments pretty much all the time in rooms. Why are you confident he could argue in a courtroom if he can't even argue on the internet? I mean, he even tries to show up and confront me, and all he can do is gish gallop, which is odd because in a courtroom, he'd never be allowed to do that. He has to let the witness finish their answer to the question before he can ask another one. He has to actually let them finish and give their answer. And he just wants to railroad and gish gallop, which would never be tolerated in any type of criminal trial justice law. And if he practiced it, he probably would operate differently, even in a lot of these rooms and these spaces, but he's not qualified. He's absolutely 100% Praise is not qualified. I'm sorry, Rob Reed is not qualified to be commenting on criminal trial law because he literally knows nothing about it and doesn't have any experience in it. So that's it. I mean, Praise can rely upon him, but Praise is retarded anyway. So, of course, Praise would do something retarded by relying upon a non-trial criminal lawyer for trial criminal law advice. So, if he was an attorney, he wouldn't use the term pedophile as it doesn't qualify. That would be for age range of 9 and under. That's true. Yep, that's true. Rob Reed is also misrepresenting legal terms as well, while claiming to be an attorney. And he's right. Yeah, pedophile doesn't. He should correct him for saying that. And there is no such thing as a convicted pedophile. You can't convict someone for pedophilia. Like, that's not how any of this works. It's not how it works. TTR was too retarded to know. TTR was too retarded to know that he lost the debate with the title alone. But I didn't hold it to technicality. I didn't want to waste time with that. I wanted to get the substance. I could have come in, made fun of him for his retarded title, that he failed with the title, and just, left it. But that didn't feel right. I wanted to get into the substance. Like, he lost the debate on its surface with the title he chose. But I wanted to move beyond that. I wanted to use the event as an opportunity to really get the stuff out there and point out what a clown he was. And I did that. And I got to that moment right at the end. I knew I won. I knew he fell flat on his face, and there was nothing else I had to do. And seeing, the adversaries raging they did that night, I know I did a good job, and I made my point. And Praise came over here and helped make the point again. People having seen the way that Praise judged tonight and the way that Praise operated only helps strengthen my case. I believe that. So I appreciate Praise coming over to highlight his stupidity and moral bankruptcy. So that's all good stuff. All right, guys. Well, let's wrap it up. I'm done. I'm ready to turn in, call it a night. Grab myself a nightcap, a little beverage, and phone it in. I appreciate everyone. Thank you for being here. If you do want to see the full written synopsis of the debate from last night, you can find it on my community tab, both part 1 and 2. I hope you guys all have yourselves a pleasant evening. Thank you to the mods, the panelists, and of course, everyone in between. Thank you for Praise coming in and showing that we absolutely should disregard all of his moral and practical judgments about absolutely everything from this point forward, as he showed that he's completely morally bankrupt and can't answer basic queries and challenges about his justification for believing a narrative that's now proven and demonstrated to be false, even factually false, impossible on its surface. And thank you for Brandon Irish for coming in and walking us through the details that were presented by Rob Reed and how the official report deductively has to be false on its surface is literally impossible, which means that Praise's statement of 13 years old for years and years and years is literally fundamentally impossible, meaning Praise is a slandering liar by absolute deductive, unavoidable fact. Praise is a lying slanderer for 4 years. And I guess maybe he should apologize or something. I mean, it's not like he's going to stop, so I don't really care about his apology. What is this? Great from No Shave November, Men Across America. They're upset that Smokey passing No Shave in June, and that's 5 months early. They would like someone to show up. I wonder if he's jealous. Do you think he can't grow a beard? What do you think? My wife thinks my beard makes me look hot as hell. What do you guys think? You think maybe Praise can't? Do you think Praise is even jealous of my beard? I mean, I know he's jealous of my life and my wife and how well I'm doing and how smart I am, charismatic and competent at debating. But maybe it's not all that. Maybe he's just jealous of the beard. What do you think? Like, just jealous of the beard? What do you think? It is a nice beard, isn't it? She loves it. She loves running her fingers through it. It's like her favorite thing. Love you guys. Praise, you want to come in and say one final word or back up your moral bankruptcy, or you lost every single argument about a justification of the narrative? If you have anything else you want to say, you can click on the link, but otherwise I guess we're going to wrap it up. I'll give you about 60 seconds if you want to click on the link and come in and say any final thing about how ridiculous and retarded you were tonight and morally bankrupt you are, that people can just be forced into crimes and be guilty. It's fucking, that might be the most retarded thing I've ever heard you say, Praise. 40 seconds. 40 seconds. I actually think it might not be Praise. It actually might be Bill. I'll actually bet you it's not Praise. I'm actually betting it's probably Bill. I think it's a Bill sock account. It looks like a sock account that's similar that he has for the news unit. And Bill does that. Bill has a very similar name of one for the news unit for the complaint department. It's probably Bill. I don't know that for sure, but whatever. He won't come in. Time's up. All right, guys. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. You guys all have yourselves a lovely night. This is a really good time. We got a lot covered tonight, and the two retards that came in and helped me make a good case against the narrative of bullshit against me and Josh. Love it. You know what? Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you to Brandon Irish and Praise for coming in and being so extra retarded and helping me make my case even better. The rest of you retards are welcome anytime. I actually think, I don't know this for sure, I think I saw Chris LaSala in the back. I hope Chris LaSala comes back. I do. I hope, because he's one I'd like to talk to about this as well, because he was one that was really into the idea of threatening me with tracking me down and stuff and doing a whole bunch of looking into me and exposing me and all this. Chris LaSala would be a good one to talk to. JP Uncut would also be a good one to talk to. So we'll do this again. We'll get up another thing. I'll start something earlier, maybe on Friday. Maybe I'll go like around like 5 o'clock my time or something. I'll start something earlier and I'll open it up and I'll get, well, maybe 5 is a bit ambitious. Maybe 6 my time. 9 o'clock Eastern. We'll see. But just open something a little early and see if we can get them to come back in with the adversaries. But I'm good. We got Brandon Irish knocked out. And we got Praise I Am knocked out. Both exposed as retards, judging a narrative unjustifiably. And both of them helped prove themselves to be good tapestry to paint how retarded and nonsensical the narrative is that's been adopted and believed. That makes no sense. And 13 is impossible, and now Praise knows it. So, but he'll keep saying it. It is impossible. So clearly she lied, at least at that point. And clearly she lied, and her mother was telling the truth, that they did know. And it's even in evidence that they did know. And Shelley in evidence says that they did know. So, yeah, Michelle's a lying bitch. And that's really what it comes down to. And that has been evidenced very, very clearly. And the fact that the report itself can't even be accurate, correct, should tell people a lot. You guys should be able to, you know, if you have any brain or any integrity, you should be able to tell what that means. So, all right, guys. Well, thank you for everything. You all have yourselves a very, very pleasant evening. I love the cult. I love the mods, love the panelists. Appreciate you guys all coming in and helping us have a really fun, interesting evening where we got to expose a lot and talk about a lot. And it was a really good time. So thank you guys. Thank you for your participation. If you made it this far, we're at the 6-hour mark. So thank you. You're all rock stars. If you guys stuck through it this whole way, I appreciate all of you. You guys are absolutely awesome. Thank you for your consideration. Thank you for listening. Thank you for being open to the introduction of new information to alter your perspectives, unlike the degenerate, coward, rat, bankrupt people over at the pod team who seem to have absolutely no logical or moral compass whatsoever. And Brandon, who is completely retarded as well. And nonsense. I wish Brandon had stuck around a little longer and not run away, but whatever, you know. Oh, he had to get to bed. So, yep. Cones and footballs, everyone. Footballs and cones. Yep, that's what we're about here. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for everything. You guys have yourselves a very, very great night. I wish peace of Christ to all of the true saints. And now you get to see me on cam actually saying it for once. Peace of Christ to all the true saints. And Smokey Saint is signing out.
I just woke up. You guys still up? This is the news unit checking in real quick.
Holy shit. Do you want to take over standby? Do you just want to do standby? Or are you
Hold on,
up?
I just woke up. I just rolled out of bed. Hold on. I can't even hear you. I got the volume down. Hold on. All right, just waking. I actually just rolled right out of bed.
Are you up? Are you up now? Are you up for a bit?
For a little while, but I'm gonna get something to drink. And
Do you want to take over and like? Because I'm ready to close it. I was just gonna close it. I was literally about to close it like just now.
I'll put one on the standby. That's what I'll do. How's that?
Well, you got put one on the standby because you got your strike on your channel. Remember?
No, I got to go on the news unit broadcasting.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
We'll be on news unit broadcast.
News unit broadcast. Everyone, go find news unit broadcast. Dave's gonna kick one on the standby. There you go.
Yeah. Are you gonna stay up for a while or?
I'm turning in. I
imagine I was sleeping. Boy, you guys must have won a while. What time? How long you were you on?
Oh, we were at it for a while. Praise came in. Got to make.
Oh,
fun of
really?
Donald Trump. Oh yeah, Praise came in. We had a throwdown for about an hour.
Oh
Praise,
wow, I'll have to watch it.
Oh yeah, you have to go back and watch it. Yeah, it was great
love
because
it.
Praise was all about the identity thing. And I say, I'll tell you what, you want to believe I'm Josh, believe it. Let's talk about the substance now. Leave the identity alone. Let's talk about the substance of why you believe the narrative. And so he kept bringing up, like, he would bring up a narrative point. I would defeat it and show how it made no sense. And then when he would get backed into the corner, he would jump back to identity. Oh, admit you're Josh. Admit you're Josh. So he would run away.
I see. Okay.
He would run away every time he got put in the corner and say, well, wait a minute. I thought we got past that. You want to believe I'm Josh? Go ahead. Whatever. You know, identity aside, let's talk about the substance of whether or not Josh is even guilty. So, and then he'd bring up another factoid, and I'd deal with that and point out how that has to be false and can't possibly be true. And then it's all back to identity. Oh, say you're Josh. Say you're, see, every time I would get him in the corner and point out that he has no justification to believe the narrative, he would just run back to identity and deflect and run away. He's a coward. And he's bad at arguing anyway. He is a shit debater. Praise is a shit debater. He really is. And tonight he helped prove it. So you should go back and watch it. Yeah, go back
I'm
and
going
watch
to put the link to the channel I'm going to use temporarily here.
There you go. She's got.
So here comes the news unit. This is where I'm going to put the standby mode on right there. So it's in the outside chat if anybody wants to come over. All right. Well, good morning to everybody. I just woke up. I'm going to go standby and we'll see what happens.
Cool. All right, buddy.
All right.
We'll see you over there. All right, man.
See you there.
All right. All right, guys. Well, that's it. We're going to wrap up. Dave's doing standby. Head over there and hang out with him. Probably got a few things to talk about. Be interesting stuff. I appreciate you guys. Maybe it's dude to talk about witchcraft and psyops. Yeah, being charismatic and eloquent is a fucking witchcraft, you goddamn retards. Okay, you guys have yourselves a good night. Appreciate everyone. Take care. Smokey Saint is signing out. I am done with this bullshit. But Dave,
Stay in here for a second, would you? I got to say something.
What, like private or like after
just after you shut it off, just stay in here.
Okay.
You'll be
All right.
yeah.
All right. Good night, everyone. Have yourselves a good night.